Chapter 1305. Zichen needed to familiarize himself with his current combat power as his strength broke through again and again, and his realm rose again and again. At the same time, he needed to lay a solid foundation for this realm. He did not return immediately, but decided to train in the Hengduan mountain range. Now, as long as he did not encounter a king-level beast, he would not be in danger. The death of the Gale Eagle and the fall of several powerhouses gave Zichen a new understanding of this world. He had a good impression of this world, and after meeting Wang Jun and the others, he had a good impression of this world. Later on, Manshur and the others were also very cute. Even Wu Xie, whom he originally hated, found that he did not have a bad heart after interacting with him. To put it bluntly, this world was not much different from the Tianwu continent. It was just that there were more cultivators and powerhouses. Here, he could also make friends. Zichen began to train. Although it was called training, it was actually to find a beast to fight and familiarize himself with his current strength. 3 days later, Zichen found a battlefield. It looked like it had been left behind recently. There was a small interlude on this battlefield. When returning, Zhou Chong, who was extremely unconvinced, was preparing to do something. It just so happened that his family's domain was here. However, the people they were about to intercept were from Hunter's Castle. This time, Hunter's Castle miscalculated and was very worried about Zichen's group. Not only did they send many realms, but they also mobilized several domain realm experts. When the two sides met, although they did not fight, one could imagine what the situation would be like. In this world, other than a colossus like the city army, who could do anything to Hunter's Castle? Hunter's Castle's domain realm experts only made a symbolic attack. The Zhou family immediately retreated, not daring to cross the line again. Shang Guanhong and the others did not continue to wait for Zichen. Instead, they chose to speed back to Huping City. They needed to see Zichen's life card with their own eyes. On the flying boat, Shangguan Mingxing appeared. He was the head of the Shangguan family, a true domain realm expert. Seeing his attitude towards Shangguan Hong, the others finally knew her identity and were a little surprised. Shangguan Hong was unhappy. No matter how Shangguan Mingxing asked, she did not speak. It was as if she was acting spoiled and sulking. Shangguan Mingxing had no choice but to ask the others. Dong Qing's body was once again shrouded in a black robe. It seemed that he was not easy to get along with. Moreover, he was very reclusive as he stood far away. As for Wu Xie, although he had deliberately restrained himself in front of the Shangguan family head, he was still very evil and made people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he went to look for Manshur, who looked simple and honest, and the latter did not disappoint him. He told him everything that had happened along the way. Not only did he not hide anything, he even told her that Shangguan Yinhong wanted Zichen to become a member of the Shangguan family. What? You've seen my ancestor? Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed. Manshur nodded and said, Yes, he has been watching us all the way, testing us. Where are my ancestors? Shangguan Mingxing asked nervously. Dead, Manshur said. What? Dead? How did he die? Manshur added a few more things that he didn't say just now. What? There are alien races in the universe? Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed again. Then, he realized that he seemed to have found the wrong person. Manshur did look simple and honest, but he also seemed to be very silly. He said whatever came to his mind without any logic at all. Often, his words did not convey his meaning. Fortunately, after a long conversation, he finally understood everything. Dead. What surprised him was that everyone was dead. And all of this was because of a person called Zichen. He had heard of this person before, but did not care. Today, however, he had to pay attention to Zichen. Of course, it was not because of his battle prowess and wisdom, but because he actually had designs on his daughter. This brat dares to have designs on Hong or... Shangguan Mingxing frowned. When Manshur heard this, he shook his head and explained, Senior, it's not like that. It was your ancestor who wanted Zichen to enter the Shangguan family. He was the one who said it first, and, as he spoke, Manshur glanced at Shangguan Hong. There were some things that he didn't say. Shangguan Mingxing was so angry that he was amused. He thought to himself, You're really stupid. Do you want me to say that my daughter wants to throw herself at Zichen? When they returned, A domain expert personally steered the flying boat, so it was very fast. When they arrived outside Huping City, they found that there were already people waiting there. Apart from Lord Wu, almost all the higher-ups were there. "How is it? How is Zichun?" Shangguan Hong asked Ling Xing anxiously as soon as they got off the boat. Ling Xing smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Zichun's life plate is still there. It proves that he's still alive." "Really?" Shangguan Hong was pleasantly surprised. On the other side, the other three people also looked over. "Of course. Do you think I would lie to you?" Ling Xing smiled. Shangguan Hong was still a little worried and immediately ran into the city. Obviously, he wanted to check it out personally. The other three people also heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Xie sighed and said, "This guy is really lucky." A chilling gaze shot over from the side. Dong Qing glanced at Wu Xie before also heading into the city. "Why? I didn't say anything wrong," Wu Xie muttered. "You didn't say anything wrong. Zichun is really lucky," Manshur said as he scratched his head. Ling Xing and the others had come mainly because of the alien race. Soon, they returned to the castle for a meeting. The alien race was a matter of great importance, so they had to investigate it thoroughly. On the other side, Shangguan Hong heaved a huge sigh of relief when she saw that Zichun's life plate was indeed very bright. Then, she realized that she seemed to have been too worried about Zichun's life. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zichun who had saved her. Shouldn't she be worried about Zichun? Shangguan Hong left the hunter's castle absent-mindedly and walked back to her home. As for the other three people, they stayed in the hunter's castle. They still needed someone to report this matter in detail. Shangguan Hong had just arrived at the door when a beautiful young woman came out and hugged Shangguan Hong in her arms. "Hong-er, it's great that you're fine." The beautiful young woman was so happy that she cried. "Mother, I'm fine," Shangguan Hong said softly. Shangguan Hong chatted with her mother all the way back to the hall. She didn't stay long and returned to her room. The attentive mother naturally noticed that her daughter was a little absent-minded. However, she didn't ask directly and waited for Shangguan Mingxing to come back. After the discussion, Shangguan Mingxing was stopped by the beautiful young woman as soon as he came back. She asked her daughter what happened. "It's nothing serious. This time, it was scary but not dangerous. Moreover, the harvest is not small." Shangguan Mingxing said happily. "Impossible. Then why is your daughter so absent-minded?" the beautiful young woman asked. This, Shangguan Mingxing was stunned. "What's wrong?" Shangguan Mingxing thought carefully. Then, he used a reasonable way to explain the name Zichun and the meaning of this name. "So it's because you have a sweetheart. No wonder you're absent-minded." "Zichun, how is this child? What do you know about him?" Shangguan Mingxing shook his head and said, "Zichun came to Huping City less than 2 years ago. I don't know much about him. However, he is now a senior hunter in the hunter's castle. Just like Hong-er, the first time they met was in our shop. At that time, obviously, Shangguan Mingxing had come prepared. He told the story of how Zichun and Shangguan Hong got to know each other. Except for a few details, he got almost everything right. In that case, Zichun is not bad. Even our ancestor agreed to let him come to our house," the beautiful young woman said. Shangguan Mingxing glared at the beautiful young woman and said, "You're just a woman. You haven't even seen him, yet you're saying he's not bad. What's there to be proud of?" Shangguan Mingxing clearly did not want to talk about this matter anymore. After returning to her room, Shangguan Hong lay on her bed. She was unable to fall asleep for a long time. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Zichun. She thought about everything that had happened between the two of them, especially Zichun's calmness when she first met him. A smile gradually appeared on her face. After an unknown period of time, she actually fell asleep sweetly. The smile on her face did not fade. In the following period of time, Shangguan Hong's expression was like the weather in summer. She was sometimes excited, sometimes nervous, sometimes smiling, and sometimes sad. Moreover, she would go to the hunter's castle every day. She needed to personally see if Zichun's life tablet was still intact. The beautiful young woman saw all of this. She was worried that something had happened to her daughter. Finally, one day, she specifically went to Shangguan Hong to talk about this. "Is Zichun all right?" This was the first thing the beautiful young woman said. Shangguan Hong was stunned. However, when she saw her mother's gentle gaze, she actually did not know what to do. Did something happen to him? The beautiful young woman asked again. Shangguan Hong quickly shook her head and said nervously, "No, he's fine." "Then what are you worried about? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not worried or scared. It's just that. Shangguan Hong was a little incoherent. "You're just very nervous, right?" the beautiful young woman asked. Shangguan Hong nodded. She was indeed very nervous about Zichun. "Since you're nervous about him, you must like him. Don't you have his message? Why don't you send him a message?" "I like him? How is that possible?" Shangguan Hong was a little stunned. "Silly girl, if this is not liking him, then what is?" The beautiful young woman patted Shangguan Hong's head. Shangguan Hong lowered her head and did not speak. "Since you're worried about him, then send him a message. Let him know that you're worried about him. But where he is, the message can't be received at all," Shangguan Hong said. "You can try. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, what if he's at a place where the message can reach?" the beautiful young woman encouraged. Shangguan Hong nodded and then took out the message. She had talked to Zichun many times. Each time, the conversation was very natural. However, this time, she felt very nervous. It was as if the message weighed thousands of kilograms. "Are you okay?" Finally, she gathered her courage and sent the first message. She immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Chapter 1306. Zichun's quick message caught Shangguan Hong off guard. She originally thought that Zichun wouldn't receive the message at all. Soon, she became excited and said in surprise, "Mother," he replied. "Ah." The beautiful young woman was obviously startled. She only wanted to enlighten her daughter and didn't expect Zichun to receive the message. Wasn't he trapped? "Then you can ask where he is." The beautiful young woman smiled. Obviously, she wouldn't object to her daughter's request. "Are you okay? Where are you now?" Shangguan Hong tried her best to calm down and sent another message. "No, I'm fine. How about you guys?" "I'm training in the Hengduan Mountains." Zichun had just killed a war beast and was now resting. The war beast's corpse was still in front of him. After replying to Shangguan Hong, Zichun sent messages to the other three. I'm fine. Soon, the three's messages came back one after another. Manshur said, "It's great that you're fine." Wuxia said, "You're actually not dead. You're really lucky." After that, Dongqing replied. The interval was a bit long. "Thank you for this time. Where are you? Do you need help?" "No need. I'm training in the Hengduan Mountains." Zichun said. "Training? I've almost used up all my war beasts this time. I'm also preparing to go out and catch some. There are many mutated war beasts here. They're very suitable for you. Come, I'm familiarizing myself with my current strength. Let me know when you're there." Familiarizing yourself with your strength? You've broken through. Yes, I've broken through 2 realms. I've finally entered the corporeal realm. Zichun sounded very excited. On the other side, Dongqing was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Forget it. I'll go later. I've decided to go into seclusion for a while." "That's good too." Zichun's chat ended. On the other side, Shangguan Hong heard that Zichun was in the Hengduan Mountains and immediately wanted to come over. As soon as the message was sent, the mother and daughter had a disagreement. "Hong, girls shouldn't be so direct about this kind of thing," the beautiful young woman said. "Is this very direct? But I really want to see him, even if it's just a glance," Shangguan Hong said. "Feelings are a matter between both parties. If you take the initiative, you won't be happy. You should let the boy take the initiative for this kind of thing. Moreover, you have to give him a little resistance. Only then will he know how to cherish what he has." Shangguan Hong, on the other hand, seemed very anxious. She had a feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses. She said, "But what if he doesn't want to?" "Foolish girl, who wouldn't want to marry you in Huping City? That stupid brat from the Martial Heaven continent? He doesn't have any background here, and he doesn't have any wealth. You're just marrying him. How could he not agree?" laughed the woman. Shangguan Hong shook her head. He's different from others. He's very outstanding, very outstanding. Furthermore, I suspect that when he was in the Martial Heaven continent, He definitely had a sweetheart. That's why he's on guard. The beautiful young woman stroked Shang Guanhong's hair. Foolish girl. So what if he has a sweetheart? How many people can there be as outstanding as you in this world? Furthermore, in that small place, how could there be any outstanding girls? The Martial Heaven continent is so big. Even if his sweetheart could reach there, the possibility of the meeting is practically zero. This world is too big. As time passes, both of them will forget about each other and then live a life that suits them. Such comforting words clearly made Shang Guanhong feel much more at ease. As for Zichen, his mind was filled with the scene that had happened in his own world. Back then, in order to save him, Shang Guanhong had not hesitated to give him medicine through mouth. At this moment, Shang Guanhong's actions were so direct. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood what she meant. However, his heart had already been divided so many times that he really couldn't give a part of it to someone else. Thus, after hesitating for a long time, he tactfully refused. No need. I'm very safe here. Furthermore, I've been familiarizing myself with my own strength recently. After saying that, Zichun put away the message and threw away all distracting thoughts. He began to dissect the corpse of the war beast in front of him. He refused. After Shang Guanhong saw the message, her good mood just now disappeared. She seemed very disappointed. He's an interesting little guy, but this is nothing. You're so outstanding. Who would refuse? In my opinion, he's loosening the reins only to grasp them better. The beautiful young woman began to carefully analyze Zichen for Shang Guanhong. Time began to pass. Zichen was familiarizing himself with his strength. During this period, Shang Guanhong would send messages every day, but she no longer said that she would come. After arriving at Huping City, Shang Guanhong had been of great help to Zichen. The inspiration for his breakthrough all came from her. Thus, every time she sent a message, Zichen would reply. However, he never touched on emotional topics. Once he did, he would immediately change the topic. There were many strong people in this world, and the number of strong people who could kill him was not small. Thus, Zichen always felt a sense of urgency in his heart and had no time to talk about emotions. Moreover, this time, his gains were really too great. This kind of huge gain made Zichen even more cautious and cautious. This was because this matter was of great importance. A single void tree could cause brothers to turn against each other. Furthermore, Zichen had obtained 2 void trees and dozens of void trees that could be revived. It could be said that this was a fortune that even the city lord would be envious of. On this side, Zichen was seizing the time to cultivate. On the other side, Shang Guanhong, who had fallen in love, began to worry about her gains and losses. It was as if she had lost her soul. She was no longer focused on doing things and was not in the mood to cultivate. Mother Hong saw this and was anxious. At the same time, she asked Shangguan Mingxing to think of a solution. What can I do? Should I go and forcefully kidnap that brat? Shangguan Mingxing said unhappily. I think my daughter is serious this time. Why don't you go and see Zichun? He's in the Hengduan mountain range. It's not far. Go and see his character and character, Mother Hong said. I'm not going. What's so good about that brat? My daughter likes him completely. It's fine if he doesn't curry favor with her, but he actually ignores her. Sure, keep your voice down. Mother Hong glared at Shangguan Mingxing and then said, Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll go. You go and see that brat. Yes, if you're not going, I'll go. Shangguan Mingxing was very helpless. He could only go to the Hengduan mountain range alone. He was a dignified family head, but he actually went hundreds of thousands of miles to see a young brat. It was really depressing. In front of Zichun stood a tiger-headed demonic bear. It was only 2 meters tall, but it was the overlord of this area. It was at the peak of the spirit tier, second only to king tier battle beasts. Roar. When the tiger-headed demonic bear saw the arrival of the human, it let out a roar. At the same time, it patted its chest with both of its palms, defending its territory. Under normal circumstances, the tiger-headed demonic bear would not be so friendly when it saw a human. The reason why it did not kill him immediately was because it felt a murderous aura from the human. This was because it had killed too many battle beasts, so it would naturally leak out. Under normal circumstances, Humans would not be able to sense it. Only battle beasts could sense it. The tiger-headed demonic bear was a sparring partner that Zichun had found for a long time. Its body was not big, but its strength was enough to compete with Zichun. Swish! Zichun flashed forward, but he did not use his thunder wings. Roar! The tiger-headed demonic bear roared, and its fan-like palm slapped toward Zichun's head. This attack was very fast, but Zichun dodged even faster. After that, he flashed forward and directly threw the tiger-headed demonic bear over his shoulder. It wasn't easy to find a sparring partner, so Zichun didn't plan on killing it immediately. He needed to temper his opponent. The human and beast began to compete in strength. The human's shout and the tiger-headed demonic bear's roar sounded in the forest. There were no other battle beasts around, so the two of them didn't need to worry about sneak attacks. Bang! As Zichun had used too much strength, his attack was neutralized by the tiger-headed demonic bear. Then, Zichun lost his balance and was sent flying by the tiger-headed demonic bear. Due to the great force, Zichun directly broke a thick ancient tree. Fortunately, it was Zichun. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been severely injured and killed by this attack. However, after Zichun got up from the ground, he only moved his shoulders. As though nothing had happened, he charged towards the tiger-headed demonic bear again. The two of them competed in strength. Zichun naturally used the strength of an early-stage corporeal realm expert, but he was able to fight the tiger-headed demonic bear without falling behind. Even in the Zhanwu continent, the perfect body still displayed its unique strength. Rumbling sounds kept coming from the forest. Shangguan Mingxing, who was searching for Zichun, rushed over. When he saw the scene, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. An early-stage corporeal realm expert. He's actually at the early-stage corporeal realm, but he can already fight the tiger-headed demonic bear in strength. He had previously investigated Zichun, so he naturally knew his realm and strength. Back when he first came to Huping City, he was only at the early stage of the virtual realm. With the heavenly thunder wings, he had the combat strength of a corporeal realm expert. However, he had broken through to the early-stage corporeal realm in just a short while. 2 years. It had only been 2 years. He had never heard of someone advancing by a major realm in 2 years. Furthermore, with such a speed of advancement, it was obvious that the other party's foundation wasn't stable. However, the truth was that the other party was actually able to compete in strength with the tiger-headed demonic bear, which was second only to a king. Is this a monster? When he saw Zichun, he felt that this person was not ordinary. In addition to his good looks, his rich knowledge, his ability to command on the spot, and his powerful combat strength, Zichun was naturally filled with charisma. Mother Rainbow looked down on the people of the Tianwu continent. On the contrary, Shangguan Mingxing was full of praise for this famous person from a small place. When cultivators of the same level were placed together, whether it was in terms of combat experience, scheming, or survival skills, the people of the Tianwu continent were clearly superior. This was because they had a corresponding experience in every realm. They had even reached this step from the brink of death. However, the people of the Zhanwu continent could reach the Earth Prime realm without much effort. At the same time, the environment here also resulted in the existence of more advanced life forms. Upon seeing Zichun, Shangguan Mingxing began to admire him. Chapter 1307. Roar. The tiger demonic bear was slightly startled by the human's sudden escape, but it quickly reacted and continued to beat its chest with its paws, roaring like a victor. He ran away. There's no danger here. Shangguan Mingxing was very surprised. Suddenly, he thought that he might have been discovered. Impossible. He can still discover me like this. Shangguan Mingxing was very confident in his concealment skills because of the difference in their realms. However, Zichun had indeed run away, so he had no choice but to follow. He followed in concealment. Zichun began to run. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was being watched. It seemed that he had become very sensitive because he had too many valuable items on him, so he ran away without saying anything. While running away, Zichun vaguely felt that someone was following behind him. The target is indeed me. Zichun seemed very nervous. His sharp senses could only vaguely sense that the other party was not weak. Under such circumstances, The other party could only be in the domain realm. What kind of situation was it to be targeted by a domain realm expert? Zichun did not dare to think about the consequences. After confirming that he was being followed, thunder wings appeared on his back, and he began to use the power of the void to run at top speed. His figure continued to flicker in and out of existence in the sky, as though he was stepping on a pulse point in space. In a blink of an eye, he was already several miles away, or even dozens of miles away. As expected of the world's fastest, Shangguan Mingxing, who was chasing from behind, was very surprised. He decided to give chase. Therefore, his concealment skills were naturally weaker after he released them. Zichun once again sensed something special. Then, he was scared out of his wits. Run. He was even faster. Shangguan Mingxing smiled coldly and swaggered after him. He didn't believe that Zichun could be faster than him. After chasing for a while, Shangguan Mingxing's pupils suddenly shrank because he found that the fleeing figure in front of him was slowing down and fading. Swoosh. In the end, the body completely disappeared. It's a clone. Shangguan Mingxing was a little angry because he did not know when the other party's real body disappeared. Die. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind him. It was Zichun, who had been hiding in the dark. He wielded his real weapon and slashed at Shangguan Mingxing. Zichun's figure flickered and appeared in front of him. His long saber immediately slashed down. It was still a stunning strike. Shangguan Mingxing snorted coldly, but he didn't retaliate. Instead, a ball of energy rushed out and blocked the front. Boom. Shangguan Mingxing was unscathed, but the powerful rebounding force shattered Zichun's body. Another doppelganger. Shangguan Mingxing's face darkened. In the opposite direction, Zichun naturally sensed the disappearance of his doppelganger, and his expression became very serious. Damn it, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Who is it? Zichun's expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, he was trying to think of a way to escape. As for going back, Zichun did not even think about it. He could be surrounded on the way back. While Zichun was thinking of a way to escape, Shangguan Mingxing was a little angry after not finding Zichun for a long time. I don't believe that I can't find you. Therefore, he began to search for Zichun with all his strength. Zichun originally intended to gain experience, but he did not expect that it would turn out to be an escape. Moreover, he ran for an entire month. During this month, he used the skills of his doppelganger to the limit. His real body did not meet the real body of Domain Jing, but he saw the doppelganger of Domain Jing several times. After a month of chasing, he did not even see the shadow of the real body. Shangguan Mingxing, who originally admired Zichun very much, became angry. He became flustered and exasperated and wanted to curse. Finally, after a month, Shangguan Mingxing had to admit that Zichun was cunning. He decided to return. After a few days of not being chased, Zichun heaved a sigh of relief and cursed inwardly, "This old thing. I don't know which force he is from. He has such perseverance." Fortunately, he finally gave up. During this month, Zichun was busy running away and did not reply to Shangguan Hong's messages. He already owed a lot of replies. Okay, I finally got rid of him. Zichun began to reply. Soon, a new message came from the other side. Got rid of who? An old guy, very strong, has been following me for a month. Zichun said. Are you in danger? Shangguan Hong asked worriedly. I'm not in danger, but I'm a little scared. Why is he following you? I don't know. Why don't you come back? Have you asked for help? I'm not sure who he is, so I didn't ask for help. You're the first to know. After seeing this message, Shangguan Hong could not help but smile happily. You'd better come back. It's very dangerous outside. I'll go back after a while. I'm still adapting to my strength. Adapting to your strength? You've broken through. Shangguan Hong was a little surprised. She obviously did not notice that Zichun had told her about this before. Yes, early corporeal realm. Zichun said. You broke through 2 realms in one go. That's how you survived the danger. Smart. After a few simple words, Zichun once again searched for a target and continued to adapt to his strength. On the other side, Shangguan Mingxing had already returned angrily. How was it? Mother Hong asked. Not much. Shangguan Mingxing's expression was a little ugly. What do you mean? Did I misjudge? Mother Hong was very worried. Shangguan Mingxing thought seriously and said, that kid is very cunning. This month, I saw his real body for the first time, and I haven't seen him since. What do you mean? His senses are very sharp. He discovered me as soon as I appeared, and then he started running. After that, I couldn't catch up to him anymore. Hong's mother looked very surprised. Could it be that his speed is faster than yours? No, but he's very cunning and good at using doppelgangers. I can't tell which one is his real body. Then why don't you use your doppelgangers to chase after him? Wouldn't that be fine? This sentence obviously hit Shangguan Mingxing where it hurt. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, doppelgangers are not my strong suit. You know this. I tried to use my doppelgangers to chase after him, but unfortunately, my doppelgangers couldn't beat his real body. What? Your doppelgangers have the strength of the domain realm, but they can't beat Zichun, who is in the void realm. He has broken through to the corporeal realm long ago. With the heavenly thunder wings, his strength is close to the late void realm. His battle strength is almost on par with someone who has just entered the domain realm. He's actually this strong? Shangguan Mingxing said, he's strong, but the most important thing is that he's cunning. That kid is very cunning and scheming. I'm afraid that will harm our daughter if we leave her to him. Before Hong's mother could say anything, a dissatisfied voice rang out, Father, you're the one who's following Zichun. The old man he's talking about is you. Shangguan Hong originally wanted to discuss the matter of Zichun being followed with her parents. She was prepared to help Zichun, but she didn't expect to overhear her father's conversation. What? He actually called me an old man? Shangguan Mingxing was furious. You actually followed him for a month? Why? Shangguan Hong asked. It's all because of you. But are you sure that kid called me an old man? Shangguan Mingxing was very angry. He said there was an old man who chased him for a month. If that person is you, then he must be talking about you. Father, look at you. Did you suffer a loss? Shangguan Hong suddenly asked with a smile. Your father is in the third domain realm. Do you think I'll suffer a loss? Shangguan Mingxing said with his head held high. Shangguan Hong naturally didn't believe her father. She asked, then why are you so angry? On the contrary, Zichun only seemed to complain a little. He didn't seem angry. Shangguan Mingxing was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Of course, he wouldn't suffer a loss against Zichun, but he felt very embarrassed. As a third domain realm expert, he went to look for an early corporeal realm expert. Not only did he fail to meet the latter, but he also lost a few of his doppelgangers. Father, you must have seen him. What do you think of him? Shangguan Hong asked. Nothing much. Shangguan Mingxing snorted coldly. Father, tell me the truth. Let my mother hear it. Shangguan Hong hugged Shangguan Mingxing's shoulder and said coquettishly, other than being too cunning, everything else is passable. As he spoke, he talked about the first time he met Zichun. Zichun was actually wrestling with the tiger-headed demonic bear. After that, he told his mother what happened next. That's not cunning. It's called being cautious, Hong's mother said. Yes, it's called being cautious. Who asked you not to directly reveal your identity? Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Instead, he would have obediently walked up to you and called you uncle. Shangguan Hong added. Shangguan Mingxing nodded and said seriously, to be honest, that kid does have some tricks up his sleeves. He can play me like a fool. Naturally, he won't be at a disadvantage if he meets other people. Only the Tianwu continent can cultivate such a character. After a detailed discussion, the three of them unanimously agreed that Zichun was very good. They were also very satisfied with Zichun. Next, it seemed that they just had to wait for Zichun to return. Zichun was still training. This time, without anyone following him, his training naturally became much easier. Another 2 months passed. Zichun familiarized himself with his combat strength and decided to return. It was worth mentioning that in these 2 months, the void tree in Zichun's corporeal realm had become more emerald green. Its efficiency had obviously increased. However, it would probably take some time to recover to its peak state. After familiarizing himself with his strength, the next step was naturally to cultivate. If he wanted to expand his corporeal realm, Zichen would need a vast amount of resources. Zichen had those resources, but he was still lacking one piece of equipment. That was the cultivation room in Hunter's castle. Zichen decided to enter the corporeal realm's first heaven room to cultivate. This time, he was preparing to break through to the mid-corporeal realm. Zichen's return didn't attract too much attention. Even Shangguan Hong didn't know about it. 2 months ago, after Shangguan Hong had said that she was going into seclusion, the two of them hadn't contacted each other. Chapter 1308. Zichen wasn't surprised by Ling Xing's arrival. He had learned from Shangguan Hong that they knew something was wrong with the Mirage Dragon, but they hadn't been able to contact them. They had even sent out a domain realm expert. Good boy, you've broken through again. It had only been 3 months since Zichen had broken through, so he hadn't been able to control his power properly. Ling Xing, who was at the domain realm, could naturally sense it and couldn't help but praise him. Senior, why are you here? Zichen walked to the sandalwood table, picked up the teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea. When Zichen wasn't around, someone would clean his room every day. As for boiling tea, there was always water available 24 hours a day. I'm here to see you. If it weren't for you, Hunter's castle would have suffered a great loss, Ling Xing said with a smile. It was obvious that Hunter's castle had learned of the entire incident and was very satisfied with Zichen's performance. Zichen smiled and said modestly, Senior, you're too polite. We had a great time working together this time. Everyone contributed to the fact that I was able to return alive. Don't be so modest. We all know what happened. I heard that you suffered a great loss this time, and the Storm Eagle died for you. So this time, I've come to discuss compensation with you. After all, we didn't investigate the matter clearly and almost caused a disaster. We were at fault. Ling Xing said very sincerely. Zichen was surprised by Ling Xing's intention. He had thought that Ling Xing was just here to see him and ask about his safety. After all, he had almost died. He didn't even think about it and said, There's no need for compensation. I've already wasted a lot of resources. It's only right that I do something for Hunter's castle. Don't refuse. This is something that we old men have agreed on. If you have any requests, just say them, Ling Xing insisted. Ling Xing's attitude didn't allow for refusal. Zichen thought about it seriously and thought of something. I do have one request. Speak. The sword-shield combination from last time was severely damaged in the battle. The weapon souls inside were also heavily injured and have fallen into a deep sleep. I want to find someone to refine them again. Oh, that's a problem. Ling Xing frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zichen asked. There aren't any major problems, just some minor ones, but they can be solved. However, that weapon refining Grandmaster is currently not in Huping City. We will send a message for him to come back. Once he comes back, we will inform you. Apart from this, what other requests do you have? I want to use the cultivation room, Zichen said again. When the cultivation room was mentioned, the corners of Xing Ling's mouth twitched unnaturally. He did not hesitate and immediately said, You can use these things as you wish. They are not part of the compensation. Just reforge the sword and shield. There's really no need for compensation. Zichen declined again. That's fine too. Seeing Zichen's insistence, Ling Xing nodded. Then, Ling Xing talked to him about other topics, but he never mentioned the alien race, which surprised Zichen even more. After all, he was the one who killed the alien race's phantom dragon in the end. Now that he was back, the people from Hunter's castle had to ask him about what happened. When the pot of tea was finished, Ling Xing did not ask anything. Instead, he prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. The alien race is a very important matter. We have no right to ask about it, so we won't ask about what happened. However, Embark Castle is very concerned about the alien race. We received news that they have already sent someone here. When the time comes, we will definitely ask you for some details. With that, Ling Xing left. There was nothing wrong with Ling Xing's tone, but there was a big problem with his words. He only said that people from Embark Castle would come, but he did not say that they needed to cooperate fully, nor did he say anything else. He just said that. However, looking at Ling Xing's expression, it did not seem like a normal matter at all. He seemed to be telling Zichen something with his attitude and tone, reminding Zichen of something. From Ling Xing's arrival to his departure, he kept talking about compensation, but did not ask about the harvest this time. Zichen and the others were the future of Hunter's Castle. They were the hope of Hunter's Castle and Huping City. Obviously, Zichen knew from their attitude that they would not do anything too extreme. However, if it were someone from Embark Castle, they would not be so magnanimous. They would definitely ask a lot of questions that they should not ask. They had gained a lot this time. Zichen was already very sensitive, and with Ling Xing's reminder, Zichen felt that he should be more careful. Gain was a very sensitive word. He was not the only one who had gained something. Even Shang Wanhong and the others had gained something. He still had not figured out how to tell the others about this, so he decided not to think about it. Huping City had its own rules. He did not believe that the people from Yanba Castle would dare to kill people in Huping City, even if they were deliberately targeting them. Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion, so Zichen could not see them. After that, Zichen also decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. The next day, he went to the Sky Cultivation Room, one in the real realm. However, before he entered, Zichen found the manager of the room and gave him over 10 billion in resources. This was the fee he paid for using the cultivation room. Soon, the resources were sent to Lord Wu. It was the same meeting room. A few people happened to be in the middle of a meeting. After seeing the resources, Lord Wu's expression was a little stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "It seems that Zichen has not forgotten what happened last time." Beside him, Ling Xing snorted and said, "It's just 10 billion in resources. I told you not to be too calculative last time. Look at it now." Zichen is taking it to heart. Ming Zhu and the other managers' expressions immediately turned ugly. Last time, they were also the ones who strongly opposed the unlimited funding of Zichen. However, in just a few short months, the talent that Zichen had displayed had far exceeded 10 billion in resources. The value that he had created was immeasurable. Zichen is already taking it to heart. What should we do now? Seeing that the two did not speak, Ling Xing did not bother to push them anymore and asked directly, "When he comes out, we will return the resources to him. Now that Zichen is a member of Hunter's Castle in Huping City, we naturally have to nurture him with all our might. We must not let him down again," Lord Wu instructed. The three nodded. "What do you think about the people from Yanba Castle this time?" Lord Wu looked at the three and asked. This was the key to the meeting. Ming Zhu thought for a moment and said, "If they are only here to investigate the foreign races, we will naturally cooperate with them. We will definitely cooperate with them. However, what if their target is not the foreign races?" Ling Xing said, "Not the foreign races? Then what do you mean?" Ling Xing snorted and said, "At first, when we asked them about Qinwei, they did not care and did not care. After so long, they finally sent a message back. However, this time, when they heard that the foreign race was killed, they became very concerned and secretly sent people here. I think what they are really concerned about is not the foreign race, but the things that the foreign race left behind." Everyone fell into silence. With Mansher's big mouth, the four of them naturally could not hide their gains this time. On average, each of them had obtained 4 or 5 void trees that were about to wither. There were also other things whose value could not be estimated. Considering the future of Hunter's Castle, they naturally would not think about these things. As for Zichen, they did not know what Zichen had obtained. However, they were sure that Zichen had obtained Xuanlong's spirit ring. In addition to the wealth inside, there might also be the seeds of the void trees. In addition, Zichen had also killed Xianlong. As for what he had obtained, no one knew. However, they could guess in their hearts. This time, the people from Yanba Castle had come for these things. The three of them began to discuss intensely. Lord Wu, who was above, did not say a word. He just listened quietly. After a long time, the three of them still could not come to a conclusion. Lord Wu waved his hand. The three of them stopped discussing. He looked at them and said, "No matter what their purpose is this time, before the people from Yanba Castle leave, they are not allowed to leave the city. We will not ask about the things they have, and we will not interfere. We only need to ensure their safety. If we don't interfere, what if they don't care about their status and rob us?" Ming Zhu asked. "This is Huping City. There are rules and a city lord. I don't think they would dare to act rashly. These are all our guesses. Perhaps they really only care about the foreign races. This time, Lord Wu had clearly expressed his attitude. If anything happened, he had to protect the 5 of them. He would even not hesitate to break off relations with Yamba Castle. After entering the Heaven Cultivation Room, Zichun began to cultivate. Because he did not have a huge amount of resources to replenish himself during this breakthrough, his realm did not soar by a large margin. Now, he could only slowly replenish his strength and let his reality slowly expand. The power of rules in the Heaven No. 1 room was very rich. However, Zichun could no longer absorb it with just a thought like before. Now, he could only follow the rules and slowly absorb the power of rules. Then, he would convert this power for his own use. However, by staying here, even if the absorption speed was very slow, it was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. Zichun was cultivating in seclusion in the cultivation room. In his reality space, the void tree was slowly recovering due to the infusion of the life force contained in the rule force. The reality behind Zichun began to expand, but the expansion speed was very slow. At this rate, it would take at least a few decades to expand the reality dimension to 3 meters. Time passed. Nothing major happened in Huping City. However, Hunter's Castle had recently issued a mission, which was to collect a large number of treasure maps related to the Hengduan mountain range. This was something that the entire Huping City had done because of the discovery of the foreign races. The mission clearly stated that this map was a conspiracy and might have been invalidated. Therefore, it caused some panic. Many forces came to Hunter's Castle with maps. Naturally, Wang Jun and Zhou Chang's maps were among them. However, the 2 of them had tacitly given the maps to others, thus dismissing themselves. Chapter 1309. Hunter's Castle bought these maps at a high price, but they didn't destroy them. Instead, they kept them. These maps would be handed over to the people from Yamba Castle when they arrived. Huping City was still very peaceful. Only a few people knew about the appearance of the alien race in space. The domain realm was already recognized as an elite. It was divided into 9 levels, which represented the growth of the domain realm. The increase in each level was equivalent to a major realm under normal circumstances. Therefore, the difference in combat power between each level was not small. In Huping City, the strongest person in the city was only at the 6th level of the domain realm. This level of existence was already a high and mighty figure in the eyes of the world. However, in the Zhanwu continent, this level of existence was very ordinary. Therefore, this level of existence wasn't qualified to come into contact with the alien race in space. To come into contact with the alien race, one had to be at least a sector lord. Even Qinwei, Shengguaninhong, and the others were only at the 1st level of the domain realm, which was second only to the sector lord level. They could barely come into contact with the alien race, but could only kill those who were severely injured. Therefore, although the alien race was important, it didn't attract much attention from Huping City. Instead, some insiders had some ideas about the items left behind by the alien race after they died. Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion. It seemed that they wouldn't come out until they had a breakthrough. This time, they were so diligent because they were stimulated by Zichun's speed of improvement. After Shengguan Hong found out that Zichun had a breakthrough, she went into seclusion. She was a very smart girl. Naturally, she knew that if she wanted to be with Zichun, she had to keep up with his pace. Time passed. Huping City was very quiet. Hunter's Castle was also very quiet. It seemed that the next step was to wait for the people from Yamba Castle to come. Yamba Castle was very far from Huping City. Even a domain realm expert would need many years to make a round trip. 3 years passed very quickly. A huge flying boat landed outside Huping City. The hunters of Huping City who had received the news came out to welcome them. The leader was Ming Zhu. The flying boat of Yamba Castle was painted with a ball of flame, which was very eye-catching. One figure after another jumped off the flying boat. These people were all at the corporeal realm, and they all wore the Yamba Castle Hunter's Castle token. Their gazes swept around, and their expressions were very arrogant. I didn't expect so many realms to come. Behind Ming Zhu, Wade was very surprised when he saw the crowd. They probably want to re-explore the Hengduan mountain range. They brought so many realms with them. It seems that they have done a lot of homework before coming here. Ming Chu smiled faintly. There were more than 60 people in the corporeal realm, and all of them were at the late stage of the corporeal realm. Judging from their arrogant demeanors, these 60 people should be the cream of the crop among their peers. It was enough to show off the strength of Yamba Castle. Another 5 figures landed behind the 60 corporeal realm experts. Unsurprisingly, all 5 of them were in the domain realm. The 5 of them walked to the side after landing, and another figure landed. It was a middle-aged man wearing the flame armor unique to Yamba Castle. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the area before him. Such a large group of people had long since alarmed the surrounding people. Everyone sensibly avoided this place. I am Ming Zhu from Huping City. How may I address you? Ming Zhu led his people forward, then cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man. Yin Ming, the middle-aged man said faintly. Ming Zhu smiled and said, Everyone, you must be very tired from rushing all the way here. Come with me to the city to rest. Yin Ming didn't refuse and nodded. It was obvious that Yin Ming wasn't good with words, so a person named Chuan Xing took his place to talk to Ming Zhu. This person was quite tactful, and he talked cheerfully and wittily. The atmosphere was quite good. Ming Zhu arranged for everyone to stay in Hunter's Castle. It was large enough, and the conditions and facilities were very good. That night, other than Lord Wu, all the other stewards appeared to welcome Yin Ming. During the banquet, Chuan Xing said, Brother Ming Zhu, why don't I see those little heroes who killed the foreign races? As soon as he said this, the lively hall suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ling Xing and the others thought that it was indeed here. Ming Zhu smiled and said, They are still in seclusion. The last time they almost died, it was a big blow to them. Chuan Xing nodded, indicating that he understood. He then asked, The news is not very clear. It only said that a few little heroes of the corporeal realm killed a foreign race, but we don't know how they did it. Can you tell us the details? I don't know the details, but it is said that the foreign race's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. They worked together and barely managed to kill it, Ming Zhu said. All the cultivators present nodded, but didn't continue to ask. After 3 rounds of wine, Yin Ming, who rarely spoke, suddenly stood up. He picked up his wine cup and said to the stewards, Everyone, the matter of the foreign races is very important. We can't be careless. I implore you to let those little heroes come out of seclusion. We need to verify some things. After all, the foreign races are very strong and cunning. Ling Xing and the others glanced at each other. This time, it was Ling Xing who spoke. He nodded and said, The foreign races are our biggest enemy. We can't be careless about this matter. Don't worry, I will inform the 5 of them and let them come out of seclusion quickly. Since their goal was achieved, the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Ling Xing went to inform Zichun and the others. Since Shangguan Hong was in seclusion at home, he needed to inform her. The next day, the 5 people who came out of seclusion gathered together. Zichun. This was the first time they met since the last time they saw each other. When they saw Zichun, their faces were filled with joy. Shangguan Hong, in particular, was very excited. She almost jumped up and hugged Zichun. Zichun looked at everyone and nodded. It's nice to see you all again. Yes, we should be happy. Zichun, let's find a place and have a good drink, Manshur said excitedly. Drink, drink, drink. All you know is drinking. I'm about to break through, but you called me out. Wu Xia complained unhappily. Who isn't about to break through? Dong Qing replied coldly. Then, he nodded at Zichun as a greeting. Shangguan Hong stood next to Zichun. The 2 of them were a little close. This time, I called you out because we might be in trouble. Zichun looked at everyone and said, Trouble? What kind of trouble? Everyone was confused. People from Yamba Castle came to ask about the details of how we killed the foreign races. Zichun was thinking about how to explain it to everyone. Let them ask. What kind of trouble is that? Manshur said unconcernedly. Zichun looked at Manshur and smiled. Now, everyone, listen to me and follow my instructions. Everyone nodded. They were already used to listening to Zichun. What happened was that we followed Huan Long all the way to the mission and encountered several powerful existences. These powerful existences were like checkpoints. We worked together to break through them. Among them, the undying Wu Xie contributed the most. The final killing blow was all thanks to him. If anyone asks, just say the first half and don't say anything else. Following Zichen's instructions, everyone nodded again. Wu Xie's face was filled with pride. Now, we'll tell the truth. We fell into Huanlong's illusion, but Wu Xie's eye technique helped us break the illusion. After that, we worked together to kill Huanlong's clone. This point gave more credit to Wu Xie. Everything else was true. Then, the real body of the Mirage Dragon appeared. It was extremely powerful, comparable to the Domain Realm. Remember, it was comparable to the Domain Realm, not the real Domain Realm. We fought for a while, but we couldn't kill it. When our lives were in danger, several experts suddenly appeared. These experts used their own worlds to suppress the Mirage Dragon, sacrificing themselves. Then, the 5 of us joined forces to fight the Mirage Dragon. But when it was a matter of life and death, Huanlong suddenly released a big move. A black hole suddenly appeared, and you all escaped. Huanlong took me into the black hole, but when the black hole closed, you all heard a rumbling sound, as if the world had collapsed. Then, you heard an old voice shouting. After that, you couldn't hear anything. Zichen warned, what I've said is the main point. You must remember that after being suppressed, Huanlong's strength was at the late corporeal realm. It was very difficult to kill him, especially his weapon. It was strange and extraordinary. But in the end, we worked together to destroy it because the weapon was made of energy. As for the wealth after Huanlong's clone died, just say that I took it. As for the reason, you can make it up as you wish. If they want to ask us what we obtained this time, just say that we didn't obtain anything. We only saw an empty world with almost no heaven and earth spiritual chi. Oh right, by the way, the formation used to seal the illusion dragon is the forbidden heaven and earth. Zichen carefully instructed for a long time. Everyone nodded continuously. Why would they ask us about our harvest? Could it be that they didn't come for the alien race? Manshur asked doubtfully. They should have come for the alien race, but we can't rule out the possibility that they want our harvest. Remember, no matter who asks, we didn't get anything. We almost lost our lives. But we did get something. Plus, I've already told Lord Wu and the others, Manshur said again. The others also nodded. It was obvious that they didn't intend to hide anything after returning. This simplicity made Zichun feel somewhat gratified. I naturally know this, but they will keep it a secret for us. So, you can't tell anyone that you got anything. What if they keep asking? Manshur asked unwillingly. If they insist, then you can use my foundation to justify yourself. Everyone has their own understanding of small matters, so it's normal for some parts to be wrong. But I can't think of anything. Manshur scratched his head and asked again. Zichen looked at Manshur, smiled faintly and said, yours is very simple. If they ask you too much, just scratch your head and say that you don't know, or that you forgot. Manshur suddenly understood and said, you want me to play dumb? Chapter 13:10. As the seclusion grounds were different, it took Ling Xing 3 days to gather everyone. 3 days was enough for Zichun and the others to discuss the major details properly. Then, everyone started to accept the summons. The first to accept the summons was Dongqing. Dongqing was still wearing his black robe and mask as he walked into the hall. There were thought domains in the hall. They were Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Yinming, and Chuan Xing. The atmosphere was a little tense. Name? Chuan Xing asked from above. Dongqing looked at him and didn't say anything. Name? Chuan Xing asked again. Dongqing was a little unhappy. Dongqing. Hearing the female voice, Chuan Xing was slightly startled and decided to omit some details. Tell me the details of killing the alien race. Dongqing's voice sounded again. He schemed against us. We worked together to kill him. He was very strong. We couldn't beat him even if we worked together. At the crucial moment, a few experts appeared and used their worlds to suppress him. In the end, we worked together to kill him. It's over. Chuan Xing was stunned. It's over. Dongqing said. Yin Ming was a little unhappy. I asked you to tell me the details. What are you talking about? I'm really sorry. She has been very antisocial since young and is not good with words. Let's find the next one. Someone is good with words. Ling Xing helped Dong Qing out. Originally, the second one was called Shangguan Hong. However, as women, they didn't want to see Shangguan Hong after seeing Dong Qing. Hence, they decided not to find another woman and went straight to Wu Xie. Name. Chuan Xing said, "Sir, you are interrogating." Wu Xie looked around. "Oh, sorry. I didn't want you to be nervous. I didn't expect you to misunderstand." Chuan Xing immediately explained. Wu Xie appeared to be very calm and had nothing to do with nervousness. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not nervous. I'm just asking for your name. It's not a big deal. My name is Wu Xie. Wu is the same as our Lord Wu, and Xie is very evil." "Oh right, sir. Do you know why I'm called Wu Xie?" Wu Xie was obviously more talkative than Dong Qing, and he actually asked a question of his own. Chuan Xing smiled but didn't say anything. "Because when I was young, there were people who wanted to kill me, but they couldn't. Everyone thought it was very strange, so they called me Wu Xie, right? The reason why my surname is Wu is because my father's surname is Wu." "Oh, don't misunderstand. My father is not the Lord Wu. The Lord Wu is just a lord here. We respect him very much." Chuan Xing's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt that he couldn't take it anymore. It seemed that this person was too talkative, and it was all nonsense. "Ahem, little hero Wu Xie, we are very interested in the matter of killing the mutated race. Can you tell us more about it?" Chuan Xing asked. "Tell me the details." Wu Xie's eyes lit up. Chuan Xing suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he still nodded. Wu Xie didn't hesitate to find a stool and sat down, then said, "If you want to know the details, it's a long story. Speaking of which, I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I rarely go out. Last time, I heard that a new senior hunter had joined our hunter's castle, so I came out to take a look. Who knew that this senior hunter was really something, and could kill enemies above his level, right? His name is Zichun, one of our teammates. He was training at that time. Ahem, little hero, what you were saying is related to the matter of killing the mutated race." Chuan Xing interrupted Wu Xie. Wu Xie's eyes widened, and he said, "Of course it's related. A few months later, we formed a team and went to the Hengduan mountain range to kill the mutated race." Chuan Xing felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and even Yin Ming's mouth was twitching. Good Lord, that one sentence just now summed up the matter, as if it was a summary. But this guy in front of him said it in detail. But can't you get to the point? He actually started from a few months ago. This little hero, we will go get to know that Zichun later. I am just curious about how you killed the mutated race." Chuan Xing said again. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Xie seemed a little disappointed. He pursed his lips, as if his mouth was a little dry, and then said, "In that case, I will have to start from when I came back from seeing Zichun. At that time, there was an auction for a void tree. Our hunter's castle spent hundreds of billions to get it." Chuan Xing and Yin Ming's expressions changed when they heard this. Hundreds of billions was only a few thousand domain fragments. It was suspicious that they could get a void tree at such a price. Wu Xie continued, "But who would have thought that it was a fake? It was dying, but it wasn't dead yet. It said that the lightning bolt of life could save it." A few days later, a guy called Huan Long came to our door and said that he knew where the lightning bolt of life could be found. He then asked us to go on a mission. At that time, my lord and I discussed for a long time before I agreed to lead the team. By the way, I was the leader of the team and the commander. We traveled all the way. It took us many days just to get to the Hengduan mountain range. During this time, I gradually started to hate Huan Long before Wu Xie could continue. Chuan Xing immediately asked, "Why do you hate Huan Long?" "Because I found that he was very lecherous. The way he looked at Hong was a little strange." "Oh right, Hong is Shangguan Hong, my teammate, subordinate, and future girlfriend." "Ahem, get to the point." Chuan Xing coughed again. He felt that he couldn't take it anymore. "We spent a lot of time on the road. During this time, we were very bored, so we chatted. It was all nonsense, talking about. Yin Ming couldn't stand the long-winded Wu Xie anymore. He coughed heavily and said, "Little hero, please tell us what happened after you saw the foreign race. As for these things, we can talk about them in private when we have time. We've seen the outsiders for a long time. Huan Long is Huan Long's clone, but we didn't know about it before." We only found out after we killed his clone and his true body appeared and beat my companions to death. Someone helped us and we found out. Oh right, Huanlong is actually a dragon, a silver dragon. He's very powerful. He has a sword in his hand that can ignore defense and inflict heavy injuries to my companions. Moreover, after a strike, it can devour energy and kill them. Wuxia finally got to the point. What kind of sword is it? Where is it now? Chuanxing asked without any change in his expression. However, he was clearly focused and no longer looked as sleepy as before. That sword is very strange. It's a great threat to my companions, so I used all my strength and destroyed it, Wuxia said. Destroyed it? How is that possible? Chuanxing couldn't believe it. How could a foreign race's weapon be destroyed so easily? Moreover, looking at Wuxia again, he didn't look like someone who could destroy a foreign race's weapon. Why not? That thing is made of energy, but its power is much stronger than some real weapons. Zichen's bladed golden-eyed beast was almost killed. Wuxia said, after the realm was suppressed, Huanlong wasn't that strong. We worked together and beat him until he pissed his pants. However, just as I was about to kill him in one strike, he suddenly broke free from the seal and created a huge black hole to sweep us away. We reacted quickly and dodged, but Zichun, who was the weakest, was swept away. However, just as he was swept away, we heard a loud sound and an old man shouting that he was saving people. Wuxia explained in detail. Chuanxing nodded and signaled Wuxia to leave. Then, Shangguanhong came in. I know that sword. Zichun broke it. It's an energy sword, but it's very powerful. It almost killed us, Shangguanhong said after talking about the sword. The beginning and the end were almost the same as Wuxia's, but the description of the sword was obviously different. Chuanxing and Yin Ming looked at each other and didn't immediately question. Then, Manshur came in. That sword is very powerful. It cut off one of my arms. I got angry and crushed the other hand. Chuanxing's eyes almost popped out. You broke it. Of course, and I was the one who crushed it, Manshur said proudly. The two of them felt very confused. Even Ming Zhu and Ling Xing were confused by what they heard. Finally, Zichun came in. It was the same as before. Most of the things were fine. Chuanxing asked about the sword again. Zichun's face still had some lingering fear. That sword is very scary. I've never seen anything like it. Even my sword and shield combination couldn't do anything to it. However, it was broken by Wuxia in the end. Wuxia broke it. Chuanxing looked at Zichun and asked, think about it carefully. Was it Wuxia or Manshur? Or was it you who broke it? It was Wuxia. There's no mistake about that, Zichun said with certainty. Zichun left. There were 4 people left in the hall. Chuanxing looked at the two and asked, you two heard it. What do you think about this? Ling Xing coughed and said, actually, they went into seclusion as soon as they came back. We didn't ask in detail. Besides, the outsiders are already dead. Chuanxing and the others understood what Ling Xing meant. The outsiders were too far away from this place. They wouldn't care at all. At the side, Ming Zhu said, everyone's story is different. Obviously, there's a problem. Someone is lying. We just need to ask again. The first was still Dongqing. She only said that it was Zichun who broke it. After that, she didn't say a word. The second was Wuxia. Wuxia said excitedly, of course it was me. Do you think I would lie about such a small thing? How much effort did I put in along the way? How much credit did I get? Why would I fight for such a small thing? I'm the commander. I'm the strongest. If it was really you, why did Shangguanhong say it wasn't you? Chuanxing asked. He stared at Wuxia. What? Shangguanhong said it wasn't me. Wuxia's face turned ugly. Then, he said excitedly, she must be talking about Zichun, right? I knew it. She must have something with Zichun. That gigolo is quite bold. He even dares to steal my woman. She said it was Zichun. She must be trying to earn some credit for Zichun. That gigolo's realm is the lowest. He barely qualifies as a senior hunter because of his thunder wings. This was obviously a love triangle. Chuanxing didn't give up. He said, not only Shangguanhong said it. Dongqing also said it was Zichun who broke it. Damn. These two guys are really... Suddenly, Wu Xie's face changed. He stared at Chuanxing and said, "Are you going to tell me that Dongqing is also interested in Zichen?" Chuanxing forced a smile. He thought to himself, "I'm here to investigate, not to gossip. It's none of my business who likes who." However, seeing how excited Wu Xie was, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to do much. Chapter 13:11. Hearing Wu Xie's dissatisfied shout, Chuanxing had the urge to cry. He was crying because of Wu Xie's ugliness. If they did not mention this matter at first, from the perspective of a powerhouse, Wu Xie was barely passable even though he looked a little weird. However, according to the aesthetic standards of human women, Wu Xie with his vertical pupils was a completely different race. His ugliness was pure and absolute. Thinking about it, in this team of 5, one was ugly and evil, while the other was stupid and foolish. With these two as a contrast, Zichen was naturally handsome and elegant. He had good qualities from inside out, so naturally, he would be able to win the hearts of the beauties. Chuanxing could not bear to hurt Wu Xie, but Wu Xie was too sensitive about this kind of thing. He guessed what the other party was thinking and left angrily. Everyone was speechless. They did not expect that the investigation would turn up a gossip. The 5 of them had different explanations, but they were almost certain that the sword was an energy sword. However, it was understandable. If it was a real sword, how could they still be alive? After that, Manshur inadvertently mentioned the wealth from Huanlong's auction, but it was given to Zichen. Why did you give it to Zichen? Shouldn't this kind of thing be divided equally? Chuanxing asked, puzzled. He came the latest, so he has the least resources. We don't care about resources, so we naturally have to give it to him. Manshur put on a magnanimous expression. That's hundreds of billions of resources. You don't care? Chuanxing was obviously not convinced, because these resources were tempting even to him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly stupid Manshur actually looked down on Chuanxing. He curled his lips and said, "What hundreds of billions of resources? You don't know how much that prodigal Huanlong is. Along the way, he gave us a lot of resources to encourage us to pass the trial. In the end, the remaining resources barely reached 100 billion. Chuanxing explained how rich Manshur was. He said that he had always treated resources as a number and had never cared about them. His growth was all thanks to the resources provided by Hunter's Castle. Chuanxing nodded and waved his hand, indicating that the conversation was over. When he left, Manshur was still very pleased with himself. He still looked at Chuanxing with disdain. Then, Shangguanhong came in. He took good care of us along the way, so the resources should be given to him. As she spoke, Shangguanhong lowered her head, her face already blushing. From Shangguanhong's expression, everyone naturally saw some problems, and this was precisely Wu Xie's guess. Gossip, gossip, Chuanxing thought to himself. Shangguanhong blushed whenever she talked about Zichen. She always talked about him in a positive way, as if he was perfect to the extreme. Chuanxing did not deny this point because Zichen spoke very appropriately and calmly. At first glance, he could tell that Zichen had experienced a lot and had his own persistence. Of course, the most important thing was that Zichen was naturally perfect with the two unusual creatures as a foil. After Shangguanhong left, Dongqing walked in. Dongqing thought for a moment and then said, "He is very sincere and kind to others. He loves to help others and is very careful. His strength is strong and his realm is high. He has contributed the most. What's wrong with giving it to him?" Chuanxing thought to himself, "Great. Here comes another love-struck fool." However, he keenly noticed a problem. Zichen's contribution is the greatest. Of course, destroying the weapon doesn't count. Killing the doppelganger doesn't count. Along the way, he overcame all difficulties. Although he didn't make the final strike, he did put in a lot of effort. Most importantly, Zichen killed the real body of the Mirage Dragon. When Zichen was mentioned, the silent Dongqing became talkative. It was Zichen who killed the Mirage Dragon. Didn't everyone contribute? Chuanxing felt that he had discovered a major issue. Dongqing said seriously, "It's true that we contributed, but in the end, the Mirage Dragon used a big move and we were all blown away. It was Zichun who took the opportunity to enter the black hole and kill the Mirage Dragon's true body. Chuanxing patted his forehead. He was very confused and did not know who to believe. Sure enough, when they asked about other things, Dongqing became very quiet. After Dongqing left the room, Yin Ming, who had been silent all this time, said, "It seems that the hunters here live a good life." Ming Zhu and Ling Xing smiled awkwardly. Immediately after, Wu Xie walked in. Chuanxing looked at his vertical pupils and felt that this guy was too ugly. "Why did you give that wealth to Zichun?" Chuanxing asked directly. At the mention of this question, Wu Xie's expression changed again. He said angrily, "I regret it. That guy doesn't know how to act. As the boss and a party member, I overcame all difficulties and endured great pressure to give him hundreds of billions of wealth. Who would have thought that he would play dumb and play tricks behind my back to steal my woman? Hundreds of billions of wealth? Of course, more than 600 billion, Wu Xie said with certainty. But why did I hear that Huanlong gave you a lot on the way, and there wasn't much left in the end?" Wu Xie's expression immediately became awkward. He said, "I'm talking about the number of the auction. Even if there wasn't much left, it was still around 200 to 300 billion. Who wouldn't be tempted by such resources? If I gave it to him, would you be tempted? I gave it to him, but that guy didn't know how to repay kindness and even stabbed me in the back." Chuanxing was even more confused. This kind of questioning lasted for an entire day. When the sky turned dark, everyone left. Chuanxing looked out the window and saw that Wu Xie was not friendly to Zichun, but the two girls were very protective of Zichun. As for Manshur, he was really stupid. Ling Xing and Ming Zhu also left, leaving only the two of them in the hall. Yin Ming asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Chuanxing thought for a moment and said, "Other than Zichun, the others' words were more or less filled with their own emotions. Plus, they were all competing with each other. They won't amount to anything. What do you think about that sword? If what they said is true, then I'm guessing that the sword might be a fake. If it's a real sword, they definitely wouldn't be alive. Perhaps Hualong's sword was lost during the great battle back then. Then what do you think about Huanlong's death?" This time, Chuanxing shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Zichun was the last one to come into contact with Huanlong, but he didn't see him. He only heard a tremor and fainted. When he woke up, he was already in the Hengduan mountain range." "You believe what he said? He's always been very honest. Maybe it's just an illusion." "I don't think so. I think he's honest because his realm is the lowest. It's right that he couldn't dodge in time. As for why he didn't die, I think it's because of those people. All 5 of them said that those people are dead, but what's with the last cry? Plus, even if Huanlong was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he shouldn't have been killed by a mere early corporeal realm expert." Yin Ming's expression changed slightly and said, "Then you mean that those people aren't dead yet? They obtained Huanlong's corpse and the things inside Huanlong's world." Chuanxing shook his head and smiled. "This is just my personal guess. However, I'll use a special method to find out the conclusion tomorrow." The next day, the interrogation continued. The first one to come was still Dongqing. Chuanxing said, "Dongqing, our investigation this time is mainly to reward the 5 of you for your great contributions. However, we're going to reward you based on your contributions. If there's any falsehood in your words, or if someone's contribution is fake, then all the rewards will be cancelled." "What kind of rewards?" Dongqing asked. "At least 1 domain token for each of you," Chuanxing said. "The domain realm is about to open." Dongqing seemed to be pleasantly surprised. Chuanxing smiled and asked, "Tell me, who destroyed the sword?" "It was Wu Xie, but Zichun?" Dongqing said. Chuanxing waved his hand and said, "Of course I'll remember Zichun's contribution. I only need to know the last attack." "It's Wu Xie." This time, many of the final attacks were done by him. Furthermore, he contributed the most when killing Hualong. The fatal attack that Hualong gave before escaping was also done by him. Shangguanhong sat there with her head lowered and said, "It was Wu Xie." Manshur said embarrassedly, "It was Wu Xie. At the time, my arm was cut off. I was very angry and wanted to kill my clone, but it was already dead." Chuanxing thought, this guy isn't stupid. At least he knows how to brag. With the domain token as a reward, Chuanxing naturally heard the truth. However, the truth didn't contain what they were looking for. Chuanxing was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to give the domain token as a reward. 5 tokens, 1 for each of them. The 5 of them were very informative. Even Ling Xing and Ming Zhu were excited. Looking at their expressions, Zichun guessed that the tokens of the Manor Realm were not as simple as they seemed. He had heard that there would be 1,000 tokens in each city, but if there were 1,000 tokens in each city, the Hunter's Castle would be able to get at least 500. Since there were 500 tokens, why were the two so happy about the 5 tokens? After 2 days of questioning, they didn't get anything valuable. Zichun and the others went into seclusion again. The questioning was finally over. Next, the people from Embark Castle would investigate the places where the other tribes lived. Ling Xing took out the treasure maps and handed them all to Chuanxing. Next, the people from Embark Castle would go to the places indicated by the maps. Someone from the reality realm led the team. Chuanxing didn't leave, but he was still looking for loopholes in Zichun and the others' words. He was looking for clues. However, the 5 of them said that they didn't know anything. They couldn't directly ask if there were any resources in the world, so they didn't make any progress. Just as Chuanxing couldn't find any clues and was worried, a reality realm cultivator suddenly came in with a crystal ball in his hand. Sir, look. This person was Chuanxing's right-hand man. His name was Ling Dong. He was one of the few people in the reality realm who knew about Chuanxing's goal and Zichun's group. What is it? Chuanxing asked. The image of Zichun slaughtering people when he was in the early stage of the virtual realm. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 13:12. Zichun appeared to be very focused during the massacre. He was also very decisive when killing people. With every slash of his blade, a person would die without hesitation. Such a person was both calm and terrifying. The impression Zichun gave him over the past few days was that he was calm and somewhat afraid of trouble. He couldn't see anything else about him. He is very powerful to have such skills at the middle stage of the emptiness realm. This calmness and coldness are rare. He must be a decisive person. Ling Dong commented. The video of the massacre ended. In this battle, Zichun single-handedly killed a group of late-stage corporeal realm experts. This greatly impacted Chuanxing. After a moment of silence, Chuanxing asked, "How many years ago was this?" "Not long ago. About a year ago," Ling Dong said. "That's impossible. How can someone break through 2 realms in a year?" Chuanxing didn't believe it at all. What? 2 realms in a year? Could it be that Zichun's true realm is the early stage of the corporeal realm? Ling Dong also found it hard to believe. Go investigate this, Zichun. Yes. Ling Dong received the order to investigate Zichun's background. This task wasn't difficult because when Zichun first appeared, he started a massacre. Many people witnessed it. At that time, he was only at the early stage of the emptiness realm. It was very easy to investigate Zichun's incident in Huping City. Ling Dong only needed to eat 2 meals to find out. He was undoubtedly shocked by Zichun's deeds. From the early stage of the emptiness realm to the early stage of the corporeal realm, Zichun had only used 2 short years. This kind of growth speed was rarely seen in one's life. In addition, Ling Dong also found out that Zichun and the others had gone to the Hengduan mountain range. After several meals, Ling Dong found out all the details that outsiders knew. Then, he returned to Chuanxing to report. Zichun and the others didn't mention these details. I knew there was something strange about them. However, no one saw if there was anything else inside. Perhaps after 70,000 years of being sealed, the forbidden heaven and restricted earth destroyed everything, Chuanxing said. If everything was destroyed, where did the illusory dragon items come from? Ling Dong questioned. Therefore, the most important thing right now is the illusion dragon's world, and the last one to come into contact with that world is Zichun, said Chuanxing. According to the information I obtained, the 5 worlds didn't collapse. They only collapsed after a period of time had passed. Ling Dong told him everything he knew. Chuanxing continued, so, something must have happened during this period of time. But as for what happened, only Zichun knows. This time, the key was once again Zichun. However, this kind of thing naturally couldn't be asked directly. It was enough to have a guess in his heart. What should we do now? Ling Dong asked. Don't worry. Let's wait for news from the Hengduan mountain range first. While Chuanxing was suspecting Zichun, inside Hunter's castle, Ling Xing and the others were celebrating the 5 prefecture tokens. The tokens of the Manor Realm would appear under 2 circumstances. The first was random, and they would appear in any corner of Shuntian Prefecture. There weren't many random tokens. These were the tokens that hadn't been collected in time after the Manor Realm closed, so they were automatically thrown out by that world. As for the second, they were distributed. These tokens were distributed entirely by Shuntian Prefecture, and they were evenly distributed among the 108 cities. However, it was worth mentioning that during the distribution process, the tokens were distributed according to their ranking from highest to lowest. In other words, the tokens of the Manor Realm would only be distributed to Huping City, which was ranked 108th. Yamba Castle was ranked 98th, so it was obvious that all the tokens had been distributed there. However, it would probably take hundreds of years for the tokens to reach Huping City. Hundreds of years sounded like a long time, but it was only a short moment in their almost endless years. Speaking of which, the tokens had changed hands 107 times. By the time they reached Huping City, there were only a few left. All the cities had reserved tokens, and Huping City was the last to receive them. Of course, this could also be called an equal distribution. This was also one of the rules of every prefecture. It followed the law of the jungle. This time, Zichun and the other 4 had received tokens of the Manor Realm, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. Zichun and the others went into seclusion again, while the reality of Yamba Castle began to search for the treasure maps. The directions recorded on the treasure maps were all the same. Other than the easiest route, which had been broken through by Zichun and the other routes would still be dangerous. Chuanxing was no longer prepared to ask Zichun anything, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Next, Chuanxing thought about how to contact Zichun. Half a year passed quickly, and Zichun and the others still hadn't shown up. The reality of Yamba Castle and the others also came up empty-handed. They even lost a few powerhouses during this time. What should we do? Ling Dong came to look for Chuanxing. Don't worry. We still have a lot of time. Chuanxing seemed very calm. Huping City looked very quiet, but Hunter's Castle wasn't at all quiet. Ling Dong and the others wanted the people of Yamba Castle to leave quickly, but they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Another half a year passed quickly, and these people had been here for more than a year. In a year's time, Zichun's realm was also slowly increasing in Heaven Number 1. In a short 4 years, his reality, which was only 1 meter long, had already expanded by 1 meter. Zichun's reality was only 3 meters wide. Once he reached the limit, Zichun would be able to break through. He was now 1 meter away from the limit, but Zichun would need another 4 years to break through this 1 meter, even if he spared no expense. Zichun had been in seclusion for 4 years, and so had Shangguanhong and the others. In the last year, they had also broken through their realms one after another. All 4 of them had broken through to the late stage of the reality realm in the last year. However, before they could rejoice over their breakthroughs, Yamba Castle's exploration of the reality of the Hengduan mountain range ran into trouble, and they asked for help. Although Dongqing's strength had broken through, as a beast tamer, she had expended too much energy last time and hadn't been able to replenish her energy for a long time. 80% of her combat power came from her beasts, so she naturally couldn't go out to battle. In the castle, Ming Chu had arranged for Manshur to follow Dongqing to capture beasts, so only Shangguanhong and Wu Xie could go out to battle. The 2 of them could only follow these realms to the Hengduan mountain range. 3 months later, news came again that they had accidentally triggered a great formation, and the 2 of them were trapped inside. When Dongqing and Manshur, who were training in the Hengduan mountain range, heard the news, they joined the rescue team. But this time, not only did the rescue not succeed, they even lost their lives. In desperation, these realms could only return to ask for help. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Yin Ming had made a special discovery in this area and summoned many realms to investigate. At this time, the only one who had authority in the entire castle was Ling Xing. Just as Ling Xing was thinking about what to do, Shangguan Mingxing and his wife arrived at the castle. Although they didn't cause a ruckus in the castle, Their worry for their daughter's safety put a lot of pressure on Ling Xing. Helpless, he could only search for a formation master while sending someone to inform Zichun that he had come out of seclusion. Zichun, who had come out of seclusion, was brought directly to the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Shangguan Mingxing, and his expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Ling Xing noticed the change in Zichun's expression. Zichun's expression returned to normal, and he said without batting an eyelid, "Nothing. I just feel that this senior looks a little familiar." Ling Xing nodded and said, "Of course he looks familiar. He's Shangguan Hong's father, so it's normal for them to look similar." The corners of Zichun's mouth twitched when he heard this. At first, he was surprised by the other party's identity, but when he looked at Shangguan Mingxing and Shangguan Hong, he realized that the two didn't look alike at all. Instead, they looked very much like their mother. Shangguan Mingxing glanced at him indifferently and didn't seem to have any intention of greeting him. Instead, Shangguan Hong's mother looked at him and nodded, but Zichun could see from her eyes that she had just cried, so he immediately asked. Something happened to Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong's parents raised their heads and looked at Zichun in surprise. Zichun had come here as soon as he came out of seclusion, so it was obvious that he didn't know about Shangguan Hong's situation. However, he was able to guess quickly, which showed how sharp his observation skills were. Ling Xing's expression turned serious. He indicated for Zichun to sit down first, and then said, "Shangguan Hong isn't the only one. Wu Xie, Manshur, and Dong Qing are also in trouble." Zichun's expression immediately changed, and he asked, "What happened?" "They're trapped in a formation. Those in the domain realm can't pass through, so only those in the corporeal realm can." "What's going on? Weren't the four of them in seclusion? How did they get involved in a formation?" "For months ago, the four of them came out of seclusion one after another, and their strength also made breakthroughs one after another. Then, the people from Yamba Castle encountered trouble while exploring the Hengduan mountain range, so they sent people to ask for help. Dongqing and Manshur couldn't leave, so they could only arrange for Shangguan Hong and Wu Xie to go out. However, news came last month that the two of them were trapped with the others. When Dongqing and Manshur heard the news, they also dared to go rescue them. But when the news came again yesterday, they were also trapped." Zichun listened quietly. Beside him, Shangguan Hong's mother had already begun to weep. Ling Xing continued, "I heard that the formation there is very strange. Before calling you, I found a few more formation masters, so that you can go rescue them." Zichun muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Of course there's no problem with rescuing them, but what?" Beside him, Shangguan Mingxing said unhappily. Zichun smiled and said, "Uncle, don't be so agitated. There's no problem with rescuing them, but before that, I want to reforge my weapon." "Hong Er's fate is unknown, and you still have the mind to reforge your weapon? And Hong Er is still so devoted to you. Brat, are you even human?" Shangguan Mingxing was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Zichun didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Reforging a weapon is also a big matter. If I don't have a suitable weapon, how can I rescue them?" "Brat, I think you're doing this on purpose. You're taking revenge on me because of the Hengduan mountain range, right? My treasure pavilion has tens of thousands of weapons. You can take whatever you want, but you have to leave tomorrow at the latest. I really don't know what kind of eyes Hong Er has to actually fancy you." Chapter 13:13. Shangguan Mingxing completely lost his composure in front of Zichun, but Zichun could understand his feelings, so he didn't take it to heart. "What happened in the Hengduan mountains?" Ling Xing suddenly asked. Zichun smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that uncle has been chasing me for a month." "Chased?" Ling Xing was a little surprised. He naturally knew that Zichun had an ambiguous relationship with Shangguan Hong, but what was this about? "At that time, I thought it was a chase, but now I think it shouldn't be." Zichun smiled faintly. Shangguan Mingxing couldn't help but feel embarrassed when this matter was brought up again, but he quickly covered it up with anger and shouted, "Boy, are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going, but the prerequisite is that I have to reforge my weapon." Zichun's insistence made Shangguan Mingxing so angry that he wanted to slap him to death. Mother Hong was even more sad. "I've been to the Hengduan mountains, and I know the restrictions there. They're very powerful, but as long as they don't die immediately, they shouldn't die so easily with their strength. Zichen's original intention was to reassure them, but his words made one more angry and the other more sad. Is that Senior Refiner here? Zichen looked at Ling Xing and asked. Ling Xing looked at Zichen and then at Shangguan Mingxing, then nodded and said, he just happened to come back. It's said that he'll be here for a long time, so I didn't inform you. Zichen's face immediately lit up and he said, that's great. I can reforge my sword and shield. Beside him, Shangguan Mingxing suppressed his anger and asked, how long will it take to reforge your weapon? Zichen shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Last time, I was in a hurry, so it took me 9 days. This time, I'm not in a hurry, so I'm going to take a little longer. His daughter's life was at stake, and this was called not in a hurry? Shangguan Mingxing trembled with anger and almost couldn't control himself from attacking. Zichen nodded at the three and then left. Revenge. He is taking revenge on me and the whole Shangguan family. Shangguan Mingxing was furious, but he didn't count on Zichen anymore. He was going to find someone to help him. Zichen was indeed taking revenge because Shangguan Mingxing had scared him out of his wits. It was the first time he had ever been hunted down by a domain realm expert. Hearing Shangguan Mingxing's roar, Ling Xing suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Ling Xing laughed out loud, attracting the two's gazes. This is the first time I've seen you so angry, so I can't help but want to laugh. Do you think it's ridiculous for a father to get angry because he's worried about his daughter? Asked Shangguan Mingxing coldly. Ling Xing shrugged and said, all right, just pretend I didn't say anything. But don't be too sad. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. If it's not bad, why did you ask Zichen to come out? I heard that he's the trump card of Hunter's Castle, Shangguan Mingxing said sarcastically. Indeed, that was what I thought before I saw Zichen. But after seeing Zichen, I suddenly understood. You understand that my daughter isn't as useful as Zichen, right? You don't think it's worth it to sacrifice Zichen's life to save my daughter, right? Shangguan Mingxing retorted. Old friend, you have to think positively about everything. Although I don't know much about Zichen, I at least know a little about him. It's said that he went completely crazy after the Storm Eagle died. He lost his mind and fought against the alien race's Mirage Dragon. Do you think that a person who cares so much about an animal will ignore one, no, for living people? Not to mention that your daughter is among them. Even a fool can see her feelings for Zichen. Even if Zichen doesn't want to, he won't ignore her life, Ling Xing said with a smile. Naturally, Shangguan Hong had told her parents about this matter. Back then, it was to give Zichen extra points and leave a good impression on them. Her mother was very touched at the time. However, now that she saw Zichen, not only did he not lose his mind after hearing the news, but he was even laughing and joking around. This made her very confused. She asked doubtfully, could it be that Zichen is doing this for a deeper reason? Deeper my ass. He's just taking revenge, Shangguan Mingxing said angrily. Ling Xing stroked his beard and said indifferently, the target of the siege isn't the four of them. Or rather, it shouldn't be the four of them for now. What do you mean? Maybe these people wanted Zichen to go from the beginning, but Zichen didn't go. That's why the siege happened. I think Zichen also guessed it, which is why he's so calm and focused on refining his sword and shield. Who are these people? They're from Embark Castle. Aren't they here to investigate the alien race? Why are they looking for Zichen? They have a grudge with Zichen. This matter was kept a secret at the time, so I didn't tell you. Maybe their real goal is the Mirage Dragon that was killed, or the things left behind by those experts. I didn't think too much about it before and thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the Hengduan mountain range is very strange, and anything can be found there. But now that I think about it carefully, maybe it really is a scheme against Zichen. Shangguan Mingxing was angry when he heard this. Damn it, they almost died in order to kill the alien race, and now the people from Embark Castle are still thinking about them. Her mother asked worriedly, if that's really the case, won't Hong, and the others be in danger if Zichen doesn't go? That should be the case for a short time. But if he doesn't go for a long time, there might be trouble, Ling Xing said. Shangguan Mingxing was anxious when he heard this. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find someone to reforge Zichen's weapon. I won't let them go for daring to attack my daughter. Zichen went back to his room and began to prepare. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. He just checked the state of the slumbering soldier spirits and the sealed soldier spirits. The sealed soldier spirits were very active, while the original sword and shield soldier spirits were in a deep sleep. Before long, Ling Xing came to find Zichen. "Are you ready?" Ling Xing stood at the door and asked. Zichen nodded. The two left the castle and walked on the city's main street. "Why did you deliberately anger Shangwan Mingxing?" Ling Xing broke the silence. Zichen smiled. "It's not anger. I just spoke the truth. But you didn't explain it clearly. Senior should have already explained it for me." Ling Xing sighed and said, "I'm ashamed. I only realized it after you left." Zichen smiled. "Senior is wise." Ling Xing laughed and scolded. "Wise my ass. You're old and muddle-headed." The two of them laughed. On the way, Zichen asked, "I can guess that they're deliberately targeting me, but I can't figure out where they got the confidence to deal with me in the Hengduan mountain range. I don't understand it either, but we mustn't be careless. After all, there are many powerful existences in this world. Let's not talk about other places first. Take Huping City as an example. Even a domain realm expert would be in trouble if they barged in recklessly. This time, Yamba Castle's people ran into trouble. They've already summoned many domain realm experts and sent some over. Ming Zhu and the others have left, so I'm the only one who has authority in the castle now," Ling Xing said. Zichen nodded. "By the way, aren't you afraid that Shangwan Mingxing will make things difficult for you in the future and stop you from being together with Shangwan Hong?" Ling Xing suddenly asked. Zichen was stunned when he heard this, but then he smiled and said, "I can't help it. However, he did scare me quite a bit last time." Ling Xing looked at Zichen meaningfully, but he did not say anything. The two of them walked to the city gate. Zichen asked in surprise, "We're leaving the city. That senior is outside. He's a strange old man. He doesn't want to live in the city. By the way, it's best if you don't talk to him when you see him. He's weird and has a lot of problems," Ling Xing said. If the city was a paradise for corporeal realm experts, then the outside of the city was a world for virtual realm experts and Earth Prime experts. With Huping City as the center, there were traces of cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles. These cultivators had gathered here and formed one force after another. They ruled the world outside Huping City. The flow of people here was no less than in Huping City. One after another, huge trading markets were located here. There were all kinds of things being traded here. Although the quality was very poor, sometimes one would come across one or two good things. Ling Xing brought Zichen to a huge trading market. There were rows of buildings here. Many virtual realm experts and Earth Prime experts were entering and exiting. Moreover, hawking could be heard from far away. It was very lively. These people could not sense Zichen and Ling Xing's realms at all. Therefore, even though there were many unfriendly gazes around them, nobody dared to cause trouble along the way. They watched the two of them enter the trading market. The two of them walked into the depths of the trading market and arrived at a place that specialized in weapons. This place was in the center of the trading market and had a very good geographical location. However, Ling Xing's target was not the tall buildings around them. Instead, it was the rundown house in the middle that looked like it could barely block the rain. There was a large window on the wall of the house. A row of weapons were placed outside. These were all earth weapons and virtual weapons. They did not seem to be of high quality. At the moment, a few virtual realm experts were looking at them. "There's a domain realm master here?" Zichen was puzzled. Ling Xing walked to the door. He pushed it open and entered without knocking. Zichen quickly followed him. As for the few virtual realm experts at the side, they looked at the two of them in surprise. Those who had stayed here for a long time knew that this seemingly rundown shop sold good things at low prices. However, there was a rule in this place. No one was allowed to enter. All the transactions were done outside. If they saw something that was suitable and had a price tag on it, they could just put down the money and take it away. At this moment, the two of them entered rashly. In the eyes of the crowd, these two outsiders did not know the rules. "Get lost. Who let you in?" Sure enough, a shout came from the rundown house. The entire rundown house shook. It was obvious that the owner of this place was angry. In their minds, these two people would be thrown out soon because the owner of this place had an extraordinary background. Chapter 13:14. Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. They really couldn't think of anyone who had spoken to the owner of this place in such a tone in all these years. It was said that the owner of this market had to be respectful and courteous to this owner. Immediately after, the quarrel and cursing started again. The loud and clear voice shook the entire rundown house. The two quarreled like this for a few minutes. When the two were tired, Ling Xing said, "I'm here to ask you to refine something." "I'm not refining." Zichen followed behind Ling Xing and saw the owner of the dilapidated house. It was an old man wearing a dirty black robe. He was not tall, and at the moment, he was bent over like a dwarf. His beard and hair had almost grown together, making it difficult for people to distinguish them. At this moment, the old man was busy in the room, hammering a mineral material. Every time the old man hammered, the mineral material would change shape. However, Zichen found that he couldn't hear any hammering sounds. Ling Xing didn't give the old man any face. He shouted, "This time, you have to refine it even if you don't want to." The old man smiled coldly. He turned around and looked at Ling Xing with disdain. He said with a mocking smile, "If you want me to refine it, that's fine. Beg me, beg me. I might be happy and help you." "You want me to beg you? Dream on. Haha, then it's over. Last time, you cheated me of my good stuff. You dare to come again? Ling Xing, I didn't chase you out and even gave you a chance to beg me. I'm already in a good mood for not making you kneel." The old man didn't even look back. "You dare to talk about last time? Let me see what kind of broken thing you've refined. It's only been a few months, and it's already broken beyond recognition." Ling Xing was angry. "Bullshit, do you think my products are defective?" The old man was clearly angry. He turned back and glared at Ling Xing. However, his eyes soon widened in disbelief because he saw the knife and shield he had refined himself. The vein patterns on the black saber were broken in many places. Moreover, there were many gaps on the black saber's blade. The saber's body was full of bumps and hollows. It looked terrible. The battle armor wasn't any better. There were many cracks on it. As for the scale shield flame full soldier spirit, he couldn't sense its existence. The old man looked at his product in disbelief. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zichen. With a face full of shock, he asked, "Brat, did you do this?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "I used it, but someone else did it." Who is so capable to actually injure a top-grade sword-shield combination to such an extent? The old man was still somewhat shocked. "Grandmaster Li, don't say that I'm looking down on you. I think you gave me a substandard product," Ling Xing said disdainfully. "Substandard? Have you ever seen a substandard combination of swords and shields?" Grandmaster Li stared at him in dissatisfaction. Ling Xing spread his hands and said, "The truth is right in front of us." Grandmaster Li ignored Ling Xing and picked up the black saber to inspect it. The black saber had already recognized its master. He was already considered an outsider. There was no way to tell anything from the surface. Then, he pointed at the black saber. Every time he pointed, a trace of power would enter the black saber through the veined patterns on the surface. This was a method of activation. However, Grandmaster Li pointed at the black saber more than a dozen times, but the black saber didn't react. Then, he took the battle armor and tested it with the same method. There was also no reaction. He put down his saber and shield, shook his head, and said, "The weapon spirits have been severely damaged. Even if they are repaired, their abilities will be greatly reduced." "Boy, what did you do with them? They are such good things, but they have been destroyed in your hands for only a few months. Do you know how much effort this old man put in to get these two weapon spirits?" Grandmaster Li's face was full of regret. Zichen smiled apologetically and said sorry. Then, he took out the two sealed soldier spirits and asked, "Senior, I wonder if this will help repair the soldier spirits." "What is this?" A sword and shield. It's actually a sword and shield soldier spirit." Grandmaster Li didn't care at first, but his eyes soon widened. He snatched the sword and shield, then released his spiritual senses to inspect it carefully. The expression on his face changed rapidly. In the end, he was extremely shocked. He blurted out, "This is a king-level sword and shield soldier spirit. Where did you get it?" Zichun was also stunned. He said in surprise, "What? A king-level soldier spirit?" A king-level soldier spirit was equivalent to a human's domain realm. In other words, the two little beasts that Zichun saw back then were actually in the domain realm. This shocked him. Seeing Zichun's shocked expression, Grandmaster Li said, "Boy, you're lucky to have gotten such good things. With them, not only can your sword and shield combination be completely restored, I also have a way to turn them into real spirit weapons." Real spirit weapons? What do you mean? Zichun was puzzled. "It means a weapon that can be upgraded," Grandmaster Li said. "What? You can do that?" Zichun was even more shocked. One had to know that under normal circumstances, spirit weapons that could be upgraded would grow with their owners, just like Zichun's Dragon Soul Spear. Spirit weapons that were obtained halfway couldn't be upgraded, but from what Grandmaster Li said, it was obvious that he had a way to upgrade the sword and shield. Grandmaster Li said proudly, "For us, this thing isn't difficult. The only thing we need to pay attention to is to make the soldier's spirit itself drop a realm. However, very few people use this method, because once it drops, it becomes very difficult to upgrade it again. Although your two soldier spirits have suffered injuries, their original realm is still there. It just so happens that I got some good things last time that can restore them to their peak in a short time. However, their realm will drop very quickly, and then they will fall into a weak state. They need to slowly grow." Zichun thought for a moment, then said, "All right, take out some essence blood, and then there's nothing else for you to do. Just go outside and watch my business," Grandmaster Li instructed. Zichun nodded and then forced out some of his heart's essence blood. Zichun's blood was golden, and there was clearly a wave of pressure coming from it, which made Grandmaster Li Xian very surprised. Next, it was Ling Xing and Grandmaster Li's business. Grandmaster Li controlled the heat, and Ling Xing began to melt the black blade. At the same time, Grandmaster Li added some very strange materials. "You want to refine a domain weapon?" Ling Xing asked after seeing one of the materials. "That little guy can't use a domain weapon. I just want to make this weapon stronger," Grandmaster Li said. Zichun, who was watching the business outside, walked in unknowingly. He looked at Grandmaster Li and asked, "Senior, I have something here, but I don't know if I can add it." "Oh, what is it?" Grandmaster Li looked back curiously. He saw that Zichun took out something, but there were two. Each of them was as big as a wash basin and emitted a bright silver light. "This is..." Seeing this, Grandmaster Li's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief again. Even Ling Xing looked back curiously. He only felt that this thing was extraordinary, but he didn't know what it was. "Can I?" Zichun asked. He had hesitated for a long time before deciding to take out this thing. It was to increase the attack and defense of the blade and shield. "Yes, of course you can." Grandmaster Li didn't care about controlling the heat. He went forward and took the two things, then rubbed them with his hands. After a while, he praised, "This is really good stuff. Kid, you're really lucky." Zichun smiled, then bowed deeply to Grandmaster Li, turned around, and walked out. Grandmaster Li naturally understood what Zichun meant. He looked at Zichun strangely. "What is this?" Ling Xing asked. "Dragon scale," Grandmaster Li said. "Dragon scale." Ling Xing couldn't believe it, but he suddenly thought of something and stopped asking. "Looks like this kid got a lot of good stuff. Hey, what did he do this time?" Grandmaster Li asked curiously. "He teamed up with a group of strong people from 70,000 years ago and killed an alien race. That alien race was a dragon, an illusionary dragon," Ling Xing said. There was no need to hide this. With Grandmaster Li's identity, he could easily find out. Grandmaster Li exclaimed, "So that's how it is. If he really did get a dragon, then 2 pieces of scale armor would be too little. Give me more and I can make some really good stuff for him." Ling Xing glanced at Grandmaster Li Yi and said, "Back then, there were other people who participated in the battle. Maybe he only got these 2 scales. The people of Yanbo City also came because of this matter. This time, the reforging of the sword and shield is to deal with this matter." Grandmaster Li immediately understood what Ling Xing meant. He nodded and said, "Indeed, I can completely hide the aura of these two scales. If there are more, then I can't. It looks like this kid is also a smart person." Ling Xing snorted and said, "This time, Huping City's Hunter's Castle's ranking depends on him. Don't you think he's smart? There's a chance this time. If the 5 of them can successfully reach the domain realm, it won't be a problem for them to be ranked more than 10 places ahead. Well, in that case, the fee will be waived this time." Grandmaster Li seemed very excited. "What? You want to charge this time?" Ling Xing asked unhappily. Then, there was a quarrel, accompanied by energy vibrations. However, there was still no sound of ores being polished. Zichun was doing business outside, and the 2 people in the room were busy. Grandmaster Li took out the sealed soldier souls and injected them with a special item. Their realms were instantly restored, and the aura of the domain realm burst out. This aura rushed out of the rundown house and spread in all directions. Everyone who sensed this aura was shocked and frightened. This aura disappeared in a flash and was suppressed by Grandmaster Li. Then, the domain realm soldier souls easily devoured the sleeping soldier souls. Grandmaster Li then began to merge everything. Chapter 13-15. The newly refined shield did not look any different from the original, but as the owner, Zichun could clearly feel that the newly refined shield was different from the previous one. The patterns on the black blade were much finer and more compact than before. At the same time, they formed a perfect pattern. It was the pattern of the blade GoldenEye beast, but it was formed by layers of formations that could increase the power of the weapon soul. This time, Grandmaster Li was clearly more attentive. He had Ling Xing refine the dragon scales, while he mainly carved formations on some special materials. The newly refined blade's offensive power was naturally stronger. As for the armor, the defensive formation patterns were carved with great care. The armor's defense could be said to be perfect, and a strong material was added to the chest area. In addition, because of the addition of high-quality dragon scales, the black blade and armor's quality had greatly increased. Although it was still a true spirit weapon, its quality and toughness were no weaker than a domain weapon. However, the weapon's soul had become slightly weaker after the fusion and refinement. It was even weaker than when Zichun had first obtained the shield. However, as long as there was enough time, the weapon's soul could fully mature. More importantly, the weapon's soul could grow, and it could be upgraded. Zichun was extremely happy with these 2 items. He was also very satisfied. Satisfied? If so, let's go. Ling Xing nodded in satisfaction as he watched Zichun put away the shield. "We're leaving now." Zichun was stunned, then asked, "What about the fee? We're all on the same side, so there's no need to talk about the fee. Let's go. Saving people is more important." As he spoke, Ling Xing pulled Zichun and left. At the same time, he smiled complacently at Grandmaster Li. Grandmaster Li curled his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He only looked at Ling Xing with eyes full of disdain. Zichun and Ling Xing returned to Hunter's Castle. Shangguan Mingxing was already waiting there. He seemed to be very anxious, and his patience had probably been worn out. Apart from Shangguan Mingxing, there were also 2 formation masters. These 2 were twins, and they were quite knowledgeable about formations. They were both nurtured by Hunter's Castle. The older brother was called Go Wan, and the younger brother was called Go Chong. As soon as the 3 of them met, Shangguan Mingxing urged them to leave quickly. Zichun did not delay either, and the 4 of them left Huping City. It was worth mentioning that the 4 of them had changed their appearances when they left. There were only 4 people on the flying boat. Shangguan Mingxing was worried about his daughter's safety, so the flying boat flew very fast. Even though Zichun had only joined Hunter's Castle for a few years, he was very famous. When the 2 brothers stood next to him, they couldn't help but feel a little restrained. As for Zichun, he was thinking about something, so he was also very quiet. Along the way, the 4 of them did not speak a single word. Just like that, they arrived at the Hengduan mountain range. If this is really a scheme, Senior, you still have to be careful. You are our final trump card, Zichun said after jumping off the flying boat in a hidden place. Shangguan Mingxing nodded. The 2 of them had already left a message. The three of them advanced into the depths of the dense forest. After traveling for about 50 kilometers, Zichun gestured to Gu Guqiang to look for the contact person. Just as Gu Guqiang was trying to contact the other party, his older brother, Guan, looked at Zichun and asked carefully, "Do you think we can succeed?" Zichun saw his nervousness and chuckled. "Why not?" Guan thought about it seriously and said, "The power of the formation here is very strong. It can even trap a domain realm cultivator. It's dangerous." Zichun patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Things aren't as bad as you think. If they were trapped by a restriction of that level, they would have died long ago." Guan nodded. His slightly nervous mood eased a lot. Zichun instructed him, "Remember, no matter what happens, you have to protect yourself first. Only when you are alive can you help and save others." Guan nodded. He felt like a little brother in front of Zichun. "How was it?" Zichun immediately asked when he saw Gu Guqiang walking back. "They said they will be here soon," Gu Guqiang replied. He then stood side by side with his older brother, looking very reserved. Zichun was too famous. He killed people without batting an eyelid. This made the two brothers, who were focused on studying formations and had introverted personalities, feel a lot of pressure. The two brothers stood together, while Zichun leaned against a big tree with a weed in his mouth. Sometimes, he would look at the two brothers and shake his head with a smile. It was hard to imagine that in a place like the Zhanwu continent, where killing was the main thing, there would be such introverted weirdos like the two brothers. For hours later, Zichun heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He spat out the weed in his mouth and stood up. 5 cultivators, all of whom were at the late stage of the corporeal realm, came from the horizon. The leader was Ling Dong of Embark Castle. "You are Zichun." As soon as Ling Dong arrived, his gaze fell on Zichun. Zichun nodded. "I am Ling Dong. I have heard of your great name." Ling Dong stepped forward and shook Zichun's hand, appearing very friendly. "What happened? Did you discover something?" Zichun asked after the two shook hands. "They didn't test each other's strength. I am not sure yet, but the formations here are too terrifying. Our formation masters accidentally touched the formations several times, causing many people to be trapped," Ling Dong said dejectedly. "Many people are trapped?" Zichun frowned slightly, then asked, "Can you confirm that they are still alive?" Ling Dong nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, they are definitely alive." "Then let's hurry up and leave." Zichun and Ling Dong conversed. The two brothers followed behind Zichun without saying a word. The 8 of them hurried on their way. It was obvious that the people of Yanba Castle had been too active recently, causing the war beasts here to be extremely low-key. They didn't encounter a single war beast along the way. Zichun and the others used several days to enter the depths. Because they were going in a straight line, their speed was faster than the first time they came. Zichun suddenly thought of something and asked, "You followed the treasure map and went deeper. Did you encounter any dangers?" Of course there were dangers. Along the way, other than the formations, there were also some sealed war beasts. They were very strong. However, we also opened a few passages, but there was nothing in the end, Ling Dong said. Zichun nodded. He guessed that those powerhouses had already known about the loopholes in the formation, so they left a backup plan. After reaching the depths, Ling Dong, who was leading the way, became cautious. It was obvious that they were about to reach an area with formations. "Follow me. Don't take the wrong step," Ling Dong instructed. "Wait, what is that?" A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes. His figure flashed and shot to the side. "Where are you going?" Ling Dong turned and asked. At this moment, Zichun was already hundreds of meters away. He didn't answer Ling Dong. His figure quickly disappeared. No one knew what he was going to chase. Ling Dong's face became a little ugly. After hesitating for a moment, he chased in the direction Zichun left. His speed wasn't slow either. It was obvious that he was extraordinary. After chasing for more than 10 miles, he saw Zichun. However, at this moment, Zichun's face was very gloomy. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Ling Dong asked. "I saw someone who seemed to be following us," Zichun said with a gloomy face, "but I didn't catch up. The other party's concealment method is quite brilliant." "Who dares to follow us?" Ling Dong was very puzzled. Zichun shook his head and said, "Forget it. Saving people is more important." Ling Dong nodded and led the group forward. This time, nothing unexpected happened. The group entered the depths and stepped into the range of the formation. After another 2 hours, they stepped onto a stretch of restrictive barriers. Next, the restrictive barriers released a wave of light and their figures disappeared. It was like a teleportation. The next moment, the group appeared in another place. Zichen looked at his brother, Guwon. The latter said cautiously, "We just stepped into a teleportation formation and left the original place." A teleportation formation. Zichun frowned slightly. Yes, this is a teleportation formation. When we first found it, we were also very surprised. We suspected that it led to another place, Ling Dong said. We shouldn't be far from where they are trapped, right? Zichen asked. How do you know? Ling Dong asked in surprise. I've been to this place before. If we continue to go deeper, we won't be trapped. We will die directly, Zichun said calmly. Ling Dong chuckled and continued to lead the way. After traveling like this for 2 days, Ling Dong brought Zichen to a patch of fog. He pointed at the fog ahead and said, "They are just ahead. When the fog disperses occasionally, we will be able to see them." The 3 of them looked at the fog in front of them. Perhaps they were lucky. The fog dissipated at this moment. Zichen saw the 4 of them. Other than that, he also saw more than 10 trapped cultivators gathered together. It's them. It's really them. They are still alive, Guwon shouted. He seemed very excited. Before they came, the 2 of them had seen the portraits of the 4 of them. Looking at the front, Zichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and looked behind him. Ling Dong, who was supposed to be standing behind him, had disappeared. Even the 4 of them were gone. Not good. Zichun felt that something was wrong and exclaimed. The fog that had just dissipated appeared again. Then, white fog appeared in the surroundings and shrouded the 3 of them. We are trapped. We are trapped too. Guwon, who was shrouded in the fog, shouted. Ah, we are trapped. But we didn't do anything. Guwon was puzzled. Zichun, who was beside him, was very calm. He said indifferently, "We didn't do anything, but it doesn't mean that others didn't do anything." What do you mean? The 2 brothers' faces turned pale. Zichun smiled coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the 2 brothers and said, "What you 2 need to do now is to protect yourselves. Only by staying alive can you have a chance to leave this place. Remember, defend yourself first. Don't worry about anything else." The 2 of them nodded blankly. Chapter 13:16. After personally witnessing Zichen's group being trapped, Ling Dong's mission was complete and he turned to leave. He didn't plan to fight Zichen head-on. The next task would be left to the array masters. As Ling Dong left the battlefield, a person soon appeared from the shadows. It was Zhou Chong from the city's army. How is it? You caught them? They're trapped by the array. Ling Dong met Zhou Chong when he was investigating Zichen. Coincidentally, Ling Dong had some ideas about Zichen's group. The 2 hit it off and used the Hongduan mountain ranges restriction to trap them. They must have something good on them. Don't let any of them go, Zhou Chong said coldly. Are you sure? Ling Dong asked. Of course. Zhou Chong smiled darkly. But now that things have come to this, even if I'm not sure, I'm sure they'll die. Ling Dong nodded and didn't say anything. As the 2 moved forward, they saw more realms. They were all hiding in the shadows. After a year of searching, they hadn't found anything, so they bet the only thing they had found on Zichen's group of 5. If they couldn't get anything after killing these 5 people, they could only return home. Ling Dong saw a cultivator in black, and his face immediately turned cold. Didn't I tell you? Zichen's senses are very sharp. He won't let you follow him. Did you know that he almost discovered you just now? The cultivator in black was stunned. Big brother, what are you talking about? When did I follow you? It wasn't you. Ling Dong looked at the cultivator in black. Of course it wasn't me, and it wasn't our people. I'm sure all of us are here, the cultivator in black said. Ling Dong looked at Zhou Chong. It's your people. Zhou Chong spread his hands. Of course not. How can my people be so stupid? Then who could it be? Are there others? Ling Dong frowned, puzzled. Suddenly, his face changed. Oh no, what's wrong? Zhou Chong and the cultivator in black looked at Ling Dong in confusion. We've been fooled. This Zichan is indeed not ordinary. As they spoke, Ling Dong led the group back to the moment when Zichan discovered the anomaly. In fact, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was just Zichan deliberately mystifying, and the only purpose of this was to allow his real body to escape. After that, his real body followed Ling Dong and the others into the depths until his clone was trapped. Zichen's real body watched Ling Dong leave from afar. Just as he had guessed, there was another way out here. Or rather, there were more ways out. And this was a trap that was specifically targeted at him. After Ling Dong left, there were still a few people who stayed behind. They were all array masters. Zichun heard someone laugh from afar. Hee hee, I heard that this person's battle prowess is very strong, but in front of an array master, individual battle prowess is nothing. Another person said, it's never wrong to be careful. Besides, there are 2 array masters inside. Don't be careless. The original person sneered, TSK. So what if they have 2 array masters? They can't compare to us in terms of numbers or attainments. The third person shouted, all right, cut the crap. Our goal is to kill. As they spoke, the 4 people here began to control the array. A murderous intent surged in the fog. This was a sign that someone was about to be killed. Suddenly, one of the array masters saw someone walking towards them. He was very puzzled. He looked at the other party and asked, who are you? It was a young man. He looked familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen him before. The other 3 people looked back in confusion. 2 of them didn't recognize the other party, but the third person's expression changed drastically when he saw Zichun. He exclaimed, were you trapped in the array? How did you come out? The other 3 people's expressions also changed when they heard this. They finally understood why the other party looked so familiar. What array is this? Zichun stood 10 meters away from the 4 people and asked. The 4 people looked at each other and saw an inexplicable fear in each other's eyes. Then, the 4 of them nodded heavily and controlled the array flags to attack Zichen. Swoosh! Light flashed under Zichen's feet, and his entire body disappeared. It was as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a cultivator. He pointed 2 fingers at a sword, and a golden sword aura shot out. He controlled the sword aura to slash at one of the cultivators. Crack! The late corporeal stage cultivator's defense was broken. The sword aura swept past his neck, and his head flew high into the air. It was a simple kill, but a strange look appeared in Zichen's eyes. The opponent's defense was surprisingly strong. This attack of his had actually taken a lot of effort. When he arrived in front of the second person, the black blade appeared in his hand. A dark light flashed across the blade as it slashed through the second person's body. It had to be said that with the black blade, Zichen's killing became much easier and saved a lot of effort. Light flashed again, and the third person was also killed by Zichen. His head flew off, and his corpse fell into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 4 array masters was left. This person had completely switched from his previous attacking mode to a defensive one. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Zichen. Zichen gripped the long blade that was dripping with blood and stood 10 meters away from the array master once again. He asked indifferently, what array is this? This is. The array master's teeth were chattering, and he could not speak clearly. It was obvious that he was terrified. Speak slowly. Don't be nervous. Zichun smiled faintly. However, this only caused the array master to feel even more terrified. This is a type of death trap array. It borrows the power of the restrictions here. The array is very powerful. It can kill anyone below the domain realm. Oh, then how do we break the array? Asked Zichun. The array master looked at Zichen in horror and said in a trembling voice, breaking the array is very troublesome. We need to break 9, 9, 8, 11. While the array master was speaking, Zichen's indifferent expression turned extremely cold. He gripped the blade in his hand and slashed down. A 10-meter-long blade ray shot out and chopped off the array master's head. Looking at the headless corpse that was spurting blood, Zichen said coldly, I hate being played by others. I hate it even more when people play tricks in front of me. It was obvious that this array master had experienced many things. Although he was terrified, he had his own calculations. He was stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. After killing 4 people, the death trap array was not broken. Zichun pressed one hand on the restriction and then said, "Try your best to break the array." Zichun believed that his voice could be heard by the 2 brothers in the array. At this moment, the 2 brothers were following Zichun's instructions. They took out array flags and formed a defense in front of them. Moreover, the 2 brothers had joined forces to block the first wave of attacks. However, the second wave of attacks had not arrived yet. "Brother, what do we do now?" "Zichun, where did big brother Zichun go?" The younger brother, Go Chong, asked as he controlled the restriction to be on guard. The older brother, Go Won, shook his head and said, "I don't know, but he just disappeared. He should have used a clone. Maybe he's fighting outside. Let's hold on for a while longer." As soon as the older brother finished speaking, the 2 of them heard Zichun's voice telling them to break the array. "It's big brother Zichun's voice," Go Chong said in surprise. Go Won nodded and said, "Hurry up and break the array." The 2 brothers began to use the array flags to break the array from inside. Without anyone controlling it, the array's power would naturally be greatly reduced. At the same time, Zichun was also looking for the array's weak points outside, and then used his black saber to break the array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zichun slashed several times, and each slash hit a point. Following that, a surge of power erupted, and the entire array began to tremble. Ling Dong and the others were still very far away, but they could hear the trembling of the array. The entire ground was shaking, and this made his expression turn even more unsightly. Boom! Another rumbling sound was heard, and the array was broken by an attack from the inside and outside. The 2 brothers rushed out with array flags in their hands. When they saw Zichun again, the 2 brothers were very excited because they had just brushed shoulders with death once. "Let's go. They should be nearby." After saying that, Zichun walked into the depths of the array. Although Zichun didn't know much about the restrictions and arrays here, with Go Won and Go Chong around, it wouldn't be a problem for them to pass through the array. Not long after Zichun and the other 2 left, Ling Dong and the others arrived. When they saw the broken array and the 4 headless corpses on the ground, their expressions turned ugly. Chopping off the heads when killing people had almost become Zichun's trademark. "Damn it, it seems like he already had his suspicions," Ling Dong cursed angrily. The black-clothed cultivator said indifferently, "This kid is cunning. But so what? As long as we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill him." Zhou Chong had seen Zichun kill people with his own eyes, and he had always been very afraid of Zichun. Now that he saw Zichun escape, his expression turned ugly, and his heartbeat sped up because of his nervousness and fear. "What should we do now?" "Zichun has already gone to save them," Zhou Chong said worriedly. "Call our people and fight together," the black-clothed cultivator shouted. "Let's go take a look first." Ling Dong rushed forward. In fact, after a year of development, this place had already been flattened by them. Although there were dangers, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't come into contact with them. After the 3 of them passed through several dangerous areas, they found traces of other cultivators. They were all people from Yamba Castle. As soon as they saw them, Zichun heard angry curses. "You bastards, you ambushed us here. When our reinforcements arrive, you'll all die without a burial place." This was obviously Wu Xie's voice. Soon, another indifferent voice sounded. "Humph, you've said that countless times already, but what's the result?" "The result is that it's not time yet. To tell you the truth, although I'm powerful and have an immortal body, the leader last time wasn't me at all. It was someone countless times more sinister and cunning than I am. He'll definitely come to save us." "You're talking about Zichun, aren't you? He might already be dead by now." A cold laugh sounded. No, even I can sense that this is a conspiracy. How can he not know? I can already see the scene of one of you being chopped to death with a single slash." Chapter 13:17. The 4 of them had been trapped for a long time, and there were battles happening every day. This restriction was somewhat similar to the heaven and earth restriction from before. The four of them couldn't display their full combat strength and could only barely resist. As for Wu Xie, he could only talk about it every day after the battles were over. However, he didn't expect that someone would actually speak up this time. Someone would answer him. Moreover, it was an existence that he deeply hated, yet very much looked forward to. Why did he say that he hated it? It was because he followed Shang Wanhong out. Not only did they not develop any feelings for each other, but he also saw Shang Wanhong's longing for Zichen. Even if she was trapped to death, her mind was filled with Zichen. Therefore, he hated Zichen and wanted nothing more than to kill him and replace him. However, in their current situation, in the entire Huping city, or even the entire Zhanwu continent, the only person who could successfully rescue them was probably Zichen. Therefore, every day, he hated, looked forward to it, felt conflicted, and waited. Finally, he waited. The moment Zichen's voice rang out, the eyes of the three people who seemed listless immediately widened. It's Zichen. Zichen is here. Shang Wanhong was clearly very excited as she looked forward. That was where the restriction was. It was impossible to see outside, and only sound could travel out. She began to call out to Zichen, completely forgetting herself. Zichen. Dongqing's expression changed as he stood up. Haha, Zichen is finally here. Manshur laughed loudly. Manshur, on the other hand, laughed out loud, and then shouted towards the outside of the restriction. Zichen is here. You're all done for? When Zichen appeared, he saw more than 20 corporeal realms. They were all from Yamba Castle. He had never seen them before, but the hunting badges they wore completely exposed their identities. Zichen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand and walked forward step by step. His expression was calm, and his pace was relatively slow. Every step was the same distance. The late corporeal realm leader's expression turned ugly when he saw Zichen. He had a bad feeling and immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Looking at the group of realms in front of him, Zichen said indifferently, "What you really want to ask is how I was able to make it here alive, and where the others who were supposed to surround me went." The late-stage corporeal realm expert did not answer, but he already had a guess in his heart. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, they're dead. You guys came here together. I've already sent them away, and now I'll send you guys away." While they were talking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. The aura that was originally hidden was also released after the appearance of the heavenly thunder wings. Following that, the aura of the realm skyrocketed. In just a few breaths of time, Zichen's realm had been forcefully raised from the early stage to the late stage. The aura around him had become thick and powerful, causing the expressions of all the cultivators to change. These people were very arrogant, but each of them had the right to be arrogant. They more or less had some skills, so Zichen would not be careless and fight them with his early strength. He used the heavenly thunder wings as soon as he came up. In addition to the fact that Zichen placed great importance on these people, it also showed that he was going all out and did not plan on letting anyone go. Zichen could face dozens of realms calmly, but the two brothers behind him could not. Even though Zichen was releasing a powerful aura, the two brothers were still very nervous. The array flags in their hands were trembling. Zichen looked back at the two brothers and said, "You guys don't need to participate in this battle. Step back." The two brothers nodded and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, they still looked at Zichen with worry. Zichen walked forward step by step. The distance between each step was the same, as if he was taking a stroll. His expression was very calm. However, the calmer Zichen was, the greater the pressure he brought to the crowd. With each step he took, everyone felt as if someone was stepping on their chests. It was very stifling. They all took out their weapons and stared at Zichen warily. However, they did not dare to take the initiative to attack Zichen as a group. As Zichen approached, the crowd felt more and more pressure. One of the late-stage realms could not hold on any longer. His expression became crazed as he roared, "Kill! I don't believe that we can't kill him with so many of us working together." As he spoke, the crazed man charged towards Zichen. He held a sword in his hand. It was a true spirit weapon. As he charged forward, the spirit shadow of the weapon appeared, greatly increasing the weapon's attack power. Then, he charged towards Zichun. The black blade in Zichen's hand also began to glow. The somewhat weak golden eye beast spirit shadow appeared and then hid within the blade. The runes of the golden eye beast on the blade began to glow. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. Zichun gripped the long blade tightly and took a step forward. His figure disappeared and then reappeared. He had already arrived in front of realms and slashed down with the long blade in his hand. A beam of light flashed across the black blade. Then, this beam of light collided with the sword light in front of it. However, there was no collision. The blade light swept past the sword light, the long sword in Realm's hand, and then the neck of Realm's. Crack. The blade light suddenly disappeared. The sword light in front of Realm's also disappeared. The long sword itself broke and the spirit within the blade shattered. At the same time, Realm's head flew out of his body. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock and horror. In the next moment, Realm's life force disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Zichun had killed a person. This person's combat power was considered to be at the forefront of the group. However, he could not block a single attack from Zichun. Even his weapon was broken in one strike. This scene shocked the entire crowd. Even the two brothers were shocked. Zichun's cold eyes swept over them. He said indifferently, "You guys go and save him first." As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder wings on Zichun's back flapped. A trace of spatial power vibrated, and his figure disappeared once again. Just as Zichun's figure disappeared, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the other side. Everyone turned around upon hearing the sound and saw a head fly into the air. Another corporeal realm expert had been killed. Following that, there was a loud explosion. This was the sound of Realm's spirit weapon shattering due to the death of its owner. Kill. Let's kill him together. Zichun had already begun his massacre. The oppressive atmosphere instantly exploded. The leader of the group roared and took the lead to charge towards Zichun. The others also woke up from their shock. At this moment, they dispelled the fear in their hearts. Their faces were filled with ferocity and madness as they charged towards Zichun. Everyone assumed a desperate stance. At this moment, all of them were giving up their lives. Their only goal was to kill Zichun by relying on their numbers. Unfortunately, although everyone's idea was beautiful, it was too difficult to realize it. Among those at the same level, even the alien race Mirage Dragon was no match for Zichun, let alone these somewhat extraordinary late realms. Puff. Zichun's expression was calm. His figure flashed and appeared in front of a realm's expert as if he had teleported. The black blade in his hand slashed out as soon as it appeared. With a flash of blade light, a head flew into the air. Facing Zichun's attack, this late realm's expert had no time to react. Zichun killed the enemy with one strike. However, before his figure could disappear, several powerful attacks arrived one after another and struck him. Battle armor appeared on the surface of his body. A light shield covered his entire body. All the attacks were blocked by the light shield. Clanging sounds rang out continuously along with the clanging sounds. These people were shocked to find that their all-out attacks were unable to break through Zichun's light shield. They couldn't even break through his defense. This scene made them feel incredulous. However, Zichun's figure disappeared again at this moment. When he reappeared, he was in front of the realm's experts. Puff, puff. A pitch-black saber light flashed, and one head after another flew into the air. Zichun had started a new round of slaughter. Without seeing Zichun in action with their own eyes, it was impossible to imagine how terrifying Zichun was. Even if these people had seen images of Zichun's crazy massacre before, they still thought that they were weak. However, in their hearts, they only thought that these people were too weak and did not think that Zichun was very strong. However, after experiencing it firsthand, they had to admit that Zichun was indeed strong. Strong and terrifying. Haha, how is it? Now do you understand the meaning of this young master's words? Miserable screams rang out through the array as Wu Xie's complacent laughter rang out. However, no one had the time to answer him at this moment. This was because everyone had decisively decided to run as soon as the massacre began. They couldn't compare to their opponent in terms of speed, they couldn't block their opponent's attacks, and they couldn't break through their opponent's defense. There was no point in continuing this battle. It would only cause more people to die. Retreat. Thus, after a loud shout, the realm's experts began to flee. Zichen naturally chased after them and killed them. The two brothers had already arrived outside the array and were thinking of a way to break it. However, when they saw the group of cultivators flee as soon as the battle began, they were deeply shocked. Zichen didn't chase them very far because Shangguanhong and the others were still trapped. He only symbolically killed a few people who looked like array masters before retreating. Are you all okay? Zichen's voice rang out from outside the array. We're fine. Of course we're fine. What could possibly happen to us? Wu Xie spoke again. Zichen. Shangguanhong's voice came next. Her voice was choked with sobs. I'm fine. Dong Qing's voice was relatively calm. I'm not fine. I was almost beaten to death these days. Manshur was more honest and spoke the truth. At this moment, the 4 people in the array were all injured. Among them, the undying body's injuries were the lightest. During the time they were trapped, these people would come in and fight every day. Although they were training, once they had the chance, they wouldn't hold back. Fortunately, the 4 of them weren't ordinary people, so they were able to persevere. Boom. The 2 brothers spent a lot of effort and finally broke through the array. Zichen saw the 4 people. The 4 of them were covered in wounds and stained with blood. They looked very haggard. This caused his calm expression to immediately turn cold. Chapter 13:18. Shangguanhong lay in Zichen's arms, sobbing bitterly. She was very sad and wronged. She had never been schemed against by anyone since she was young. She had never been wronged like this. This time, not only was she schemed against, she had almost died. Woo, 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 she cried very sadly. Her tears were like raindrops, drenching Zichen's black robe. Wu Xie curled his lips, but didn't say anything. After investigating Shangguanhong for a long time, he had discovered that there was a problem with her beauty. He no longer held any hope in his heart. Perhaps because his injuries were too serious, Dong Qing's eyes dimmed, and he slowly lowered his head. Zichen, thank you for saving us. Manshur, on the other hand, scratched his head and then thanked him. Are you all okay? Zichen gently patted Shangguanhong's back, then looked at Wu Xie and the other 2. It's fine. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine soon. Their injuries looked very bad, but it wasn't life-threatening. It was just that their spirits were too weak. If they had stayed any longer, their lives would have been in danger. Shangguanhong was still crying. Zichen comforted her. It's okay. It's okay. You're safe now. As if this was a rare opportunity, Shangguanhong hugged Zichen tightly, crying without stopping. Zichen could clearly feel the strange expressions of the people around him. His heart moved, and then he said, Are your injuries serious? Hurry up and treat them. Don't leave scars on your body. Look at you crying. You're almost like a cat. There are wounds on your face. Be careful that your tears don't get into the wounds and can't heal. With just 2 simple sentences, it sounded like Zichen was very concerned about Shangguanhong. These words seemed to have some kind of divine power. Shangguanhong's crying instantly stopped, and she immediately left Zichen's chest. Her face was clearly red, and her figure flashed, disappearing from the spot and entering her own reality space. This speed surprised the others, and then they looked at Zichen strangely. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, Everyone cares about their appearance, especially girls. When Go Won and Go Chang heard this, they looked at Zichen with great respect and worship, as if they had already regarded him as their idol. TSK, acting like a Casanova. Wu Xie curled his lips and then sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. Manshur's skin was coarse and his flesh was thick, but his spirit was very weak. Therefore, he directly sat down to recover his spirit. As for these injuries, they were nothing. Dongqing glanced at Zichen. Zichen nodded at her. She also had injuries on her body, but was covered by a brand new black robe. Her figure flashed and entered her own reality space. It seemed that she was going to tend to her wounds. Brother Zichen, what should we do next? Gowen looked at Zichen with admiration. Wait, Zichen said. What are you waiting for? Wait for their injuries to recover, then we'll kill our way out. Or wait for them to come in, then we'll kill them, Zichen said coldly. At this moment, Zichen's expression didn't change much, but his heart was filled with killing intent. It was not for anything else, but because these people had schemed against the four of them and caused them to be injured. Of course, there was also some killing intent. They had schemed against him. In the end, Ling Dong and the others didn't arrive in time. Halfway through, they encountered the escaping cultivators. Big brother, this is too scary. Zichen is too scary. The leading cultivator had some tricks up his sleeve. Zichen didn't kill him. He ran back and complained to Ling Dong. He said how strong Zichen was and how terrifying he was, which made Ling Dong's expression turn solemn. He's already very strong. I already said that if the formation can't trap him, it'll be very difficult to kill him. Even if we succeed, I'm afraid more than half of your people will die. Now, Zichen isn't the only one in trouble, said Zhou Chong, who also had an ugly expression. Ling Dong said coldly, if that's the case, our losses will be too great. Everyone, retreat with me first. With that, Ling Dong retreated with his people. Wu Xie and the others were recovering, while Zichen stood there waiting for Ling Dong's arrival. Although he hadn't known Ling Dong for long, he could feel that Ling Dong was extraordinary. This kind of person wouldn't be afraid of him. Although he might not be able to win, he still had the courage to fight. However, they still hadn't come, which made Zichen feel a little strange. Maybe they're still scheming. Zichen smiled coldly. He didn't seem to care. He had two array masters by his side. Although the two of them looked a little immature, their attainments in array formation were relatively mature. After a few hours, Wu Xie and Manshur opened their eyes and stood up. Where are they? They're not here yet. Wu Xie asked. Zichen saw that they hadn't fully recovered, so he shook his head and said, they're not here yet. They're probably waiting for us somewhere. There's still a lot of time, so let's talk after you've fully recovered. The two nodded and continued to recover. What followed was a long wait. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Zichen, big brother, where are you from? A restrained voice rang out. It was the older brother, Guwan. Zichen smiled and said, we're all on the same side. Don't be so nervous. I'm from the Martial Sky Continent. The Martial Sky Continent? Is that a low-level world? Guwan asked again. To you, it is indeed a low-level world. Zichen smiled. Big brother Zichen, when you came to this world, how long did it take you to break through to the Earth realm? Zichen's kind attitude made Guwan relax a lot. Zichen thought for a moment and said, about 1,300 years, 1,300 years. How is that possible? The two brothers widened their eyes in disbelief. It had to be known that Zichen had only used 2 years to break through from the early stage of the emptiness realm to the early stage of the corporeal realm. It took me 1,000 years to break through. The two brothers couldn't believe Zichen's speed, but it didn't stop them from worshipping Zichen. 2 days later, Wu Xie and Manshur's injuries had fully recovered. After another half a day, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing came out one after another. Shang Guanhong wore tight clothes that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Coupled with a well-fitting battle armor, she looked valiant and valiant. Although Dong Qing was still dressed in a loose black robe, his eyes were very bright. They didn't come. Shang Guanhong, who was prepared for battle, asked, no, let's go find them. The group of 7 walked forward. Along the way, the two brothers led the way. The two appeared to be very careful, but they didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Soon, they arrived at the place where Zichen had been trapped. This was the most likely place to set up an ambush. After the two brothers carefully investigated, they turned around and shook their heads at the others. Did they leave? Wu Xie was somewhat puzzled. They can't have left, Zichen said indifferently. Why? Unless they return directly to Yamba Castle, they have nowhere to go, Zichen said indifferently. They can return to Huping City. This time, it was Manshur who spoke. Even if they return to Huping City, I will still kill them. Zichen's voice became increasingly cold. The few of them could feel the thick, killing intent in Zichen's words. They immediately guessed the reason. Shang Guanhong's face clearly reddened. Further ahead, they reached a fork in the road. Just as the two brothers didn't know which path to take, a figure flashed past them. Chase. Zichen bellowed and was the first to chase after him. Be careful, it might be a trap, Manshur suddenly shouted. When everyone heard Manshur's shout, they looked at him with strange gazes. Even he knew that it might be a trap, let alone Zichen. What are you looking at? I'm not stupid. Manshur glared. Wuxia coughed softly and didn't say anything. Shang Guanhong covered her mouth and snickered. The others quickly caught up. The two brothers were clearly slower and were at the back. The younger brother, Go Chong, suddenly whispered, Brother, is that big guy really stupid? Gowen warned in a low voice, Don't say anything. Just keep it to yourself. With Manshur's strength, he could naturally hear the conversation between the two brothers. He immediately became angry. In front of them, the laughter of Shang Guanhong and the others could be heard. Manshur shouted angrily. He ignored the others and rushed forward, following closely behind. There was a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator fleeing in front of Zichen. His speed was very fast, but it couldn't be compared to the world's fastest speed. However, Zichen didn't chase after him to kill him. He knew that this person was here to lead the way. These people had completely tricked them, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to Huping City. Or rather, it was impossible for these people to return to Huping City while they were still alive. Zichen firmly locked onto his opponent. He could see every movement of his opponent. He wasn't worried that his opponent would try to trick him. As for luring him into a formation, that was even more impossible. Being followed by Zichen in such a leisurely manner, the cultivators in front of him felt extremely pressured. Fortunately, they would soon reach their destination. The cultivator saw a light in front of him. It was the exit of this world. Joy immediately appeared on his face, and he rushed out. However, just as he rushed out, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zichen, who had been behind him, had already reached the exit. He was standing in front of him with his back facing him, looking ahead. You. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen didn't turn around, nor did he pay attention to him. His gaze was fixed in front of him. Ling Dong and the others were in front of him. There were dozens of corporeal realm cultivators. However, as long as they were in the corporeal realm, Zichen didn't care. At that moment, his attention was on Ling Dong. A person stood there. He wore a flaming armor and stood there quietly. There was no aura around him, but he gave off a great pressure. It's you, Zichen said indifferently. Chapter 13:19. The person standing in front of Zichen was Chuan Xing. He looked at Zichen and said, You surprised me? Zichen replied calmly, You surprised me too. Chuan Xing said curiously, You surprised me? That's right. I thought I would have to fight with the realms you brought. I didn't expect to run into you. Zichen said calmly, Although this place has a suppressive effect on realms, I don't understand where you got the confidence to attack us. Chuan Xing smiled and said, You must be talking about Shangguan Mingxing. You can send messages here. You can inform him and have him wait for me outside. Zichen's expression changed slightly as he said, It seems that you were prepared for this. Chuan Xing smiled but didn't say anything. Zichen scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Chong. The realms of Yamba Castle have all left. They also took the realms of Hunter's Castle with them. They still have the means to stop Shangguan Mingxing. It seems that all of this is because of you, right? Zhou Chong's expression changed. He was somewhat afraid of Zichen. Seeing Zhou Chong's evasive gaze, Zichen knew that he had guessed correctly. He said coldly, I don't hate many things in my life, but I hate betrayal. As a citizen of Huping City, you actually colluded with the people of Yamba Castle. Based on this alone, you must die. Zhou Chong's face turned pale. Zichen, stop dreaming. Whether or not you can leave this place alive is another matter, Ling Dong said with a cold smile. Zichen glanced at Ling Dong, his eyes full of disdain. He then looked back at the realms of reality who had just led the way and said, Since your mission was to lead the way, your mission is now complete. You can die now. With that, Zichen drew his blade. The pitch-black blade flashed and attacked the realms of reality. Killing someone in front of me? You think too highly of yourself, Zichen. Chuan Xing raised a finger, and a sharp beam of light shot towards Zichen. Zichen's slash did not stop, but the blade suddenly shone with light. The patterns on the blade shone brightly, and the golden-eyed beast engraved on the blade seemed to come alive. A powerful aura emanated from the blade. Sensing this aura from afar, Chuanxing's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Pooh! The long blade slashed out and the finger radiance shattered. Then, the long blade continued forward, cutting the corporeal realm weapon in half and sweeping past the opponent's head, annihilating the attack, breaking the weapon, and decapitating the enemy with just one slash. Manshur was the first to rush out, and just happened to meet with the gushing blood. He let out a strange cry as the blood drenched his entire body. Ew! Chuanxing's expression became very ugly. Zichen's attack was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face, but because of this, he had a certain understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Little 7. Ling Dong shouted angrily, his face full of grief and indignation. The person Zichen just killed was not an ordinary corporeal realm cultivator, but their brother. Wu Xie and the others followed in. When they saw Chuanxing, their expressions changed, and then anger appeared on their faces. So it was you who did this, calling us little heroes while scheming against us. You really are a scumbag. Shang Guanhong and the others were also very angry. During this time, Zichen had already sent a message to Shang Guanmingxing, but he had not received a reply. It seemed that he was indeed in trouble. They could only rely on themselves for the upcoming battle. Zichen looked back at the two brothers and said, "You two retreat." Before setting up the formation, the two brothers' combat strength was completely negligible. The two of them also knew their limits, so they nodded and retreated to a safe place. "You two focus on defense," Zichen ordered again. This time, he did not wait for the four to nod and rushed forward with his blade in hand. "From the looks of it, could it be that you want to avenge this trash? Then come at me." Zichen smiled coldly and moved at extreme speed, disappearing from the spot. "How dare you!" Chuanxing shouted and turned into a beam of light to surround Zichen. Whoosh! Zichen's body flashed with light, and two figures appeared. They were two clones, one emitting golden light, the other shining silver. The two clones had the same strength as Zichen himself, the early corporeal realm. Both of them held a weapon in their hands, and then they worked together to attack Chuanxing. As for Zichen's real body, after the clones appeared, he quickly dodged to the side, and then rushed forward again towards the corporeal realm cultivators. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The black blade in his hand began to glow, and the patterns on its surface lit up. Boom! Chuanxing's attack landed on the clones, and a powerful shock wave followed. The golden clones, along with the weapons in their hands, were shattered. Zichen arrived in front of a corporeal realm cultivator the moment the first clone was destroyed, and the black blade in his hand slashed down. Pfft! A head was chopped off and flew high into the air. Pfft! Another head was chopped off, and another cultivator died. Because the corporeal realm cultivators were gathered together, Zichen could kill one, and then quickly kill the second one. By the time Chuanxing realized that something was wrong, Zichen had already raised his black blade towards the third person. Boom! Zichen's silver clone exploded, and a powerful and terrifying force shook the area. Although Chuanxing was powerful, he could not ignore this force, so he waved his robe. With a wave of his robe, the destructive force of the clone's explosion was completely neutralized. It was clear how powerful a domain realm cultivator was. However, Zichen also chopped off the third corporeal realm cultivator's head while his robe was still waving. As for the others, they quickly retreated after Zichen's 3 slashes. Zichen looked at Zhou Chong, who had already fled, and sneered. Then, he chased after him with his blade. When Zhou Chong turned around, he happened to see Zichen smiling at him. He was already very frightened, and when he saw this cold smile, he was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. He almost rolled and crawled as he ran into the distance. Stop! Using the power of the domain, Chuanxing immediately caught up to Zichen and slapped him in the back. Zichen seemed to have sensed it. The thunder wings on his back vibrated, and the power of space spread out in all directions. His body immediately disappeared. Boom! Chuanxing's attack missed completely, causing the void to tremble. However, Zichen appeared on the other side and rushed towards Zhou Cheng again. Zichen, you've angered me. Don't even think about killing another person. Chuan Xing shouted angrily, and then released a powerful aura around him. The entire space trembled because of Chuan Xing's aura. Then, a real world broke through this space and descended into this world. This was Chuan Xing's domain, and also his world. It was a world formed by flames, and one could see many fire-type creatures in this world. The formation of a domain was closely related to the law that one had comprehended when breaking through to the Earth Prime level. Looking at the flames in this world, one could tell that Chuan Xing had comprehended the law of fire. Such a person could not be considered a top existence among the domain realm cultivators in Yamba Castle. Chuan Xing was able to speak on behalf of Yinming and Huping City not because of his strength, but because of his strategy and calculations. In terms of strength, Chuan Xing was almost at the bottom of the domain realm cultivators. As the real world descended, Zichen felt an enormous pressure. The 3-meter space around him was stretched to its limit. Streams of law power slithered around him like agile snakes. Whoosh! Zichen used his extreme speed to start moving within a small area, so that the descending power of this world could not lock onto him. He was confident that he could fight against a domain realm cultivator, but he did not have the confidence to fight in his opponent's world. Fortunately, this domain realm was not very large. It was only about 3 to 5 miles wide. Zichen could use his extreme speed to dodge. Die! Chuan Xing's expression darkened when he saw that Zichen was so slippery that even the domain realm could not take him away. He roared and pointed at Zichen with one hand. As his finger fell, the flames in Chuan Xing's domain realm began to riot. Then, a fire-type creature rushed out and roared as it charged at Zichen. The fire-type creature had the power of a domain realm cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary realms cultivators, it was a powerful and terrifying existence. However, in Zichen's eyes, it was not even a domain realm clone. His body suddenly released a dazzling golden light. The black blade in his hand was also dyed gold. The blade golden-eyed beast's soldier spirit let out a furious roar and completely merged with the blade. The black blade's aura became extremely terrifying. Then, Zichen held the blade and slashed at the fire-type creature. Puff! With one slash, the fire-type creature was cut in half. It did not even have time to cry out. That's not how you kill a fire-type creature. Chuan Xing suddenly laughed coldly. The split fire-type creature suddenly merged back together. Its aura became even more violent. At close range, it ruthlessly struck at Zichen's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Zichen's body was sent flying. Chuan Xing smiled smugly. After being hit by a fire-type creature, even if a realm's cultivator did not die, he would be seriously injured. Looking at the distance Zichen had flown, it was even further than he had imagined. Wait! Chuan Xing, who was very pleased with himself, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at Zichen again. He saw that under Zichen's cold expression, there was a hint of calmness. When he looked at the place where Zichen's body was beginning to descend, he realized that it was where the fleeing realm's cultivators were. Not good. Damn it! He roared angrily and wanted to rush forward, but he was too far away. He could not stop Zichen in time. Zhou Cheng was very happy to see Zichen get hit and sent flying. However, when he saw Zichen coming toward him, he was not happy at all. Instead, he ran in the other direction in horror. Zhou Cheng, die! Zichen's roar suddenly came from the sky. Zhou Cheng, who was flying backward, immediately steadied himself. As his thunder wings flapped, he disappeared. In the next moment, Zichen appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. No! Looking at Zichen in front of him, Zhou Cheng screamed in horror. He turned around and ran backward. Chapter 1320. The black saber swept past, and Zhou Cheng's head was chopped off without any accident. The various expressions on his face froze, and his headless body fell to the ground. Everyone around them saw that the situation was not good and ran away again. They looked at Zichen with increasingly terrified eyes. Chuan Xing felt his face burning. This was not the first time he had told Zichen that he would never let Zichen kill again. But Zhou Cheng's death was like a slap to his face by Zichen. Hey, didn't you just say that you wouldn't let Zichen kill again? Then what is this? A sarcastic voice came from nearby. It was Wu Xie. Retreat. All of you. Retreat. Chuan Xing took a deep breath and then shouted in a low voice, but he did not continue to speak arrogantly. Ling Dong and the others quickly retreated, but before they left, Zichun took advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 more people. Soon, there were only 6 living people left in this space. Zichun did not leave with Ling Dong and the others. Instead, he walked back with the black saber. I thought you would take the opportunity to escape. Chuan Xing, who was standing in the air, looked down at Zichun and said coldly. Zichun sneered and said, Run? Why should I run? Today, we will join forces to destroy the domain realm and create a miracle of our own. Yes, create a miracle. Zichen's words made the 4 people's blood boil. Although the domain realm and the corporeal realm were a whole realm apart, and the difference between their realms was like heaven and earth, there were 5 of them, and 5 of them were extraordinary. If they really joined forces, they could still destroy the enemy. Shameless boasting. Chuan Xing mocked coldly. Whether or not I am shameless, you will know soon. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He held the black saber tightly and shot directly toward Chuan Xing in the air. A stream of saber light slashed toward Chuan Xing. The latter snorted and punched at the saber light. Bang! A deafening sound came from the sky, and the blade light instantly shattered. However, Zichun also took this opportunity to flash to Chuan Xing's side. He held the blade with both hands and viciously slashed at Chuan Xing. Chuan Xing's reaction was very timely. He immediately turned around and struck out a dazzling fist light. The two collided once again in the sky. Boom! Surging energy swept through the area. Zichen's long blade spewed out an even stronger force. This force directly shook Chuan Xing. Both of them swayed and then retreated. Swish! Just as Zichen retreated, a beam of fire shot towards Zichen. He could only retreat again and again. On the other side, Zichen was already facing off against Chuan Xing. The other 4 were no longer defending. Instead, they were all unleashing powerful attacks. Manshur transformed, and his skin immediately turned black. Like a steel giant, he charged at Chuan Xing in the air. It had to be said that after his strength broke through again, Manshur's battle prowess had also increased greatly. Manshur, who stepped forward, almost dared to meet Chuan Xing's fist head-on. His fist was flowing with the color of black iron. It was not any weaker than a real spirit weapon. He punched towards Chuan Xing. Chuan Xing also responded with a fist. The 2 of them began to clash violently. The sound of fists colliding could be heard constantly in the sky. The 2 of them were evenly matched for a while. If it was only Manshur alone, Chuan Xing was very confident in killing him. Unfortunately, other than Manshur, there were 4 other people here. Wu Xie's vertical eye opened. A destructive beam of light fell. This was the speed of light. Chuan Xing, who was in the middle of the battle, could not dodge and was hit directly. There was a small hole in the flame armor on his body. It was just a small hole. It did not seem to be a big deal. However, Shangguan Hong took the opportunity and threw a green seed into the small hole. Then, the seed was completely activated. Chuan Xing, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly screamed. He felt the life in his body begin to drain away. After punching Manshur back, he looked down and saw a small grass growing on his body that absorbed life. He was furious. Then, he grabbed the grass with his hand and tried to pull it out. Because the grass's roots were directly connected to his blood vessels and meridians, the pain that Chuan Xing experienced was unimaginable. Zichen used his extreme speed to appear and disappear unpredictably. While Chuan Xing was busy pulling the grass, he flashed behind Chuan Xing and attacked with all his strength. Zichen naturally used all his strength in this attack. A sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. Zichen had slashed a large hole in his armor. It was almost scrapped. At the same time, a powerful force rushed towards Chuan Xing. His body smashed forward. Die! I want you all to die. Chuan Xing finally uprooted the grass and used his dermic powers to destroy it. Then, he let out a hateful roar. The huge world pressed down on Zichen and the others. Retreat! Don't let the domain world get involved. Zichen shouted loudly, and then dodged into the distance. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Flame spirit snakes rushed out of the flame world. These flame spirit snakes flicked their tongues and rushed towards Zichen as if they were real. These flame spirit snakes had domain power on their bodies. They were very fast and appeared in front of Zichen almost instantly. Then, they surrounded Zichen. Looking at the spirit snakes around him, Zichen smiled coldly. The laws on his long saber began to change and finally turned into the destruction law. Puff, puff, puff. The long saber slashed and directly cut these flame spirit snakes. Then, Zichen successfully rushed out of the spirit snake's encirclement. Chuanxing seemed to want to say something proudly, but his expression suddenly changed. This was because he realized that after the spirit snakes that Zichen had released were killed, the spirits in them seemed to have been damaged to a certain extent and could not be reformed. What kind of technique is this? Chuanxing asked in shock. Zichen naturally would not answer. Just as Chuanxing's attention was focused on Zichen, Wu Xie and the others naturally seized the opportunity to attack again. A wooden sword appeared in front of Shangguan Hong. Then, she controlled the wooden sword with her mind and attacked Chuanxing. In comparison, Beast Tamer Dongqing, after losing many of her battle beasts, had fewer means to fight the enemy. Although she still had many battle beasts, they were undoubtedly some ordinary goods. In this kind of battle where the enemy was stronger than her, they could only be used as cannon fodder. Wu Xie's every attack could break through Chuanxing's defense, and Shangguan Hong's green light seed would cause a lot of trouble for Chuanxing. Then, Manshur and Zichen's encirclement would make Chuanxing suffer a lot. Although Chuanxing was a domain realm elite, under the joint attack of the five of them, he almost had no room to resist and could only passively counterattack. However, every time he counterattacked, it was not enough to kill any of them. After a short rest, they could fight again. Chuanxing roared in anger, but to be honest, he could not do anything to the five of them. This was another miscalculation of Chuanxing's. He had always thought that Wu Xie was everyone's leader and believed what Zichen and the others had said. However, after today's battle, he realized that the only thing Wu Xie could rely on when compared to Zichen was his immortal body. However, if he really fought against Zichen with his immortal body, it was another matter whether he could break the rules and become immortal. Outside this space was the Hengduan mountain range. Ling Dong and the others all retreated, but they did not go far. Instead, they stood there and waited anxiously. This time, their plan had failed. Before Zichen and the others were all dead, they would not return to Huping City. Even if they killed Zichen, they would leave immediately. As for Huping City, it was better not to return. Although Huping City was ranked last in Shuntian Prefecture, this was their home ground after all. They should still keep a low profile. In another direction, Shangguan Mingxing was blocked by two domain realm elites. One of them was at the third stage, while the other was at the second stage. Initially, he was very anxious and wanted to fight them. However, after hearing Zichen's voice transmission again, although he was anxious, he was no longer reckless and crazy. Who exactly are you? Shangguan Mingxing asked indifferently as he looked at the two unfamiliar faces. The two men in front of him continued to remain silent. Shangguan Mingxing added, I'll tell the Castellan about what happened here when I go back. I hope that the two of you are not from Huping City. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of colluding with people from other cities to harm a senior hunter from Hunter's Castle. The two men in front of him remained silent, but there was a slight fluctuation in their eyes. Shangguan Mingxing looked at them and sneered. Do you know Zhou Chong? It's fine if you don't, but if you do, I want to tell you that he has been killed as a traitor. The expressions of the two men in front of him changed drastically. Shangguan Mingxing said coldly, Since the Zhou family has betrayed us, there is only one result, death. I've already reported this to the Castellan and to Lord Wu of Hunter's Castle. I hope that the two of you can still see the Zhou family from Huping City when you return. Ling Dong and the others were waiting anxiously when the space in front of them suddenly broke open and a figure rushed out. It's my lord. When they saw that it was Chuanxing, they wanted to shout out loud, but just as the words reached their mouths, they saw another person rush out. The person who rushed out was Zichen, who slashed at Chuanxing with his saber. When the crowd looked at Chuanxing again, They thought that he was running away. How was this possible? The crowd found it hard to believe because they could not imagine how a few corporeal realm elites could beat a domain realm elite. However, the scene before them was indeed Chuanxing running away. Let's go. Ling Dong was decisive and signaled for the crowd to retreat immediately. At the moment, Zichun and the others were still chasing after Chuanxing and had no time to care about them. Ling Dong and the others fled in the direction of Huping City because their lord was on the way back. As for Chuanxing, he took Zichun and fled in another direction. The two domain realm elites who were intercepting Shangguan Mingxing suddenly heard a message. When they took it out, their expressions immediately turned ugly. The message said the same thing. If they did not return, the Zhou family would be destroyed. The two put away the message and turned to leave. Chapter 1321. Because he had underestimated Zichun, this plan was doomed to fail. After Lingdong escaped, Chuanxing thought that he could escape Zichun and the others' pursuit. Even if he could not escape, Zichun and the others would not be able to kill him. As long as he hid in his own realm, Zichun and the others would not dare to come in. Chuanxing's guess was correct, but he forgot about Shangguan Mingxing and the uncertain factor of the Zhou family. Similarly, he neglected the status of Zichun and the others in Hunter's Castle and Huping City. After confirming that Zichun had been set up by the people of Yamba Castle, the news was immediately sent back to Hunter's Castle in Huping City. This matter concerned the future ranking of Huping City. Even the Castellan would pay attention to it and ask about it. This directly led to the Zhou family receiving a warning that their clan would be exterminated. They immediately left, not even caring about Zhou Chang's life. Shangguan Mingxing, who was free, went to support Zichun. With Shangguan Mingxing's help, Emir Chuanxing was no longer a threat. Outside the Hengduan Mountains, Shangguan Mingxing blocked Chuanxing, who was about to escape. The two of them were two whole realms apart, so the following realms battle did not last long before Chuanxing was subdued. After subduing Chuanxing, Shangguan Mingxing asked, "What should we do next?" Zichun walked towards Chuanxing with his blade, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What are you doing?" Chuanxing was covered in injuries, and he looked very pathetic. "Killing you," Zichun said indifferently. "How dare you? I'm from Yamba Castle. Do you want to start a war between the two cities?" Chuanxing questioned coldly. At this moment, Zichun raised the saber in his hand, and then he slashed down. "Wait." Shangguan Mingxing tried to stop him, but it was obviously too late. He thought that Zichun was just scaring the other party, but he did not expect him to actually attack. With a poof, Chuanxing's head was chopped off just like that. At the same time, he broke the rules and destroyed his soul. "What's wrong? Do you think this person shouldn't be killed?" Zichun put away his blood-dripping saber and asked. Shangguan Mingxing smiled bitterly. "Of course he deserves to be killed, but I stopped you from killing him after he releases his domain world. If you kill him now, his domain world won't explode, but will directly enter the void." "Oh, there's such a thing?" Zichun was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. He remembered that he had obtained a domain fragment when he killed Huanlong. Shangguan Mingxing shook his head and said, "You haven't reached the domain realm yet, so it's normal that you don't know. Under normal circumstances, the best way to kill a domain realm expert is to place him in his own world and kill him. That way, after he dies, you will be able to detect his domain realm world." Zichun said somewhat embarrassedly, "Does that mean that my attack just now caused us to suffer a great loss?" Shangguan Mingxing corrected him. "It's not a great loss, it's extremely great. After all, domain fragments are the foundation of domain realm cultivation. You can't exchange for them with ordinary reality realm fragments." Shangguan Mingxing waved his hand and said, "But he's already dead, so forget it. Just be careful next time." Zichun nodded and said, "I do have to be careful. This loss is too great." Zichun had decisively killed Chuanxing because he was worried that he would not have another chance to kill him after bringing him back to Huping City. "Where are we going next?" After killing Chuanxing, the group felt no burden and began to discuss where to go next. "Let's return to Huping City first. This is no small matter. You will need some strong support," said Shangguan Mingxing. Killing someone from Yamba Castle was a huge matter. It might even lead to a war between the two cities. The group took a flying ship and flew back to Huping City. Along the way, they sent a message to Ling Xing, who said that he already knew what had happened. At the same time, he indicated that Zichun and the others could rest assured because even the city lord had asked about this matter. Zichun was a little surprised that the city lord had asked about this matter. The flying ship was very fast because it was controlled by a domain realm cultivator. When Zichun and the others arrived outside Huping City, they happened to see Ling Dong and the others, who had escaped first. In addition to Ling Dong and the others, there were many experts outside Huping City. For example, the chief steward of Hunter's Castle, Lord Wu, Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, and the others were all there. There was also Yin Ming and the others from Embark Castle. Clearly, they had finished their business and returned. However, at this moment, everyone's expression was very ugly, indicating that they were in a very bad mood. There were many cultivators going in and out of the city gates, but after seeing the group of domain realm cultivators and the oppressive aura around them, they felt that something big was about to happen, so they all retreated far away. Sir, when they saw Yin Ming, Ling Dong and the others immediately had a look of joy on their faces. They then rushed toward Yin Ming. However, in the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard from behind them. At the same time, it was accompanied by surges of murderous intent. Ling Dong and the others felt that something was wrong behind them. When they turned around, they saw Zichen and the others, and their expressions changed drastically. Kill. The black saber appeared in Zichen's hand. He roared and rushed into the crowd of reality realm cultivators. The saber light flashed, and a cultivator was killed. Zichen officially announced the start of the massacre. Die. A murderous intent appeared in Wu Xie's eyes. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened, and he used his strongest attack as soon as it appeared. Bang! A cultivator was hit by the vertical pupil, and his body exploded. He died. Manshur was like a steel giant. He directly rushed into the crowd and began to punch and kick. One cultivator after another was sent flying. Shang Guanhong was planting some tree men. When the cultivators in the distance saw the tree men appear one after another, they felt a chill in their hearts. Relatively speaking, in a battle of this level, Dong Qing's role was greatly displayed. With just a thought, a passage appeared in front of her. Then, one after another, powerful battle beasts rushed out of the passage and joined the battle. Due to the increase in her strength, the battle beasts she had tamed were all existences second only to the King realm. Their battle strength was very strong. The battle started in an instant, and everyone felt a sense of astonishment. Those people are from Yamba Castle. Why are they fighting with the people from Yamba Castle for no reason? The surrounding cultivators were very surprised. They didn't expect that the people from the two cities would start a battle in front of so many domain realm cultivators. It was a battle to the death from the beginning. However, although they were very puzzled, they had to admit that it was a wonderful feeling to watch this kind of one-sided battle. Moreover, it was the people from Huping City who had the upper hand. Shangguan Mingxing, who was at the back, was also a little surprised. However, he admired Zichun even more. He was standing in front of them and knew that Zichun was the one who had decisively given the order. If it hadn't been for Zichun, the four of them would have at least hesitated for a while. This little fellow seems like he can't bear to be taken advantage of. Moreover, he might have been bullied because of my Hong-er, Shangguan Mingxing thought happily. During this trip, he admired Zichun even more and approved of Zichun as the son-in-law of the Shangguan family. Outside the city, the gloomy-faced cultivators were stunned when they saw the sudden start of the battle in front of them. These little fellows. Ling Xing stared at the front with wide eyes. They are really strong. Ming Zhu sighed inwardly. Good. Another steward couldn't help but praise Zichun and the others in his heart. Lord Wu's gloomy expression eased a lot when he saw that the five of them had returned safely. A trace of satisfaction even appeared on his face when he witnessed their combat strength in the following battle. Compared to the expressions of these people, the expressions of Yin Ming and the others grew increasingly gloomy. Under his signal, a domain realm expert stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" His roar was like a clap of thunder exploding across the sky. The roaring sound caused the ears of the surrounding cultivators to ring. It was as though they had been struck by a sound wave attack. Some of them even fell from the sky. However, Zichun and the others were not affected at all. They continued to kill as they pleased and didn't even look at their opponents. "My lord, help! Help, my lord!" Faced with the encirclement of 5 people and a group of war beasts, these people couldn't escape at all. At this moment, they could only ask for help. "I said stop. Didn't you hear me?" Another cold shout rang out as the Domain Realm cultivator charged toward the battlefield. His expression was very cold. As he charged forward, he mobilized his power. A huge palm print immediately appeared in the sky and pressed down on Zichun and the others with a suffocating aura. "Get lost." An angry shout rang out from behind Zichun and the others. Shangguan Mingxing soared into the sky and raised one hand to support the sky. His palm released a dazzling light that resembled thousands of lightning bolts. An equally powerful aura surged. The dazzling light turned into a huge ball of light. Under the light ball's reflection, Shangguan Mingxing looked like a god of war. The ball of light in his palm flew toward the sky and hit the palm print, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The palm print dissipated with a loud bang. The Domain Realm cultivator was also affected by the energy. His face turned pale, and he spat out blood as he flew backward. The collision between the 2 Domain Realm cultivators caused the scene to become extremely shocking. Shangguan Mingxing stood in the sky and stared coldly in front of him. He shouted, "Whoever comes forward will die." When the cultivators of Huping City heard his domineering words, they couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. However, his attitude made them wonder if a war was really going to break out between the 2 cities. Lord Wu and the others didn't stop Shangguan Mingxing when he attacked. This obviously meant that something was wrong. Yinming frowned and looked at Lord Wu, who was beside him, and asked, "What do you mean by this? Are you going to start a war between the 2 cities?" Lord Wu smiled coldly and said, "If what we know is true, we can't rule out the possibility that you came here to start a war." "We want to start a war." "That's right. Your people schemed against our seeded contestants. Even the Domain Realm cultivators have interfered. Isn't this starting a war?" The short conversation proved Lord Wu's current attitude. At the same time, it also represented Huping City's attitude. Chapter 1322. In the eyes of most people, the most powerful force in a large city was the city's army, and the only force that could fight against the city's army was Hunter's Castle. However, when one reached a certain level, they would learn some secrets. Not only did the city's army and Hunter's Castle not have a hostile relationship, but their fates were also closely intertwined. The city's army represented the official power in the entire manor. This kind of official power was not allowed to participate in internal conflicts or private fights. This rule was applicable anywhere in the Zhanwu continent. However, Hunter's Castle was different. Although they were also under unified management, there was competition and killing in between. For example, the ranking of the 108 Hunter's Castle only represented Hunter's Castle, but it also represented Huping City's ranking. Therefore, in every city, the fate of Hunter's Castle was closely related to the fate of the city. Because the city's army had many rules, sometimes Hunter's Castle's power was even greater than the city's army. For example, in the current situation, if the 2 large cities went to war because of this, the main force of the battle would be Hunter's Castle. The city's army would not participate in the battle, but of course, the Castellan could. Lord Wu's unyielding attitude not only represented Hunter's Castle, but also the Huping City's Castellan. Therefore, Yin Ming chose to back down and say that this was a misunderstanding. The battle had stopped. Yamba Castle's reality realm experts had suffered heavy losses, but there were still some powerful existences among them, which prevented them from being completely wiped out in a short period of time. Ling Dong and the others quickly ran over. There was no fear on the faces of the lucky survivors, only anger. Zichun and the others followed behind, their killing intent still rising. Yin Ming looked at Zichun, and the latter stared back at Yin Ming. The first time Yin Ming had seen Zichun, he had felt that Zichun was a somewhat scheming person who was overly cautious and low-key. However, The Zichan in front of him was a brilliant and dazzling existence. It had to be said that he had misjudged, just like Chuan Xing. This directly led to the failure of the entire plan, and he had to pay the price for it. Where's Chuan Xing? Both sides looked at each other. Yin Ming did not overwhelm Zichan with his aura and asked indifferently. Zichan threw out an object. Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. It was a head, and it belonged to Chuan Xing. He schemed against us and died. Zichan replied indifferently. You actually killed him. Yin Ming seemed to be somewhat surprised. The expressions of Ling Dong and the others changed greatly, and the anger on their faces grew even stronger. If he didn't die, we would die, Zichan said coldly. Yin Ming discreetly glanced at Shangguan Mingxing, who happened to be looking at Yin Ming as well. He said indifferently, You must give me an explanation for scheming against my daughter. I cannot represent Huping City, nor can I represent Hunter's Castle. I can only represent my daughter and seek justice for her. If this matter does not satisfy me, I guarantee that you will not return to Yamba Castle alive. This time, not only did the corporeal realm experts' expressions change, but even the domain realm experts from Yamba Castle changed. Of course, their anger was greater than their fear. Please do not doubt a father's attitude towards his daughter, so please do not doubt the credibility of my words. Shangguan Mingxing calmly looked at the domain realm experts who were suppressing their anger. Shangguan Mingxing's calmness made Yin Ming feel a chill. He did not doubt that Shangguan Mingxing would fight them to the death. Moreover, this was Huping City. Although Huping City's overall strength was much weaker than Yamba Castle's, it would not be a problem for Huping City to kill them. The anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he said indifferently, Since I said that it was a misunderstanding, I will naturally resolve it. This time, I can declare that Chuan Xing's actions were personal and have nothing to do with Yamba Castle. All right, let's return to Hunter's Castle first, Lord Wu said indifferently. Everyone turned around and returned. Ling Dong and the others left quickly, afraid that Zichan's group would go crazy and kill again. Everyone left one after another, and the 5 main characters were now ignored. Of course, the many admiring gazes around them did not count. Shangguan Hong, I didn't expect your father to be so domineering, Manshur praised as everyone left. Of course, he is my father. He has never let me suffer a loss since I was young. Shangguan Hong smiled proudly. Manshur scratched his head and said enviously, Sigh, it's a pity that I don't have a father. Otherwise, I would be able to experience it. Wu Xia patted Manshur's shoulder sympathetically and said, You don't have a father? That's really pitiful. You will never experience this kind of kinship. Manshur stared at Wu Xia and said unhappily, You are comforting me? Of course not. I am mocking you. You are courting death. Manshur's other shoulder was patted again. This time it was Zichan. He smiled faintly and said, It's okay. I don't have a father or a mother either. Manshur let out a strange cry and said, Could it be that you are the same as me, a stone spirit transformed from a rock? Zichan's mouth twitched and said, I am a human, just an orphan. Manshur nodded and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Then you are more miserable than me. You were born without a mother. Zichan's expression froze. It seemed that he had come to comfort Manshur. Why did he suffer such a heavy blow? What happened next had nothing to do with them. As for how to resolve the misunderstanding, it was up to the 2 sides to slowly discuss. In fact, Zichan could already guess the details. It was nothing more than some compensation for cultivation resources. This was the most common and indispensable thing in the entire Zhanwu continent. Just as the 2 sides were resolving the misunderstanding in Hunter's Castle, the 2 realms who had stopped Shangguan Mingxing had already arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The 2 had already stood outside the City Lord's mansion for 2 days and 2 nights. When the servants passing by saw them, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The City Lord had summoned them, but he did not see them. It was not until the 3rd day that an indifferent voice sounded, Do you know your wrongs? We know our wrongs. The 2 answered in unison, You don't know your wrongs. A cold laugh sounded from within the mansion. In your eyes, Huping City is just a place for you to stay. There is no question of ownership. Therefore, you only see benefits. You are not wrong about this, so you will not admit your wrongs. However, I am different. I am the city lord of Huping City. This is my home, and I want to make my home better. Ziqian and the others are extraordinarily talented and can be considered children with potential in the family. It is normal for people like them to be envied and schemed against. After all, geniuses also need to grow in competition. However, the city lord's voice suddenly turned cold. I will never allow my own family to attack their own. The two realms lowered their heads. Let's forget about this matter. Withdraw all members of the Zhou family from the city army. If this happens again, the Zhou family will no longer exist in Huping City. Yes. Cold sweat dripped from the two realms' foreheads. Scram. Lord Wu's attitude was the same as the city lord's. In the meeting room, the realms from both sides sat in 2 rows. Lord Wu sat at the head of the table. Both sides had ugly expressions. Lord Wu said directly, "The 5 of them are the future of Huping City. I need an explanation for this matter." Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding, Yin Ming said again. Ziqian and the others worked together to kill the foreign invaders. This is a great contribution to the entire Zhangwu continent. During this time, several seniors were willing to die. They died with a clear conscience and died heroically. They did not hesitate to die to kill the foreign invaders. However, what did you do? You wanted to kill these 5 kids. You wanted to kill them for daring to attack the foreign invaders. Lord Wu stared at them and said coldly, "I don't know if this is a spontaneous decision or if your intentions and goals were never pure. I am sure that we did not know about this matter. Chuan Xing's actions only represent himself. It has nothing to do with Yamba Castle," Yinming explained. "Even if this is the case, you cannot escape responsibility," Ling Xing said. "Of course. That is why I am trying to resolve the misunderstanding between us with the greatest sincerity." "Where does your sincerity come from?" Ling Xing asked Yinming. "Sincerity comes from resources. You can just name a number," Yinming said with a faint smile. Ling Xing's expression was somewhat sorrowful. He said, "You said that resources are a number. Do you think we lack numbers? The number of resources we have spent since the 5 of them grew up is astronomical." "Then what do you want?" Yinming asked. "We don't want anything. In fact, we hope that what happened in the past never happened. We would rather it be like when you first arrived. I hope to see you speak righteously, to see you search for the foreign invaders." Yinming, who was not good at negotiations, could not help but frown as he listened to Ling Xing's endless chatter. He said, "Use the tokens to show your sincerity." "What tokens?" Ling Xing suddenly asked with a pained expression. "We are willing to take 5 more tokens from the Manor Realm," Yinming said. Ling Xing shook his head and said, "Yamba Castle is vast, and there are many geniuses. Leave these tokens to your geniuses. I really want to see them. The first time I see them." 10 tokens, Yinming said. "I hope that you can speak righteously and stand on the side of justice." 20 tokens. Ling Xing looked at Yinming and was about to say something again. 30 tokens. "This is the greatest sincerity I can show to resolve this misunderstanding," Yinming shouted. "Plus another 5,000 realm fragments." Ling Xing was delighted to hear this as well. 5,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? A nearby domain realm expert could not help but say. "I want to go as well, but I don't know who is willing to be robbed by me," Ling Xing said with a cold smile. "Deal." Yinming stood up and said. After the discussion, it was obvious that the people of Yamba Castle were sincere. Ling Xing was very satisfied, but he was not very happy. Chapter 1323. After discussing the compensation, Yinming handed over 5,000 realm fragments on the spot. As for the 30 tokens, he naturally couldn't give them out. He could only give them out when they returned. After the misunderstanding was resolved, everyone decided to leave immediately. This time, they had completely lost. Not only did they have to pay a huge sum of compensation, but they also didn't know how to explain it when they returned. "Why? Aren't you going to continue looking for outsiders?" Ling Xing asked hypocritically. Yinming couldn't be bothered with him. He turned around and left with his people. The two sides met again outside Hunter's castle. Ziqian and the others saw the group about to leave. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, Zichun and the others naturally wouldn't be nice to them. Zichun, you're not bad. I hope to see you in the prefecture world. Ling Dong sneered at Zichun. Zichun shook his head and said seriously, although you're not bad, I still hope not to see you in the prefecture world. Ling Dong mocked. Why? Are you afraid of dying? Idiot. Zichun is afraid that he won't be able to stop himself from slapping you to death. Little brat, when you get there, no one will protect you. When that time comes, you should pray that you don't meet us, Wuxia said disdainfully. Humph. Ling Dong snorted and turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Wuxia. At first, he thought that Wuxia was the leader and thought highly of him. Although he didn't like Wuxia's flamboyant personality, it suited a leader's personality. However, after meeting Zichun, he realized that Wuxia wasn't reliable at all. Why? Are you afraid of dying? Wuxia mocked him back and laughed complacently. Ling Dong, who had just taken a few steps, turned around helplessly and glared at Wuxia. Why? Do you want to fight or die? The outcome will be the same. Wuxia mocked him. Ling Dong shook his head seriously and said, I don't want to fight. I just want to tell you something. Wuxia said proudly, if you have something to say, say it. Ling Dong suppressed his anger and said calmly, you're ugly. What? Wuxia didn't seem to hear him clearly. I said that you were ugly, really ugly. Otherwise, why would no one like you? After Ling Dong finished speaking, he turned around and left, followed by the mocking laughter of the crowd. Ugly, very ugly indeed. Big brother Ling Dong, you're really honest. You actually told that ugly fellow the truth. Wuxia felt like he was about to be set on fire. He felt like he was about to kill someone. Don't be impulsive. Manshur grabbed Wuxia and said, don't be impulsive. Wuxia naturally knew that he couldn't fight here, but he was too angry. He just needed someone to comfort him. Since Manshur was holding him back, he naturally wouldn't go forward. But before he could relax a little, Manshur said again, they're not wrong. You're ugly to begin with, so this isn't considered an insult. So, you can't act rashly. Pooh. On the side, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing couldn't help but laugh. They both thought that Manshur was really stupid and naive. As for Zichun, he turned around and left. It wasn't clear whether he was laughing or not, but judging from the way he walked, it was probably very difficult for him to hold back his laughter. Everyone was laughing. Wuxia was very angry, but Mingzhu couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and said, don't mind it. They just don't know how to appreciate it. Well, he still meant that he was ugly. Wuxia felt very sad. After that, everything calmed down. It was hard to say whether Hu Ping City had profited or lost the compensation of 30 domain tokens. Because of this, the domain tokens that should have belonged to them would be confiscated layer by layer. They might not even be able to reach Hu Ping City, but if they didn't fight for it, they probably wouldn't get anything when the time came. The compensation this time could only be said that they had obtained what was originally theirs. As for the 100 billion in compensation, which was 1,000 domain fragments, it was given to Zichun and the other 4 in advance. Each of them had 1,000 domain fragments. The Zhou family had colluded with the people from Yamba Castle and taught Hunter's Castle a great lesson. Therefore, Lord Wu forbade Zichun and the others from leaving the city alone. If they had to leave, they had to travel in groups. It was worth mentioning that Zichun had to be one of the companions. Zichun had undoubtedly become the leader of the 5. The other 4 didn't have any complaints about this. Even if they did, they would have been ignored. Next, Zichun and the others had to wait for the domain tokens to be distributed before they could enter the domain realm. Hunter's Castle's mission regarding the lightning drop of life was still hanging high up in the sky. No one had completed it yet. Zichun, on the other hand, entered Sky Number 1 to cultivate in seclusion after he returned. It was worth mentioning that the resources that Zichun had given back then had all been returned. After this incident, his relationship with Hunter's Castle had become much closer, so he didn't fuss over these matters anymore. Shang Guanhong often visited Zichun while he was cultivating in seclusion, but she returned disappointed every time. If Zichun didn't agree to this matter, the others naturally couldn't express their opinions either. Therefore, they all pretended not to see anything. In private, some people were already discussing that Zichun was cultivating in seclusion mainly to avoid Shangguan Hong. Gradually, this news spread like wildfire. Some people thought that Zichen didn't like Shangguan Hong and that he already had someone else in his heart. However, some people thought that Zichen couldn't possibly not like Shangguan Hong because she was as beautiful as a fairy. The reason he ignored her was that Zichen had another hobby. Some people even guessed that Zichen was interested in people like Wu Xie and Manshur. While Zichen was cultivating in seclusion, Hunter's castle's gossip spread like wildfire. Zichen didn't know about it, but Shangguan Mingxing was furious when he heard about it. *T. Zichen wouldn't be willing. He must be secretly happy in his seclusion. That kid is very shrewd. Shangguan Hong couldn't accept the rumors, so she went into seclusion as well. For people who had nothing better to do, gossiping about others might be the greatest pleasure. However, as the target of gossip, Zichen was very busy. He still hadn't sensed where the bottleneck was, so he had to do his best to improve his realm and strive to break through again and again. Sky Number 1 cultivation room had become Zichen's private place in recent years. Other people might cultivate in seclusion here for a month or two, but Zichen stayed here for several years. Not only did Zichen need to improve his realm, but he also needed to use a lot of life energy to nourish the void tree and let it recover as soon as possible. In this way, Zichen's cultivation speed would be twice the result with half the effort. A year passed, and rumors were flying everywhere. It was very boring. Zichen's 2-meter realm expanded a little, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through. In the cultivation room, Zichen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After several years of refinement and nourishment of life energy, the void tree finally came to life and became a priceless void tree. Zichen stood up and disappeared from the spot in a flash, after which he entered his own reality world. The realm was infinitely large, but there was only a 2-meter space. The rest was nothingness. Zichen stood in the 2-meter space. Beside him was a small emerald green tree. The tree was less than 2 meters tall, but its trunk and roots were very thick, close to a meter. The tree's roots were completely rooted in the void, and a lot of spatial energy was absorbed, then condensed into realm energy beside the tree's roots. The condensed energy was the realm's spatial energy. This was the miraculous part of the void tree. Even if Zichen stopped cultivating, the void tree would automatically absorb and improve his realm. Zichen sized up the emerald green void tree and watched it absorb the spatial energy. In a short while, it had condensed a realm that looked like a small grain of sand. It looked very small and unremarkable, but it must be known that Zichen's 3-meter realm was the foundation of everything in the future. Every little bit of growth required a lot of effort from Zichen. In the previous 4 years of seclusion, Zichen had only expanded his realm by 1 meter. But now, with the void tree operating normally, Zichen had an additional grain of sand in just a short while. Even if Zichen stopped cultivating, after a few years, Zichen's realm would naturally grow to 3 meters in size and then break through again. Of course, Zichen couldn't slack off when it came to cultivation. With the void tree and the Heaven Number 1 cultivation room, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He would also be able to achieve breakthroughs faster. Zichen was very satisfied with the void tree. Therefore, he took out the second void tree from the purple gold gourd and placed it in his realm. Several years had passed, and Zichen hadn't paid any attention to the void tree. However, in the purple gold gourd's realm, the void tree had recovered quite well. However, it would still take some time before it could fully recover. After probing the void tree, Zichen exited the reality dimension. He had no intention of leaving before he had a breakthrough in his strength. As time passed, the rumors about Zichen gradually died down because it was too boring, especially when the person involved wasn't even around. They stopped gossiping about Zichen and focused their attention on the prefectural realm that was about to open. News came from Embark Castle that 30 prefectural realm tokens were on the way. They should be able to arrive earlier than the other cities. During this time, Lord Wu sent messages to the other cities asking about the prefectural realm tokens. However, they were all told that a large number of tokens had been withheld this time, and that they wouldn't be able to send many tokens. Lord Wu had expected this, so he asked Ling Xing to ask for more tokens. This was also considered as asking for their own tokens in advance. 2 years later, Zichen's second void tree had fully recovered. At this moment, he had 2 priceless void trees in his realm. At the end of cultivation, it was even more difficult to increase one's realm. Zichun had originally thought that he would be able to break through in just a few years, but even with the help of the void tree, he still hadn't broken through in 3 years. Soon, another 2 years passed. Zichun had spent 8 years in seclusion this time. After 8 years, in addition to the previous few years, his realm had finally grown to the limit of 3 meters. The moment he reached the limit of 3 meters, Zichun's realm naturally broke through. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After breaking through to the next realm, Zichun flashed into the reality realm. Chapter 1324. The cultivator in charge of the Sky 1 formation was still slowly filling the formation with reality fragments. He had been maintaining this posture for several years ever since Zichun had entered seclusion. He had rarely rested during this period of time. After more than 10 years, he had gotten used to filling the formation and had long since figured out the frequency, so he could still be absent-minded from time to time. But today, he suddenly heard a series of explosions coming from within the formation. His absent-minded state suddenly jolted him awake. Then, he saw the reality fragments in front of him begin to explode. "Aya, what's happening?" The reality cultivator cried out in alarm and hurriedly took out reality fragments to fill them up. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, another series of explosions rang out. This time, he wasn't able to fill them up as quickly as the fragments shattered. The cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm, "Everyone, quickly come and take a look. Is there a problem with the cultivation room?" Everyone rushed over when they heard the news, but when they saw the scene before them, their faces were filled with confusion and shock. "Why is this happening? What do we do now?" This was the first time the reality cultivators had encountered such a situation. None of them had any idea what to do. It doesn't matter if it's an accident or not. First, fill the formation. We can't stop the formation. Hurry and report to the master that there's a problem with the cultivation room. The leader of the reality cultivators rushed over when he heard the news and immediately gave orders. These cultivation rooms had all been built at great cost. If there was a problem, it would naturally be no small matter. This matter could only be dealt with by the domain cultivators. The one who immediately rushed over when he heard the news was Ling Xing. When he saw the spatial fragments shattering, not only was there no trace of worry on his face, there was even a trace of a smile. Everyone was puzzled. The reality cultivator leader cautiously asked, "Master, is this broken?" "Broken my ass. It's Zichun absorbing energy during his breakthrough." "Haha, that kid. It's only been a few short years, but he's already broken through again. Even this old man is envious of his breakthrough speed." Ling Xing laughed heartily. "Ah, Zichun is breaking through, but this commotion, it seems a little too big." Everyone found this hard to believe. One had to know that Zichun was only at the early corporeal realm, but his absorption speed was so fast that even the heavenly number 1 array had to expend some effort to supply it. More than 10 years ago, Zichun had caused a huge commotion. At that time, it had directly shaken all the higher-ups of Hunter's Castle. However, after that incident, the higher-ups had ordered that this matter be kept a secret. Not many people knew about that incident. This time, Zichun had made another breakthrough, which obviously attracted the attention of the higher-ups. However, this time, no one complained. Instead, all the higher-ups had happy smiles on their faces. The smug Ling Xing naturally did not forget the important matter at hand. He pointed at the few corporeal realms and said, You, and you, all of you come over here and help. Next, no matter how many corporeal realm fragments you explode, you need to replenish them as soon as possible. In a moment, I will get someone to deliver corporeal realm fragments. Don't worry about the consumption, just replenish them." The group of corporeal realm experts nodded and immediately stepped forward to fill the array formation with corporeal realm fragments. Ling Xing stood to the side and watched. The sounds of explosions sounded like a beautiful melody in his ears. After a while, someone came to deliver resources. It was Ming Zhu. "How is it?" Ming Zhu asked Ling Xing in a low voice as he distributed resources that were enough to scare a corporeal realm expert to death. See for yourself, Ling Xing said proudly. Explosions sounded in his ears. Ming Zhu looked in the direction of the sound and saw large swaths of corporeal realm fragments disappear. One corporeal realm fragment was equivalent to 10,000 law fragments. With just a glance, Ming Zhu saw more than 10 million resources disappear. With just a glance, his gaze paused for a few breaths. Nearly 100 million resources disappeared. Even though he had already guessed it, Ming Zhu was still shocked when he saw the resources disappear so quickly. This is really too extravagant. Ming Zhu could not help but sigh. He naturally did not dare to say that it was wasteful. At this moment, Zichen's status in Hunter's Castle was not something resources could compare to. It's already over 200 million. With just a few words, 200 million resources disappeared. This made Ming Zhu click his tongue again. Then, he suddenly remembered something and said, when Zichen broke through, it took him 15 days and 10 billion resources. This time, it won't take him 15 days, right? If so, 10 billion resources might not be enough. Ling Xing said calmly, of course 10 billion resources are not enough. Zichen used a void realm fragment to break through last time. The total value is 10 billion. If he uses the same amount this time, it will be 100 times more. That's 1 trillion resources. Ming Zhu gasped. The surrounding cultivators were almost scared silly. 1 trillion resources. What kind of concept was that? If converted to realm fragments, it would be 10,000 pieces. One had to know that they had only spent 6,000 pieces to buy a withered void tree. 1 trillion resources. 1 trillion resources. Ming Zhu realized that his voice was trembling when he spoke. It seemed like he did not have 1 trillion resources on him. Ling Xing sneered and said, why? Can't bear to part with it? Ming Zhu said seriously, these resources are provided by Hunter's Castle, not me. Why can't I bear to part with it? However, even if I have to, I'm willing to do it. Ling Xing looked at Ming Zhu with disdain. You almost turned hostile when you offered 10 billion resources. Now, you're willing to offer 1 trillion resources. It seems like you're also a snobbish layman. Ming Zhu was stunned. He did not know what to say. It doesn't matter if I'm a layman or not. In any case, we must continue to provide these resources. Hunter's Castle is willing to provide 2 trillion resources, let alone 1 trillion resources. A hearty laugh came from outside. It was Lord Wu. Everyone was shocked to see Lord Wu. However, most of them were busy and could not greet him. Lord Wu waved his hand casually and said, don't worry about me. Now, you just need to take care of this great array. Don't let it stop. Everyone agreed in unison. Ling Xing looked at Lord Wu and asked with a smile, why? You're here too. Of course. I want to see how my resources are going to disappear. This time, I might lose 1 trillion resources. I can only be at ease when I see them disappear. You should know that with so many resources, I might be able to fill up an ocean. Lord Wu joked and looked at the great array in front of him. Compared to Ming Zhu, Lord Wu's temperament and knowledge far surpassed him. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the resources that were continuously being depleted. He said, not bad. Only someone who can absorb resources at such an abnormal rate will have the ability to quickly break through the realm and possess unparalleled fighting strength. However, it seems that the speed at which the resources are being depleted is a little too fast. In just a few words, hundreds of millions of resources were consumed. It had not even been 15 minutes since Zichen broke through, but more than 1 billion resources had already been consumed. Looking at the speed of the loss of resources, Ling Xing looked at Mr. Wu and said with uncertainty, maybe you are right. I'm afraid that 1 trillion resources really isn't enough. The corners of Lord Wu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Then, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, it doesn't matter. It's just resources. When Zichen breaks through to the domain realm, he can kill a few more domain realm experts. If 1 trillion resources is not enough for Zichen to break through, then give him 2 trillion resources. Ling Xing asked again, what if 2 trillion resources are not enough? Then, we'll see when the time comes, Lord Wu said. Ming Zhu and Ling Xing laughed when they saw Lord Wu's expression. Zichen's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. Not only had it alarmed all the higher-ups, but it had also alarmed the other 3 people who were cultivating. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion? Wu Xie walked out of the cultivation room because he had clearly felt the spatial power fluctuate violently. He thought that there was a problem with the array and decided to check it out. The spatial power had become extremely unstable, which had a huge impact on cultivation. Manshur walked out as well. The 2 of them arrived almost at the same time. When they saw that many people were there, they were very surprised. Everyone is here. Is the array broken? As they walked forward, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the resources continuously disappearing from one of the arrays. What's going on? Manshur asked as he scratched his head. Wu Xie seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief, "Damn it! Could this be caused by Zichun? Could he have broken through again? Zichun broke through? How is this possible? Also, could he have caused this? This is impossible. How can his absorption speed be so fast?" Manshur said in disbelief. Dongqing, who had just arrived, didn't say anything. However, one could clearly see the shock in her eyes. Shangguan Hong had somehow found out that Zichun was breaking through. She had also rushed over from her home to join in the fun. Just as she was shocked by Zichun's terrifying absorption speed, she suddenly remembered what had happened last time. Last time, Zichun had refused to tell her what was going on. Now that she saw this scene, she could vaguely guess what was going on. Zichun stood in his own reality space. Just like the expansion of the virtual space, the reality space was expanding in the same way. A vast amount of pure energy was pouring in from the 3-meter space. Unlike last time, Zichun was completely awake this time. He knew how many resources he had consumed in this short period of time. However, due to the uniqueness of his body, Zichun required an astronomical amount of resources in order to fully form his reality dimension. After what had happened last time, he was certain that Hunter's castle would fully support him. When he broke through, he would have an endless supply of resources. For Zichun, it was a shortcut to cultivation. Zichun didn't want to miss this opportunity. I still have hundreds of billions of resources on me. I'll compensate them when I get out. If it's not enough, I'll compensate them later. However, I must break through this time. Zichun made up his mind after careful consideration. Chapter 1325. Zichun was well aware of how difficult it was to break through to the next realm. From the early stage to the middle stage, he had an endless supply of resources, the Sky No. 1 cultivation room, and 2 void trees. But it had still taken him more than 10 years. And that was only the early stage of the corporeal realm, which had only grown to a 3-meter space. Now, Zichun needed to expand his 3-meter space into a boundless world. If he didn't take advantage of this shortcut, Zichun would need hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the peak of the middle stage. Take the last time, for example. The 10 billion resources had allowed Zichun's void realm to grow to its limit, from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage. If Zichun hadn't taken advantage of the shortcut and simply refined the resources, he probably wouldn't have been able to refine the 10 billion resources even after several decades. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him that could save him 1,000 years, he naturally wouldn't miss it. He could choose to break through first and owe the resources. After he broke through, he could spend several decades or even centuries looking for resources to compensate for it. This was because Zichun could still train and improve his realm while looking for resources. After making up his mind, Zichun sat cross-legged in his corporeal space and closed his eyes, allowing the pure energy to pour into the space and expand it on its own. The expansion of the corporeal space was the same as the void realm. It didn't require Zichun to deliberately guide it. What Zichun needed to do now was to maintain his original intentions. Time passed. Outside the formation, everyone stood quietly and watched the group of corporeal realm experts fill up the void realm fragments. The resources flowed like water, quickly flowing away. There were 5 corporeal realm experts helping out. They took turns working. Although they were busy, they worked in an orderly manner and absolutely wouldn't make a mistake. However, the 5 of them looked extremely nervous. Even though there was cold sweat on their foreheads, they didn't bother to wipe it off. This was because the environment around them was similarly oppressive. Apart from Lord Wu, there were 5 other stewards in the hunter's castle. These 5 stewards, along with Lord Wu, were all here, watching the resources flow away like water. At first, the 6 of them could still talk and laugh wittily and easily deal with the situation, occasionally praising Zichun. But in the end, as more and more resources were lost, the smiles on their faces gradually became forced. This wasn't because he was heartbroken over the loss of resources, but because he simply couldn't bring himself to smile. Shang Guanhong and the other 3 were also watching. They, who had been exclaiming from time to time, slowly fell into silence. At this moment, they were all wondering how Zichun had managed to refine and absorb such a huge amount of resources. One had to know that back then, his 3-meter emptiness realm had already devoured tens of billions of resources, which was already very unbelievable. But now, who knew how many tens of billions of resources had been devoured? But where did these resources go? Time was still passing, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive. Everyone stopped talking. After an unknown period of time, one of the corporeal realm experts could no longer withstand the pressure and whispered, "Reporting to my lord, the resources are almost gone." This trembling reminder caused everyone to come to their senses. Xing was the first to ask, "What? The resources are gone?" "It's almost gone," Reality said carefully. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring someone to get it." Ling Xing turned around and said to Ming Zhu, "Oh, yes, yes. Hurry up." Ming Zhu nodded quickly and immediately left with his people. The oppressive atmosphere eased as a steward asked, "Trillions of resources are gone just like that?" Another steward, who was unfamiliar to him, sighed and said, "It's gone. It's gone without even causing a ripple." Beside him, Ling Xing said, "Although there wasn't any ripple, we heard a noise." Lord Wu nodded and pretended to be relaxed as he said, "Indeed, we heard a lot of noise. These sounds could form a beautiful melody." When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Behind the crowd, Manshur scratched his head and said, "Was there a melody? Why didn't I hear it? I only heard random explosions. It was very noisy." The domain realm experts all had a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Manshur in disdain and said, "Idiot, are you stupid? What my lord meant was that even if the trillions of resources were wasted, they would still be able to hear the noise. But they heard so much noise, which is undoubtedly better than wasting it." Ahem. Lord Wu couldn't help but cough softly. He could only pretend that he didn't hear the conversation between the two and said, "The beautiful melody today is a sign of Zichun's extraordinary achievements in the future." "That's right. Just the speed at which he absorbed resources is the fastest I've ever seen in my life," a steward agreed. They weren't just trying to convince others, they were trying to convince themselves as well. After a few exchanges, Manshur finally understood. He said in realization, "Why don't you just say that Zichun used a lot of resources to prove his strength?" "I agree with that. A few years ago, Zichun was able to fight Chuanxing to a standstill. Now that he has broken through and absorbed a lot of resources, he should be able to fight someone at Chuanxing's level." Manshur's words caused the stewards' hearts to involuntarily move. If what Manshur said was true, and Zichun at the middle corporeal realm had the strength to fight against a first-stage domain realm expert, then the consumption of a mere 10,000 realm fragments was nothing. Ming Chu soon returned. Naturally, he had taken another trillion of resources this time. In his opinion, although these people wouldn't be so worried, they should still be serious. But the truth was that when Ming Chu came in, he found that everyone looked relaxed. What happened? Ming Chu was very puzzled, but he couldn't ask directly. Just like that, although the resources were still decreasing, everyone could accept the loss of resources when they thought of Zichun killing everyone after he came out. Boring, very boring. Finally, Wu Xie completely accepted and got used to the rapid loss of resources. He was no longer shocked, but he felt that it was very boring and boring. He shook his head and turned to leave. "Are you upset? Are you going to go into seclusion?" Manshur asked bluntly. Wu Xie, who was about to go into seclusion, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. He then turned to glare at Manshur and said, "Idiot, if I go into seclusion, I will break through to the domain realm. Then, the domain realm won't have a chance to participate. Manshur suddenly widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "How can your cultivation speed be so fast? I can't be bothered with you. I'm going for a drink. Anyway, I'm not going into seclusion. If my cultivation rises too fast, Zichun will feel pressured." As if he didn't want to listen to Manshur's irritating words, he turned around and quickened his pace. "Hey, you should be the one feeling pressured," Manshur said, but when he realized that Wuxia didn't hear him, he quickened his pace and chased after Wuxia. At the same time, he shouted, "Hey, you should be the one feeling pressured." Wuxia was very annoyed and used his footsteps to leave. Shang Guanhong was still there and refused to leave for a long time. She inadvertently discovered that Dong Qing was also there, but she was in an inconspicuous corner and very difficult to notice. What is she doing here? Doesn't she feel bored? Shang Guanhong was a little puzzled. 15 days quickly passed, and not much of the 2 trillion resources were left. However, the atmosphere was still very relaxed. 2 trillion resources sounded very frightening, and was enough to scare many corporeal realm experts to death. However, if it was used on a realm, it would only be equivalent to 20,000 realm fragments. Although this number was still very large, it was still much more acceptable than 2 trillion. Moreover, at this moment, they already regarded Zichun as a domain realm expert. It was still acceptable that Zichun had used 20,000 realm fragments to break through to the domain realm. However, it seemed that the breakthrough this time was even more difficult. Zichun didn't show any signs of stopping even after 15 days. Soon, another day and night passed. It was also on this day that the 20,000 realm fragments disappeared. "Continue," Lord Wu said in a low voice as he stared at the formation in front of him without blinking. He could spend more than 6,000 to buy a withered void tree. Naturally, he was willing to spend 5 times the price of a withered void tree to nurture a powerful domain realm expert. When the 3 trillion resources were brought over, Zichun was no longer a corporeal realm expert in their eyes. He was a domain realm expert, just like them. However, Zichun was still a corporeal realm expert with domain realm combat strength. This would be of great benefit to their upcoming trip to the domain realm. This time, even if Hu Pingqing didn't obtain a token, he would still gain as much as he had in the past as long as Zichun's luck wasn't too bad. When the 17th day arrived, the 3 trillion resources began to be consumed. This time, it lasted another 5 days. After 22 days, the formation, which was like a bottomless pit, was finally filled with more than 2 trillion resources. I thought it would be 4 or 5 trillion. I didn't expect it to be only 2 trillion or so. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Wu pretended to be relaxed. Suddenly, there was another series of explosions. The relaxed Lord Wu was immediately stunned. The others were also stunned. Could it be that it wasn't over yet? Was there going to be a new round? Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. This time, only a dozen or so realm fragments exploded. Then, the entire formation automatically stopped. It seemed that it had reached its limit after operating at top speed for 22 days. Now, it needed a good rest. After 22 days, Zichun's corporeal space had undergone tremendous changes. The original 3-meter corporeal space had now become an infinite corporeal space. It had changed from a space to a world. This was a corporeal space. The corporeal space was filled with colorful lights. This was spiritual power, which was also the many laws that Zichun had comprehended. Ribbons fluttered in the air. Zichun could clearly sense a powerful force from the ribbons. Zichun seemed very small in this world. However, he was so tall and imposing because he was the master of this world. This was the world that belonged to him. Chapter 1326. The absorption of energy naturally stopped, but Zichun realized that his reality realm hadn't grown to its limit. How can this be? Zichun couldn't understand this phenomenon, but he had to admit that his breakthrough had reached a higher level. This reality realm was filled with endless energy. The energy of an entire reality realm was enough for Zichun to squander freely. Zichun was very satisfied with this reality realm as he gazed at the vast and abundant energy. As for his realm, Zichun sensed that he had indeed reached the peak of the mid-stage. However, there was still a slight gap before he could break through the so-called peak. However, Zichun was naturally very satisfied that he had accomplished something that would have taken him hundreds of years to accomplish in just over 20 days. Afterward, he walked out of the reality realm. After a brief inspection of his body, he opened the stone door and walked out of the cultivation room. Although there wasn't a group of reality realm cultivators standing outside the cultivation room like last time, there were still quite a few of them. Lord Wu, Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Shangguan Hong, Man Shi, Wu Xie, Dong Qing, and a few other domain realm cultivators were all present. Zichun saw them as soon as he came out. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did the commotion get out of hand again? Everyone smiled when they saw Zichun's bitter smile. Lord Wu waved his hand and said in a carefree manner, "It's not that big." The commotion this time wasn't that big. It only consumed a little more than 2 billion resources. It's not that big of a commotion at all. Zichun was startled when he heard this. Although he had guessed that it would consume a lot of resources, he definitely hadn't expected it to be that big. What kind of concept was 2 billion worth of resources? Zichun asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Is it really okay? I still have some resources on me. Why don't?" Seeing how adorable Zichun was, everyone laughed again. Lord Wu said, "Of course it's fine. You should know that I prepared 5 to 6 trillion worth of resources for you to consume, and you've only used up a third of it." Zichun naturally knew that Lord Wu meant that he didn't want him to feel too guilty. He looked at Lord Wu gratefully. Regardless of whether it was the 10 billion resources previously, Hunter's Castle's protection last time, or the over 2 billion resources this time, it was enough to show the Hunter's Castle's attitude towards Zichun. Naturally, Zichun was very grateful. This was a kindness that he would remember in his heart. "Hey, Zichun, you're really amazing. Your breakthrough this time really gave Wu Xie a big blow." Man Shi finally found an opportunity to speak. "Why me?" Wu Xie felt that he had been unjustly implicated. "Congratulations." Dong Qing came forward and congratulated Zichun. "Thank you," Zichun said with a smile. "I have time this time, so I can accompany you to find a battle beast." "You still remember?" Dong Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. This was the content of the message they had exchanged many years ago. "I also have time." Shangguan Hong suddenly walked up and stood between the two of them. "All right, it's time for us old fellows to disperse. Let's give these youngsters some time. Zichun, come visit us when you're free." Official Wu chuckled before he led the crowd away. Zichun understood that Lord Wu wanted to know his combat strength after his breakthrough, so he nodded. After the group of domain realm cultivators left, the youngsters began to play and chat for a long time. Then, Wu Xie suggested that Zichun's breakthrough should be celebrated, so they all went to drink. Hunter's Castle was very large, and there was a tavern for its members. When Zichun and the others came in, there were already many hunters here. "Zichun, you've come out of seclusion. You're all here." There was another familiar face in the tavern. It was Wade. He was very surprised to see them. Zichun's name had long been well known in Hunter's Castle. Now that they saw him in person, their expressions changed. Zichun said with a smile, "I just came out of seclusion and met up with some friends." "All right, this meal is on me," Wade said. "How can I accept this?" "You and I don't need to be so polite," Wade said with a smile. Relying on his familiarity with Zichun, Wade's status in Hunter's Castle also rose. At first, everyone was a little reserved, but after 3 rounds of drinking and completely relaxed, even Dong Qing gradually became more talkative. As if out of respect for Zichun and the others, some people tactfully left, while others entered the private rooms. Zichun's group of 5 drank to their heart's content in the main hall. "Zichun, you may be in the limelight now, but let me tell you, when we reach the prefectural realm and there are dangers everywhere, it will be my undying body's turn to shine." Wu Xie had many empty wine bottles beside him. He was somewhat tongue-tied as he spoke. Zichun nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, the undying body is very powerful. Of course, when that time comes, you will still need to rely on me." Wu Xie laughed proudly, then stopped abruptly and fell head first onto the table. "Haha, You're already drunk at the beginning. With your alcohol tolerance, you still dare to talk about drinking all day long. Man sure laughed, then drank another bottle of wine and fell asleep on the table just like that. Zichen drank no less than the other two, but he was still sober. When he was far more knowledgeable than them, Zichun had trained his alcohol tolerance for more than 1,000 years, so naturally, he surpassed them. Now, there were still 3 people sitting. Dong Qing had already taken off her mask and was showing her true face. It seemed that because she was drunk, she looked even more charming. Sometimes, she would drink with Zichen. Shangguan Hong also seemed to gradually drink too much and became delirious. She kept holding Zichen's hand, but she muttered softly until she finally fell asleep. This scene brought Zichen back to the time when he was in the Wuji sect. It gave him an extremely warm feeling. After coming to this world for almost 100 years, Zichen missed the Tianwu continent and the people in the Wuji sect. After so many years, he didn't know how the people there were now. He didn't know if anyone had broken through and reached the Zhanwu continent. The next day, Zichen went to find Lord Wu early in the morning. Yesterday, they drank until very late. In the end, it was he who sent the 4 of them to their rooms. What are your plans after breaking through? In the living room, Lord Wu personally poured a glass of water for Zichen. I'll familiarize myself with my current strength and wait for the manor world to open, Zichen replied. Lord Wu sat across from Zichen and nodded. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's good to relax. When will the manor world open? Zichen asked. Lord Wu shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. There's no specific time for the manor world to open, but it will only open after the token has been sent to the last city. Zichen put down his teacup and said, We're the last city. Haven't the tokens been sent yet? Lord Wu's expression changed when he heard this. He sighed and said, No, it'll take some time. I'm afraid the number of tokens will be even lower this time. How can that be? Didn't Yamba Castle pay us 30 tokens back then? Zichen asked, puzzled. At that time, because of the conflict with Yamba Castle, we did ask for that much, and they agreed. However, the tokens have been sent for many years, and they still haven't arrived. I suspect that Yamba Castle is deliberately going back on their word. This has to do with the city's reputation. Are they going to go back on their word? Zichen asked, puzzled. This has to do with the manor world. No one can say for sure. Lord Wu seemed to be helpless in this matter. To put it bluntly, everything depended on strength. Huping City's ranking wasn't as high as Yamba Castle's, so their overall strength was naturally weaker. That was why there was talk of going back on their word. Lord Wu gestured for Zichen not to worry. Even if they went back on their word, Yamba Castle wouldn't go too far. The tokens would be sent sooner or later. Sir, I'm very curious. What's in the manor world? Why aren't there any records of it in the ancient books? Zichen asked. Lord Wu thought for a moment and said, The manor world itself is a special battlefield space. Many realms are sealed in that space. If you're lucky enough, you'll gain a lot. Aside from the rewards, there should also be danger. Lord Wu nodded and said, Indeed. Because it's a battlefield space, it's very strange. The most dangerous things in there aren't the battle beasts that live there, but the battle spirits that are formed from the remnant souls of dead powerhouses. Although these battle spirits only have the strength of the corporeal realm, the battle consciousness in their remnant souls were left behind when they were at the domain realm. Zichen didn't know how strong the battle spirits were, but he could guess. He nodded and said, Danger and opportunity coexist. Lord Wu praised, Not bad. It's very dangerous there, but there are plenty of opportunities. The chances of breaking through to the domain realm are 10 times higher there than in the outside world. Almost everyone who enters the manor world is at the peak of the corporeal realm. Of course, there are also some special existences who go there specifically to train. In the end, Lord Wu reminded him, Zichen, there are many powerful existences in the other cities of the Shuntian prefecture. Their methods are very unique, so you must not be careless. Zichen nodded. He had encountered special existences like Wu Xie and the others in the weakest Huping city. Looking at the entire Shuntian prefecture, there were naturally many more talents with special abilities. During this time, Lord Wu only asked Zichen a few questions about his combat strength. After that, he chatted with Zichen about his daily life. For example, he asked about his life in the Tianwu continent, what special friends he had, and how many female confidants he had. Zichun was very surprised by Lord Wu's gossiping. He only gave a brief description of the situation there, but did not mention each and every one of them. Zichun only mentioned 2 or 3 friends, which surprised Lord Wu. For example, the Longhu sovereign, the barbarian dragon, and the evil good monk were all extremely powerful existences. Even in the Zhanwu continent, they would have a place in the same realm. As expected of the Tianwu continent. It's really inconceivable. Lord Wu sighed repeatedly. He also felt that it was a pity. Chapter 1327. Before Zichun left, Lord Wu still felt that it was a pity and said that he would ask about the matter of connecting to the receiving ground. Zichun smiled. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude. However, if he really wanted to succeed, Zichun would definitely make a trip back personally. At that time, he would be at least in the domain realm, so this matter wasn't urgent. Since he knew where Dongqing lived, Zichun went straight to Dongqing's place after he came out. There was a knock on the door, and Dongqing's surprised voice came from inside. "Who is it?" She didn't know anyone in Hunter's Castle, so very few people came to look for her. "It's me, Zichun." Zichun's voice sounded. Then, Zichun heard a lot of noise coming from the room. It was obvious that Dongqing was hurriedly tidying up the room. In fact, the room was already very clean. It was just that Dongqing was too nervous and didn't know what was important, which caused the extra noise. The door was quickly opened, and Dongqing stood at the door. She was wearing loose pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly discernible. She looked at Zichun nervously, and with surprise, she looked strangely attractive. Are you still drunk from yesterday?" Zichun asked awkwardly. "It's just a little headache. Come in quickly." Dongqing moved aside. "That's not very good. Actually, I'm here to tell you something. You can just stand at the door." Zichun was more or less embarrassed. If he had known, he would have come later. How embarrassing. "Come in." Dongqing turned around and walked into the room. Soon, the faint fragrance of tea mixed with the unique fragrance of the room wafted out. Zichun had no choice but to walk in. Fortunately, this was a suite with a living room, so Zichun didn't have to face Dongqing's room too awkwardly. "What do you want to talk about?" Dongqing handed the teacup to Zichun, and Zichun stepped forward to receive it. Their fingertips touched, and Dongqing blushed again. Zichun smiled apologetically and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm preparing to go out and gain experience. Didn't you break through and need to find some beasts? I think we can travel together." Although she had already guessed it, Dongqing was still a little disappointed when she heard Zichun say this. Perhaps in her heart, she was expecting Zichun to say something else. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Seeing that Dongqing was distracted, Zichun asked again. "Oh, no." Dongqing blushed and said immediately, I'm willing. Feeling that her answer was a little too rushed, Dongqing hurriedly asked, "But, where are we going?" "I've already thought about it before coming. There's still a long time before the manor realm opens, and we have a long time to find beasts. So, this time, we'll look for some special beasts." Special beasts. Yes, beasts with extraordinary means. As for their grade, it's best if they're on the same level as swords and shields. Although beast tamers can tame many beasts, what we're about to encounter is a battle of individual strength. Ordinary beasts are almost cannon fodder, and we don't need cannon fodder at all. So, we'll look for special beasts with high potential and worth cultivating. Dongqing looked at Zichun and asked, "You also know how to tame beasts?" Zichun shook his head and said with a smile, "Beast tamers are unique to the Zhanwu continent. Of course I don't know, but I have a few friends who are very good at it, and they're powerful beings themselves." Dongqing naturally understood this principle, but she had never had the chance to find a special level war beast. Among those of the same level, almost no one could help her. As for the domain realm, it was impossible for them to serve her for a long time. "Okay, but where are we going?" Dongqing nodded in agreement. "This place is big enough for us to explore. There are king-level beasts roaming around, so it's very suitable for us to explore. Zichun took out a map and pointed at a large green area on it. This is the place where a group of domain realm cultivators went to explore last time. Dongqing recognized this place with a single glance. This was because a steward had suggested that she go there to try her luck. It's there. The map was given to me by Lord Wu. He has agreed to let me take you there. We can set off at any time, Zichun said. Then, when are we leaving? Dongqing asked. Zichun looked at Dongqing and said, anytime, but you have to be ready. At this moment, Dongqing was still in her pajamas, so it was obviously not suitable for her to go out. She immediately panicked and hid in the bedroom. Then, Zichun heard a rustling sound. Dongqing was quickly ready. This time, she was wearing a tight armor without a mask on her face. She looked radiant. Let's go, Dongqing said. She wanted to see a hint of amazement in his eyes, but unfortunately, there was none. The two left the room, but when they were about to leave Hunter's castle, they were stopped by someone. I say, you guys leaving alone like this is very much like eloping. A dissatisfied voice sounded. It was Wu Xie in front of them. Eloping? Isn't Zichun on good terms with you? Why did he elope with Dongqing? Manshur scratched his head and looked at Shang Guanhong. Beside him, Shang Guanhong asked bitterly, where are you going? Zichun smiled faintly and said, didn't we agree yesterday that we are going out to train? But I also said that I want to go. Shang Guanhong said, then let's go together. Zichun said and glared at the two of them. In fact, Zichun deliberately avoided Shang Guanhong this time, so he had someone inform Manshur and Wu Xie beforehand. Even if Shang Guanhong wanted to pursue the matter, he could push the blame to Hunter's castle. But who knew that the two of them had a big problem with their conduct? They directly told Shang Guanhong and even brought her here. Manshur was so stupid, he definitely wouldn't do that. It must be Wu Xie. That bastard's heart is extremely bad. Zichun thought in his heart. The five of them set off again. Shang Guanhong was unhappy. Zichun looked a little uncomfortable, and Dongqing kept his head down and didn't say a word when Wu Xie and Manshur kept looking at him. Wu Xie and Manshur were the most relaxed. One of them was a thief, and the other was a fool. Along the way, one was smiling slyly and the other was giggling foolishly. Hunter's castle specially allocated a flying boat for Zichun. It was engraved with the unique symbol of Hunter's castle, which represented the official symbol. It was even more advanced than the flying boat used by the Imperial Army. Zichun was the one driving the flying boat. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong stood on either side of Zichun. Dongqing was flanked by Wu Xie and Manshur. I say, Dongqing, you look really good without a mask. Manshur suddenly said such a sentence for no reason. This directly attracted Dongqing's fierce gaze. Wu Xie at the side let out a strange cry and said with a smile, Dongqing, I'm very curious. Didn't you wear a black robe and a mask before? Why aren't you wearing a mask this time? Dongqing lowered his head and didn't say a word. It was obvious that his face had turned red to the roots of his ears. Zichun turned around and sneered at Wu Xie. He said, I'm very curious about the battle strength of the immortal body. I wonder if you can teach me. Haha, Zichun, you are provoking me. Okay, I accept your provocation. Wu Xie laughed. Zichun said, Dongqing, you take command of the flying boat? That's not good. Dongqing saw Zichun's slightly ugly expression and said with some worry, it doesn't matter. This guy really needs to be taught a lesson. Moreover, his strength has made a breakthrough, which made his self-confidence explode. If I don't beat him up, he really won't recognize his identity and status. Zichun said with a faint smile. Then, Zichun walked to the open area of the flying boat. Wu Xie followed with a rising battle intent. Obviously, he had acted so viciously along the way because he wanted to fight Zichun. Zichun and Wu Xie stood opposite each other. The other three people's attention fell on the two of them. Let's start. Wu Xie sneered. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows showed signs of opening. Swoosh. Zichun's figure disappeared in an instant. Wu Xie lost his target. His expression didn't change. He clenched his right fist and punched to the side. Pong. At this moment, a fist also punched toward Wu Xie. The two fists collided, causing an energy shock. Zichun's figure appeared. He stood still in the same place, but Wu Xie was forced back several steps by the punch. In terms of strength, Wu Xie was completely defeated. Wu Xie was unwilling to accept this. His figure flashed and disappeared. He wanted to compete with Zichun in speed. Zichun smiled coldly. He turned around and looked ahead quietly. Wu Xie appeared after Zichun turned around. There was a hint of surprise on his face. His figure disappeared again. Zichun turned around easily again. After flashing more than 10 times, Wu Xie didn't find a chance to attack Zichun. His figure was always detected by Zichun in advance. After turning around again, Wu Xie didn't find a chance to attack again. He decided to retreat and use his strongest attack. However, at this moment, Zichun raised his hand. He put 2 fingers together and a golden sword energy shot out from his fingertips. Zichun controlled the sword energy and slashed forward. Puff! Wu Xie, who was just about to retreat, suddenly felt a special force around him. This force came from all directions, suppressing him and limiting his speed. His speed was greatly reduced. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. He could only raise his hand and use his energy to block the sword energy. The sword energy slashed down. Wu Xie's defense shattered. Then the sword energy slashed down again. This time, it cut Wu Xie's body in half. Everyone knew that Zichun was very strong. However, they were still shocked that he could cut Wu Xie in half with a single strike. Wu Xie's cry of surprise rang out. He seemed very flustered. In his panic, there was a hint of fear. Zichun, what are you doing? Wu Xie, who reappeared, looked extremely haggard. He felt like he had lost a lot of energy. It was just like when the black-robed beast tamer had slashed him dozens of times. Everyone found it hard to believe that Zichun had damaged Wu Xie's vitality with a single strike. Only Shang Guanhong's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have guessed the reason. It was Zichun's law of destruction. The law of destruction could destroy everything in the world. It naturally had a strong suppressive effect on Wu Xie's undying body. Chapter 1328. Zichun had only said one sentence, which wasn't a threat. However, to Wu Xie, it was. Zichun was threatening him and even wanted to kill him. His expression was extremely ugly. The strong confidence that had risen from his heart due to his breakthrough had been shattered by Zichun's sword just like that. He didn't have an advantage over Zichun in terms of strength and speed. Even his immortal body, which he relied on the most, was useless in front of Zichun. Looking at Zichun's indifferent gaze, Wu Xie tactfully shut his mouth and stopped talking nonsense. Just as Zichun had said, Wu Xie was a little arrogant after his breakthrough and couldn't look at himself in the eye. However, Zichun's sword had finally made Wu Xie realize his true self. After that, Wu Xie started to keep a low profile and stopped talking nonsense. The atmosphere between the 5 of them became harmonious again. Just as Zichun had said, Wu Xie needed to be taught a lesson. After a few days, the low-key Wu Xie became active again. However, this time, he mainly wanted to know the secret of the power contained in Zichun's sword. Zichun naturally didn't want to talk to him. Being asked anxiously, he smiled faintly and said, "If you want to know, let me cut you twice and I'll tell you." Wu Xie's expression changed, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He didn't believe that Zichun could kill him with just 2 slashes. However, when he saw Zichun take out the black blade, his expression changed greatly and he didn't ask anymore. A month later, the group arrived at this nameless area. The roars of beasts echoed through the light shield around the flying boat. Yin Ming and the others had run into trouble here. There were things in the depths that even domain realm experts were afraid of. There are king-level battle beasts here. Everyone, be careful. Don't be careless. Zichun reminded them as they descended from the flying boat. The group nodded and followed him into the forest. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. As the group moved forward, they would also discover some battle beasts. However, most of them were at the soldier level or the general level, so the group naturally did not attack them. Just like that, everyone followed the map given by Ming Zhu and went straight in. Bang! A deafening sound came from the forest, and the aftermath of the energy spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, several ancient trees were snapped in half. A huge spirit-level beast was sent flying. In front of it, Manshur had transformed into a steel giant. Haha. Looking at the fallen beast, he laughed complacently and walked forward, causing the earth to tremble. With a strong surge of power, he actually lifted up this peak spirit rank war beast and threw it into the distance. There was a loud bang, accompanied by the screams of the beasts. Along the way, several large trees were broken. Manshur, who was at the late corporeal realm, had a complete victory over a peak spirit rank war beast. Manshur was playing with the war beast. He was having a lot of fun, and his laughter kept ringing out. The others looked on in boredom. Not far away, Zichen suddenly said, "All right, let's go." "Let's go." Manshur, who was in front of him, was startled. He said, "We're leaving now? What about this war beast? Dongqing doesn't need it. Are we not going to kill it? Your battle prowess is much stronger than it. There's no point in killing it," Zichun said without even turning his head. Manshur scratched his head and his figure shrank. As for the war beast, it fled in panic. The group was already used to this scene, because Zichun had already let many war beasts go. It could be said that Zichun had only killed one war beast along the way, and this was under everyone's strong request. They had already eaten all the meat on their bodies, and this war beast just so happened to be a good ingredient. When Zichen became ruthless, there was practically no one who could compare to him. Various methods emerged one after another, and he killed people like cutting grass and slicing melons. But sometimes, when he was kind, he wasn't even willing to kill a beast, and that level of kindness was unbelievable. In the eyes of the group, Zichen was a contradiction. His actions were very strange, without any rules. "You said you have friends in this field. What are they like when they tame war beasts?" Dongqing followed closely behind Zichun and asked, "Zichun, you have other beast tamer friends?" Wu Xie, who was following behind, was very surprised to hear this. Manshur and Shangguan Hong also looked at Zichun in surprise. They had never heard of this before. "They are my friends in the Tianwu continent. They are not beast tamers, so I don't know if they can tame war beasts. But taming demonic beasts is very simple," said Zichun indifferently. Wu Xie asked, "How simple is it?" "It's as simple as releasing pressure can make many proud demonic beasts surrender." "Oh, I forgot to say, they are not human. In the words of the Zhanwu continent, they are higher life forms." "What? Higher life forms? You have friends with higher life forms in a lower world?" Everyone was surprised, and Wu Xie even screamed again and again. Higher life forms were very famous in the Zhanwu continent, and each of them represented powerful strength. For example, Zichen's sword and shield combination was very strange, but compared with higher life forms, it was simply heaven and earth. Once a higher life form appeared, it was undoubtedly an existence that all forces would try to win over. Higher life forms were extremely arrogant. If you want to be friends with them, you need to have means comparable to higher life forms. You, a friend of higher life forms, or them, not just one. Wu Xie's face was full of doubt. Are higher life forms rare? You have to know that the Tianwu continent is a mysterious place known as the Cradle of Life. Not only do I know 3 higher life forms, I also have a disciple who is a lightning life form comparable to a higher life form. What Zichun said was the truth, but it was actually a bit exaggerated. Although the Tianwu continent was very extraordinary, the probability of higher life forms appearing was also very small. For example, Longhu, as a supreme beast, he was obviously related to the ancient battlefield, and that place was obviously man-made. As for the flying divine tiger, he was closely related to the everlasting sect that was destroyed back then. The last one, barbarian dragon, was in a special space in the ancient road. Even the lightning spirit was related to the lightning divine palace. Although they all came from the Zhanwu continent, they all had a lot of background, and most importantly, they were rare. He didn't know if the heaven-splitting battle ape was considered a higher life form, but his origin was also not ordinary. Zichen had never heard of the Saint Realm, so he thought that this realm must be related to the Heaven Realm. Therefore, each of them had an extraordinary background. Although Zichen had a lot of prestige among the 5 of them, and his words carried a lot of weight, they didn't really believe what he said about higher life forms. As they went deeper, Zichen would occasionally talk about the Tianwu continent. Of course, He would also occasionally talk about the topic of women. Zichen's attitude was very clear, and that was, in the Zhanwu continent, he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. As for love, it was really too extravagant here. No other expression could be seen from Dongqing's face, but Shangguanhong's mood was down for a long time. It was better to be quick than to be in pain for a long time. This was also Zichen's helplessness. His heart really couldn't let go of too many things. And thinking about Zichen, who was brave enough to face difficulties only in the aspect of love, he would always shrink back and be submissive, without the slightest decisiveness. In the blink of an eye, everyone had stayed here for 2 months, but in these 2 months, except for competing with the war beasts, they had gained nothing. What's the hurry? Good things won't appear so easily. We're more here to try our luck. If we don't see anything in 2 months, then we'll wait for 2 years. If 2 years don't work, then we'll wait for 20 years. You know, a useful war beast is worth thousands of ordinary war beasts. Zichen responded indifferently to Wu Xie and Mansher's anxiousness. Soon, half a year passed, and everyone still didn't gain anything. Wu Xie finally became anxious. Zichen, are you doing this on purpose? We've been here for so long, but you don't let Dongqing tame a war beast. We haven't met the right one, Dongqing said next to Zichen, which could be considered as an explanation. How can there be no suitable one? Wu Xie said discontentedly. I've seen you being tempted by some war beasts several times, but Zichen didn't let you tame them. Sure. Zichen made a shushing gesture towards Wu Xie. What sure? I'm not shushing. I'm going to say it. Wu Xie's voice became louder. Idiot. Zichen looked coldly at Wu Xie, then stood up and pulled Dongqing, leaving in a flash. Follow me. At the same time, Zichen's voice sounded. Could it be that he found something? Shangguanhong's eyes lit up, and Mansher immediately became alert. Zichen had already flown a few hundred meters away, looking very anxious. Wu Xie snorted and said, Let's see how good your eyesight is. After saying that, Wu Xie also chased after him. Everyone's speed was very fast, but compared to Zichen, they were still a lot slower. Soon, they lost track of Zichen, but after a few breaths, they heard the sound of battle. Let's go. Everyone flashed and followed. After a while, they saw the target that Zichen was fighting. Wu Xie widened his eyes, his face full of disdain, and said, Zichen has such bad eyesight. What is this thing? It's neither a pig nor a dog. This war beast is too ugly. Mansher scratched his head and said, It does look ugly, but it's not weak. Look, it's actually on par with Zichen. In front of them, Zichen was fighting a big black guy. It was about 3 meters long and had a pig's head. However, its body looked more like a dog. Its black fur was like steel needles that shone with a cold light, and its mouth was filled with ferocious sawtooth fangs. Zichen stood in front of this pig and dog. His body was actually covered with a rare defensive light, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. This Zichen, it's just a pig and dog. Isn't he being too cautious? Wu Xie said, puzzled. A pig and dog? Take a good look at the ground. This is not a pig and dog, but a red-eyed pig demon. Shangguanhong said unhappily from the side. What? A high-level life form? A red-eyed pig demon? How is this possible? Wu Xie was shocked, and then looked below the red-eyed pig demon. That was the place where the red-eyed pig demon's saliva dripped, but there was green smoke rising. A big hole had already been corroded by its saliva. Chapter 1329. Inside the corroded hole, there was a black rock. The top of the rock was already full of holes, as if it was a wormhole. Although Wu Xie was not an artifact refiner, he could tell at a glance that the stone was a very rare artifact refiner material. Anything that was refined with it would be a top-grade weapon. How is this possible? Even the black jade crystal was corroded. Wu Xie cried out in shock. The saliva of the red-eyed boar demon is extremely corrosive. Not to mention the weapon refiner material, it can even corrode yuan qi and one's body. Shangguanhong said, This shouldn't be a real high-level life form, right? Mansher scratched his head, looking at the red-eyed boar demon in front of him cautiously. Shangguanhong laughed lightly. Of course not. High-level life forms are extremely powerful. This should be a mutated beast that has the red-eyed boar demon's bloodline. However, we are really lucky to be able to find it. Dongqing was placed far away by Zichen. The red-eyed boar demon looked very ugly, but to be able to make Zichen treat it seriously, there was no need to doubt its strength. Dongqing even ignored its appearance and recognized the red-eyed boar demon's strength. Before Zichen came out, he had done a lot of research on beasts. Although some of the beasts that he met along the way were not bad, they were not worth nurturing. Until he saw this black guy. It had the same appearance as the red-eyed boar demon, so it was very likely that it had the red-eyed boar demon's bloodline. It was worth nurturing. As Zichen fought with it, he realized that this big guy was indeed not ordinary. Roar. The red-eyed boar demon roared threateningly at Zichen. This human in front of it made it feel some kind of danger. Following that, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, which meant that other humans had arrived. Its cold eyes swept towards the other humans. Swish. Zichen made his move the moment the scarlet-eyed demonic boar turned its head. He activated his light shield and charged towards the scarlet-eyed demonic boar. With Zichen's speed, he was almost instantly in front of the scarlet-eyed demonic boar. However, in the next moment, Zichen was greeted with a puddle of stinky water with a fishy and sour smell. To be able to react so quickly, it was obvious that the black guy had made plans to attack Zichen the moment it turned its head. In the face of the corrosive saliva, Zichen dodged it. The light shield on his body began to tremble and smoke rose from it. The whole light shield became unstable. Boom. Zichen rushed over and punched out. Golden fist aura shone between heaven and earth. The red-eyed demon boar was sent flying by the punch, and it crashed into several ancient trees. However, after it stabilized its body, it turned around and fled. It was not injured at all. Looking at the scarlet-eyed demonic boar that disappeared in a puff of smoke, the crowd exclaimed again. Its defense is too heaven-defying. It was hit by Zichen's punch, but it was not injured at all. Zichen is also very heaven-defying. The energy shield that he created was not corroded at all. Just as they were sighing, Zichen chased after it. That big guy looked very difficult to deal with. It might be easy to kill it, but it would take a lot of effort to capture it alive. The crowd obviously did not like this kind of thing, so they did not have the intention to help. As for whether they were worried that the guy would run away, thinking about Zichen's extreme speed under the heavens, they really could not think of a reason why the guy could escape from Zichen's pursuit. On the contrary, Dongqing chased after it. She had to participate in this kind of thing. Very ugly, but very strong. Manshur, who had not spoken until now, said seriously. After saying that, he looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie's sharp senses guessed Manshur's meaning. His face darkened, and he said angrily, "Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing. Hurry up and help." The aftermath of the battle spread out again. It was obvious that Zichen had caught up with the red-eyed demon boar again. The other party's voice was very sharp and ear-piercing. Not only is it ugly, its voice is also very ear-piercing. Wu Xie shook his head. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the forest. Following this roar, it was as if a hurricane had appeared out of nowhere in the forest. The ancient trees swayed back and forth, and the branches and leaves emitted a pa-pa sound. Many fallen leaves were even swept up into the sky. This is the aura of a king-level beast. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they secretly cursed their bad luck. They had encountered a king-level beast at this kind of time. The possibility of catching the red-eyed demon boar was almost zero. It had been almost half a year since they had met a guy with such potential. They did not expect that he would kill a king-level beast. "Hurry up and leave." A loud shout came from the forest. This shout came from Zichen. During this time, the aftermath of the battle was still shaking the forest. Everyone was obviously hesitant. "Human, I will give you a chance to leave." Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded. It was common knowledge that king-level beasts could speak. However, what was not good was that the other party had indeed come for the red-eyed demon boar. The tyrannical aura that surged between heaven and earth blew Zichen's robes continuously. The fallen leaves that filled the sky swayed and flapped in front of his eyes, making him almost unable to open his eyes. However, His spiritual sense was firmly locked onto the red-eyed demon boar. Looking at the big fellow in front of him, it looked like a huge black mutt. However, the aura it emitted was somewhat similar to that of the red-eyed demon boar. Thinking about it, the two of them should be related by blood. It was just that the latter had mutated for some reason, or it could be said that it had awakened its bloodline, causing such a huge change. If you leave now, you can live. The black mutt looked down at Zichun with an ice-cold gaze. At the side, the red-eyed demon boar looked at Zichen with a hint of mockery and ridicule in its scarlet eyes. Zichun had the courage to face a domain realm human, but facing a king-level beast, his courage was slowly being destroyed. Time did not allow him to think slowly. He only heard a loud shout, "You guys leave." After saying this, Zichun rushed towards the red-eyed demon boar. "You're courting death." The black mutt's gaze was like two cold bolts of lightning. In the next moment, it slapped out a claw towards Zichun. A huge energy claw with a destructive aura ruthlessly struck towards Zichun's head. At this moment, Zichun's attention was focused on the red-eyed demon boar. He completely ignored the claw. Just as the claw was about to hit him, Zichun flicked his hand and threw an item into the sky. It was a piece of jade that Ling Xing had given him back then. The engraved patterns on it instantly lit up. After feeling the pressure, it formed a huge light shield. The light shield was almost as big as a palm, blocking in front of Zichun. Boom! The claw fell and hit the light shield, exploding with a loud sound. Seeing the claw's power being continuously dispelled, the black mutt's gaze became extremely cold. Following that, a surge of power surged in. The light on the jade shone brighter and brighter, and the light shield on it gradually solidified. After a few breaths of time, the claw and the light shield on the jade shard exploded at the same time. The jade shard had blocked the attack for Zichun, but it had consumed all of its power. A crack appeared in the middle of the jade shard, and then it shattered and fell to the ground. The jade shard that Ling Xing had given him that could withstand multiple domain realm attacks was shattered by the black mutt's claw. In just a few breaths of time, Zichun, who had used all of his power, had successfully appeared in front of the red-eyed demon boar. A powerful force surged in his hand, and this force bombarded the red-eyed demon boar's head. The red-eyed demon boar did not expect that a human would actually launch an attack. Before the mockery in its eyes disappeared, it was caught off guard and was directly hit in the back of its head. It was as if it had been hit in a daze. It shook its head and its body was unstable. In the next moment, a black hole appeared in front of it, and the red-eyed demon boar fell into the black hole. Right at this moment, the black mutt's second attack came. The powerful force shook Zichun, and he turned around and ran. Bang! The second attack exploded in the sky, and its powerful force shook in all directions. Zichun was the first to be affected by the energy, and the light shield around his body trembled slightly before it shattered. However, just as the light shield shattered, a battle armor appeared on Zichun's body, and the rest of the energy impact was all blocked by the battle armor. Zichun's entire body used this push to escape into the distance. "Human, I will definitely kill you." Behind him, the black mutt roared, and then it turned into a black light and chased after Zichun. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichun's back began to vibrate at a high frequency. His body seemed to be teleporting, flashing in and out of the dense forest. After chasing for a while, the black mutt helplessly found that the human was getting farther and farther away from it. In the end, it even lost track of the human's tracks and aura. It was furious and roared towards the sky. After that, this king-level beast flew into a rage in this dense forest and looked for its child. Back to Zichun's escape, and he ran for tens of thousands of miles. During this time, in order to avoid being tracked by some kind of power, he even used his destructive power to scan his surroundings, destroying all possible tracking marks. After running for 2 days, Zichun started to send a message to the 4 of them on the 3rd day. When the 4 of them heard Zichun's message, they immediately retreated. They knew what Zichun was going to do, so they were naturally worried about Zichun. After receiving Zichun's message, they also rushed towards Zichun's direction. 2 days later, the 5 of them met up. "How was it? Did you catch it?" Wuxia asked impatiently. The others were also surprised. It was obvious that if they caught this guy, once Dongqing completely tamed it, their team would have another powerful force. Zichun nodded. Where is it? Let's see. A black hole appeared in front of Zichun, and a black guy fell out of it. It was the red-eyed boar demon. After it appeared, it laid on the ground motionlessly. If it wasn't for its undulating chest, everyone would have thought that it was dead. Back when Zichun had kept it in his reality dimension, he had trapped it there. Once he was out of danger, he fought it again, knocked it out, and then sealed it. Quickly keep it and slowly tame it. Let's go find our second target. Zichun looked at the extremely excited Dongqing and said, that king-level beast might still be looking for it. You still dare to go deeper. Just go in another direction and avoid it. Of course, before it's tamed, Dongqing can't let it appear in the real world. Just as Zichun and the others were gaining something, the token that Yamba Castle promised to compensate them finally arrived at Hunter's Castle. Chapter 1330. I only have these 5 tokens. The smile on Ling Xing's face immediately froze when he saw the early corporeal realm expert from Yamba Castle. I'm sorry. I was attacked by thieves on my way here. I risked my life and only managed to keep these 5 tokens. The rest were all stolen. The early corporeal realm expert stood in front of Ling Xing, his face full of fear as he apologized profusely. Because of his emotions, Ling Xing gave off an oppressive aura that made him feel suffocated. The tokens hadn't been delivered for many years. Ling Xing had long guessed that the people from Yamba Castle would play tricks. He'd also expected them to reduce the number of tokens, but he hadn't expected them to be so merciless. They'd only given 5 out of the 30 tokens they'd promised. An early corporeal realm expert being attacked by thieves was pure nonsense. Even an idiot like Man sure wouldn't believe it. The most despicable and disgusting thing about Yamba Castle was that they'd sent an early corporeal realm expert to deliver the tokens. He was basically cannon fodder. It didn't matter if he died or not, but they weren't afraid that he'd die halfway and fail to complete the mission. Although they had another way to get the tokens, they'd had a bad relationship with Yamba Castle last time. Coupled with the way Yamba Castle handled things this time, it was obvious that the other way would be suppressed to a certain extent. The person who'd come was only an early corporeal realm expert. No matter how angry Ling Xing was, he wouldn't lower himself to his level. As for killing him to vent his anger, that was even more unlikely. The people from Yamba Castle seemed to have taken this into account as well. Good, very good indeed. Ling Xing was furious, but he didn't explode in anger. He only nodded and smiled, saying good 3 times. His smile didn't seem fake at all. It was as if he really felt good. Ling Xing looked at the terrified corporeal realm expert and said, You've done very well this time. You must be tired from the journey. Rest here for a few days. When we leave, I'll have you pay for the journey. You've worked hard. The early corporeal realm expert was flattered by Ling Xing's attitude. He had kept a low profile ever since he had arrived because he didn't want to be killed. It was obvious that he had already guessed that he would be cannon fodder. He thought that as long as he could survive, Ling Xing could do whatever he wanted with him. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Xing Haoxing had arranged for him to be paid for his journey. Ling Xing had someone arrange accommodations for the early corporeal realm cultivators. Then he went to find Lord Wu to explain the matter. Lord Wu was furious when he heard this, but 5 tokens were still acceptable. This time, even though Huping City would lose a lot of entry tokens because of this, it was fortunate that they had Zichun and the other 4. While there were fewer people, the quality of the entry tokens had increased significantly. Yamba Castle has gone overboard this time, but it's fine. If we're lucky enough to run into them in the prefectural realm, ask Zichun to take good care of them, said Lord Wu. Ling Xing smiled and said, Indeed, that's what I'm thinking. If the opportunity is right, I'd be happy to see no one leave Yamba Castle alive. It was obvious that the 2 smiling old men were really angry in their hearts. Since you've cut off my future path of development, I'll cut off your chances of survival. They believed that if Yamba Castle didn't gain anything from the prefectural realm, their future development would be greatly affected. In the Nameless Forest, Ziqian and the others ventured deeper into another place. Dongqing hadn't successfully tamed the red-eyed boar demon yet, but they'd slowly become familiar with each other over the past few days. Taming it was only a matter of time. Ever since they'd caught the red-eyed boar demon, Wu Xie hadn't uttered a single word of complaint. Relatively speaking, they hadn't gained anything in the past 6 months, but catching a red-eyed boar demon as soon as they'd gained something was definitely a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this red-eyed boar demon was very strong. After it was completely tamed, its combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Therefore, they'd gained a lot this time. This could be seen from the smile on Dongqing's face every day. In order to avoid that king-tier mutt, Ziqian and the others deliberately took many detours and stayed far away from it. After that, they continued to look for exotic beasts with potential. However, their luck seemed to have run out this time. After 2 years, they still hadn't found any combat beasts with great potential. Fortunately, after another 6 months, they found another unique combat beast. It was a small winged Pegasus with lightning flowing around its body. It had a single horn on its forehead, and it looked very much like the legendary high-grade Aurora Pegasus. When it flapped its white wings, it was like Ziqian flapping his thunder wings. Flashes of lightning would flash. As for its speed, it was like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the small Pegasus, everyone was naturally surprised and happy. Their gazes became extremely fervent. However, before they could try to surround it, it disappeared. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, far surpassing everyone. Even Ziqian couldn't catch up to it. Fortunately, Ziqian had the heavenly thunder wings. Relying on the heavenly thunder wings' increased level and the integration of the heavenly thunder wings and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, he was barely faster than the Aurora Pegasus. The two quickly disappeared, one chasing and one escaping. Everyone chased after them, but they soon lost track of them. Just like that, everyone could only wait in place. Aurora Pegasus, that's an Aurora Pegasus. Wu Xie couldn't help but sigh. Although it's not a high-grade life form, at least it has awakened some of its bloodline. I hope Ziqian can catch it. Dongqing prayed. This place is really strange. In just 3 years, we actually encountered 2 existences with high-grade bloodlines. Shang Guanhong said, "Hee, if we can tame dozens of these existences, we won't have to fear anything in the manor realm." Manshur chuckled. Wu Xie looked at Manshur with disdain and said, "Do you think these things are cabbages?" 2 days later, Ziqian returned with injuries all over his body. Without a doubt, he had encountered another king-level combat beast. This place was very dangerous even for Yan Ming and the others, let alone Ziqian, who was only at the middle corporeal realm. Ziqian's injuries were very serious, but there was a smile on his face. Everyone knew that he had succeeded and immediately cheered. Sure enough, he threw out an item from the corporeal realm. It was the Aurora Pegasus. This Pegasus had been sealed and had fallen into a deep sleep. When Dongqing saw it, he almost cried tears of joy and thanked him profusely. One had to know that this item was truly priceless. It was comparable to a sword and shield. Next, Ziqian began to heal his injuries. While he was healing, he signaled everyone not to go too deep. Next, they just had to wait for Dongqing to tame the Aurora Pegasus. The latter's speed wasn't slower than his, and it was obviously very familiar with this area. Therefore, the journey to find other special combat beasts was left to it. This time, it took 2 months to tame it. When the Aurora Pegasus appeared in front of everyone again, it was extremely docile. However, there was still some fear in its eyes when it looked at Ziqian. It had seen with its own eyes how powerful this human was. The Aurora Pegasus wasn't big, but it could be used as a mount. Its snow-white fur and elegant posture when it walked deeply attracted Shang Guanhong. Unfortunately, she wasn't a beast tamer, so it was very difficult for her to tame a combat beast. On the other hand, Dongqing kept expressing his gratitude to Ziqian. "You're always thanking me. I say, can you not be so polite? Why don't you repay me with your body?" Wu Xie curled his lips. Soon, 2 cold gazes were cast from the side, and he quickly shut his mouth. "Little thing, it's up to you now." Ziqian looked at the Aurora Pegasus and smiled, but the latter was so scared that it trembled. Dongqing also clearly conveyed Zichen's thoughts to the Aurora Pegasus. The latter had already recognized Dongqing as its master, so it naturally wouldn't reject this request. It rubbed against Dongqing's body, then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. At the side, Wuxia muttered softly, "Damn, it's also a little pervert. Zheng really knows how to pick a place." When Dongqing heard this, he thought about the little Pegasus's actions just now and blushed. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Zichen. With the help of the Aurora Pegasus, the efficiency of everyone's search for combat beasts naturally increased. Just like that, they stayed in this dense forest for 13 years. In these 13 years, Dongqing had gained a lot, and Zichen and the others also had some gains, especially Zichen. In these 13 years, he had gradually familiarized himself with his own combat strength. Sometimes, he would even have a king-level combat beast as a sparring partner, so his improvement was great. Their original intention was to wait here until the domain realm opened, but in just 13 years, they had provoked too many king-level combat beasts. Because Zichen was too slippery, and coupled with his world speed, a king-level combat beast couldn't do anything to him. And when they were annoyed by the harassment, a group of king-level combat beasts actually started to team up and chase after Zichen. Zichen could barely handle one king-level combat beast, but when faced with a group of them, he could only helplessly run for his life. These king-level combat beasts were obviously in hot pursuit, determined to kill him. Zichen could only choose to return. "Do we have such a big grudge?" Zichen, who was running away, couldn't help but complain. "Human, give me back my children. You took my children. Isn't that a grudge? Human, give us back our children, and we can treat you as a guest of honor." Zichen's complaint immediately caused a commotion among the king-level combat beasts. "What do you guys know? Your vision is only to become the king of a forest, but my goal is to conquer the entire world. I took your children away to train in the domain realm, to broaden their horizons. What do you know?" Zichen said unhappily. "Die. Cunning human, you're asking my children to die? We'll kill you no matter where you go. Human, die." The king-level combat beasts, who were already angry, became even more furious. As king-level combat beasts, they naturally knew what kind of place the domain realm was. It was full of dangers, and one could easily die there. Zichen thought that after saying a few words, they would give up and let the little ones go on training, but who knew that they would react so violently? Helpless, he could only tell Wuxia and the others to run first. Roar. Chapter 1331. When Zichen heard this roar, he was so scared that he almost fell down. This roar contained a terrifying pressure that came directly from the depths of his soul. If he was closer, Zichen believed that his soul would have been destroyed by this roar. When he turned around, he saw that the king-level beasts did not chase after him anymore. They only stared at him coldly and unwillingly. It was obvious that this roar was the cause. You can actually command king-level beasts. Zichen was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to stay here any longer and immediately followed the 4 people far away. He secretly swore that he would never come here again. He also finally understood why Yin Ming and the others returned empty-handed after coming here to investigate. To be able to command a group of king-level beasts, the person himself was not a stronger king-level beast, but an emperor-level beast that was even stronger than a king-level beast. One must know that an emperor-level beast was equivalent to a human realm lord who had crossed over to the 9th domain realm. Such an existence could even become the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Zichen used 2 days to catch up with them. Everyone was very excited when they saw Zichen. "How is it? Does it feel good to be chased?" Seeing that Zichen had returned in one piece, Wuxia joked. "It feels good. Why don't you try it too?" Zichen smiled faintly. Wuxia quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't. I don't have your abnormal speed." Following that, he asked again, "How about it? How many days should we rest this time?" Zichen said unhappily, "We rest forever." "What do you mean? You're not going anymore? Are you scared by a few king-level beasts?" Wuxia was stunned. The others also looked at Zichen in confusion. However, Dongqing helped Zichun out of the situation and said, "Actually, we've already gained a lot. It's time to go back." Wu Xie muttered, "If we miss this village, we won't have this shop anymore." Zichun laughed out loud. "Have you ever seen a village? Have you ever seen a shop in a village?" Wu Xie was stunned and said, "It's just a saying. In the Zhanwu continent, there are only tribes and mountain strongholds. There is no such thing as a village because there are no mortals in this world. We can't go to that place anymore. I'm afraid we'll lose all our gains." "What do you mean?" Zichun thought back to that roar and felt a lingering fear in his heart. "Do you know how I managed to escape the pursuit of a group of king-level battle beasts? This time, it wasn't because I was fast, nor was it because I used a doppelganger. It was because I heard a beast's roar. It was that roar that stopped the king-level battle beasts from pursuing me. I suspect that it was the leader of the group." When everyone heard this, their faces changed greatly. Wu Xie exclaimed, "What? A roar stopped a group of king-level battle beasts? Then isn't it?" Zichun nodded and said, "Yes, if it's not an extremely powerful king-level battle beast, it might be an emperor-level battle beast. This time, it was really lucky that the other party gave up. Do you think we should go deeper?" Everyone shook their heads again and again. Wu Xie said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and run. Don't come back to this place for the rest of your life." The 5 of them took the flying boat and began to return. It took them 2 months to come here. Because there was still a lot of time to go back, it took them 2.5 months on the road. After the 5 of them returned, the first thing they did was to report their whereabouts to Hunter's Castle. They could see Lord Wu directly. After more than 10 years, Lord Wu was very happy to see Zichun and the others again. He invited Zichun and the others to his room and poured tea for them personally. After sitting down, Lord Wu asked with a smile, "How was your harvest?" "Not a small one," said Zichun. The others also had excited smiles on their faces. "This time, we've obtained several battle beasts with high-level bloodlines, and all of them are at the peak of the spirit rank," Dongqing added. Lord Wu laughed and said, "That's great. This way, your safety will be guaranteed when you enter the manor world." Zichun put down his teacup and suddenly asked, "By the way, did Embark Castle give us the compensation they promised? You're talking about the entry tokens, aren't you?" Lord Wu's face turned gloomy. "Why? They haven't sent them yet?" Everyone was very surprised. It had been many years. Even if they walked, they should have arrived by now. Lord Wu sighed and said, "They did send them, but they only sent an early-stage corporeal realm cultivator to deliver 5 of them. They said that the others were robbed on the way." "What? Only 5? The people of Embark Castle are too much." Wu Xie was furious. "Robbed? Even a fool wouldn't believe such a lame excuse." Manshur was also very angry. Shang Guanhong and Dongqing's faces turned ashen. It was obvious that they were very angry after hearing the news. Zichun was the only one who looked calm. Wu Xie asked curiously, "You're not angry?" Zichun smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be angry about? Yamba Castle's actions are clearly suicidal. Since they're willing to leave some entry tokens for their people to die with, then why not fulfill their wish?" Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. "Yes, that's right. Since they don't want to give us the tokens, then we'll kill a few dozen of them. That'll be the reward for the tokens." Wu Xie nodded. Zichun looked at Wu Xie with disdain and said, "Kill a few dozen of them? You have the nerve to say that? Then you mean..." Wu Xie was startled. "If the conditions permit, then naturally we won't let a single one of them go," Zichun said coldly. This was Zichun. When he was kind, he wouldn't even kill a single war beast. But when he was ruthless, he treated human lives like dirt. Lord Wu admired Zichun's personality very much. He originally wanted to tell them in advance, but now that he saw Zichun's attitude, there was no need to waste his breath. Finally, Zichun asked, "Have the proper channels passed down the tokens?" "Not yet, but it should be soon." After chatting for a while, Zichun and the others left. Because they had been away for a long time, they were almost cut off from the rest of the world. Wu Xie and the others went to the center of the city after returning, while Zichun returned to his room to cultivate. He hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet. As long as he cultivated, his strength would increase. In the past few years, The two void trees had also contributed greatly to Zichun. They had been increasing Zichun's strength at every moment. 10 days later, news reached Hunter's castle that the proper channels had sent down the tokens this time. When Lord Wu received the news, he immediately led his men out of the city. When he reached the outskirts of the city, he found that many domain realm cultivators had already arrived. The leader was a tall, middle-aged man who looked very cold. He was the true city lord of Huping City, Mu Feng. Lord Wu led Ling Xing and the others forward. The domain realm cultivators along the way made way for them when they saw them. When they arrived in front of Mu Feng, the two of them nodded as a greeting. Mu Feng gazed into the distance and said indifferently, "I wonder how many tokens there will be this time." When Lord Wu heard this, he laughed bitterly and said, "After what happened last time, I'm afraid there won't be many." Mu Feng was silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he asked, "How are their preparations?" "We're just waiting for the manor world to open. I hope they won't disappoint." Lord Wu said confidently, "Don't worry. I have high hopes for them. If their luck isn't too bad, they should be able to do something this time." "That's good." Mu Feng nodded. Lord Wu looked at the domain realm cultivators behind him. Most of them were family members of Huping City, and they were waiting to get their share of the tokens. Hunter's Castle will only send 7 people this time. There will be 3 more tokens, and they will be sent to the City Lord's castle when the time comes, Lord Wu said telepathically. When City Lord Mu Feng heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "It seems like this will be an extremely difficult and offending task." Lord Wu smiled and said flatteringly, "Our City Lord isn't afraid of offending people." Mu Feng laughed out loud. After a short conversation, everyone waited in silence. The domain realm cultivators behind them were more or less nervous. After a while, a huge flying ship appeared in front of everyone. This was Lu Guangqing's flying ship. Lu Guangqing's ranking in Shuntian Prefecture was only one place higher than Huping City's. He was ranked 107th. 3 people jumped down from the flying ship. All 3 of them were domain realm cultivators. When Lord Wu and Mu Feng saw the middle-aged man in the lead, they were slightly stunned. Mu Feng was a little surprised because of this. "It's just a token. I didn't expect the city lord to come personally." Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said softly, "It seems like things are worse than we thought." Mu Feng seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. "City Lord Mu Feng, Brother Wu." City Lord Lu Guangqing cupped his fists at the 2 of them from afar. "Brother Lu." The 2 of them cupped their fists in response. Some of the domain realm cultivators behind the 2 of them revealed strange expressions when they learned of the middle-aged man's identity. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Mu Feng led the 3 of them back to the city lord's mansion. During this time, Ling Xing and the others returned while Lord Wu followed them. Other than Lord Wu, Huping City was accompanied by an armored commander of the city's army. His position in Huping City could be ranked in the top 3. In the hall, after everyone had taken their seats, City Lord Lu Guang stood up and cupped his hands together. With an apologetic look on his face, he said, "Brother Mu, Brother Wu, Brother Wei, I have come here personally to apologize to you." "Brother Lu, sit down and talk. It should be about the token, right?" Lord Wu asked. "Yes." City Lord Lu Guangqing nodded and sat down. Lu Guangqing and Huping City were ranked last and second from the bottom. Neither of them laughed at the other, so the relationship between the 2 cities had always been very good. In the previous few times, the quota tokens were also distributed equally after they were given out. Lord Wu and Mu Feng exchanged glances. Mu Feng nodded and asked, "How many tokens will there be this time?" City Lord Lu Guangqing sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, there were only 12 tokens when they arrived in Lu Guangqing." Chapter 1332. Originally, although embezzlement was common, the number of tokens could still exceed 100 each time they were distributed. After the 2 cities were equally divided, each city would have dozens of tokens. However, this time, only 12 tokens were passed down. Seeing the expressions of the 3, City Lord Lu Guang said, "The tokens are abnormal this time. I sent someone to investigate. It is said that the people from Embark Castle are behind this." Lord Wu's expression returned to normal. He said calmly, "It must be them. It would be strange if it wasn't them." Mu Feng smiled bitterly. This time, Lu Guang's city was implicated because of us. City Lord Lu Guang's ugly expression softened. He said, "It's hard to say who implicated who. It's our fault for not being able to move up in the rankings. It's normal for us to be suppressed. This time, we formed a team of 10. I carefully selected them. So, about the tokens, clearly, City Lord Lu Guang knew that Huping City had other ways to obtain tokens, so he could only give out 2. The commander of the city's army looked a little upset. However, he couldn't say anything at this moment. Although he never interfered in such matters, he knew everything. Mu Feng nodded and said, 2 tokens is good. Beside him, Lord Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, our 2 cities aren't that far apart. Although we asked for 30 tokens last time, the people from Yamba Castle used the excuse of theft as an excuse and only gave us 5. In addition to the 5 tokens we originally received, there are only 10 tokens left." How is that possible? City Lord Lu Guang looked a little shocked. Clearly, this was different from the information he heard. Here are 3 extra tokens. Hunter's Castle will send 7 people this time. Lord Wu took out 3 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Seeing this, City Lord Lu Guang also took out 2 tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Then I'll distribute these 5 tokens. Mu Feng shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. There were so many clans waiting, yet there were only 5 entry tokens. It was very obvious that this was going to be a very difficult matter to handle. Seeing Mu Feng put away the token, City Lord Lu Guang asked curiously, "How did you offend Yamba Castle this time?" Lord Wu sighed and said, "Because of an unexpected disaster." He waved his hand again and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Stay here for a few more days, and I'll introduce you to a few young people. Our 2 sides have few people to begin with, so we need to stick together. When we reach the prefectural realm, we can take care of each other." City Lord Lu Guang nodded. In fact, the reason he had come personally this time was not only to explain the matter of the token, but also to form an alliance. After all, there were only about 20 people on both sides, which was not even a fraction of the number of people in the other cities. On the same day, Zichun received an invitation. Wade stood at the door and said enviously, "Zichun, the City Lord invites you to be a guest at the City Lord's mansion." To the City Lord's mansion as a guest. Zichun was dumbfounded when he heard that. He did not know the City Lord, nor had he seen him before. Why would he be invited? Yes, not only you, but also Wu Xie and the other 3. Oh, right. Even the brothers Go Wan and Go Chong were invited. Wade's tone was filled with envy. It was obvious that he was not invited. Zichun thought about it for a while and understood the meaning of the invitation. Since the City Lord invited the 7 of them, it must mean that all 7 of them would go. When Zichun walked into the hall, he found that the 6 of them were already waiting there. The 6 of them looked very excited to be invited by the highest ruler of Huping City. Zichun heard their discussion from afar. When the 6 of them saw Zichun, they immediately walked towards Zichun. "The City Lord invited us. Let's go quickly." Wu Xie looked very eager. Zichun nodded, and everyone walked out of the castle. The City Lord's mansion was one of the tallest buildings in the entire Huping City. It was not difficult to find. When the 7 of them reached the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, they were stopped by the city guards. "It was the City Lord who invited us here," Manshur said confidently. The city guards were all at the late-stage corporeal realm. They looked at the 7 of them in surprise. When they saw Zichun behind them, their expressions changed slightly. Everyone in Huping City knew who Zichun was now. The leader's indifferent expression also softened. He smiled faintly and said, "Since the City Lord invited us, then show us the token. This is official business." "What token?" The few of them were clearly startled. "Here." Zichun came forward from behind with a golden invitation in his hand. Seeing the familiar City Lord's seal on the corner of the invitation, the leader nodded and said politely, "That's right. Please follow me." The corporeal realm leader led Zichun and the others into the City Lord's mansion. The entire mansion was very large. If no one led the way, they would definitely get lost. After passing through many corridors, their eyes lit up and they saw a grand hall. This was the hall where the city lord received guests. They could hear the hearty laughter coming from the hall even from far away. City Lord, Zichun and the others are here. The corporeal realm leader stood outside the door and shouted respectfully, Zichun is here. Let them in quickly. A deep and gentle voice rang out from the hall. Zichun and the others walked in under the signal of the corporeal realm leader. The hall was spacious and bright. There were many vivid carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the four walls. On the two sides of the hall were 4 giant pillars with 4 jade dragons carved on them. There were 2 rows of seats on the 2 sides of the hall. Zichun saw more than 10 domain realm experts. Lord Wu sat at the head of the table on one side. Ling Xing and the others were next to him. At the end of the row was a general wearing battle armor with a stern and serious expression. Besides Lord Wu, there were also some people sitting on the other side. Since they could sit there, it was obvious that they were not ordinary domain realm experts. In addition to the people sitting, there were 2 men standing. Both of them looked to be upright middle-aged men. Moreover, they had a dignified aura on their faces. It was obvious that they had been in a high position for a long time. When Zichun raised his head to look at the 2 men, they also looked at Zichun with a smile. Zichun greets the city lord. Zichun saluted the man in loose robes with cupped fists. Then, Wu Xie and the others followed suit and saluted. When everyone saw this scene, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Mu Feng looked at Zichun and asked, How do you know that I'm the city lord of Huping City? You've seen me before. Zichun shook his head and replied, I've never seen the city lord before. Oh, then how did you recognize me at a glance? Mu Feng asked curiously. Because the city lord is standing, Zichun answered honestly. Beside him, the other middle-aged man smiled and said, Why? Don't I look like the city lord? Zichun looked at the middle-aged man seriously. He was also wearing a long robe and had a gentle smile on his face. However, he naturally exuded the aura of a person in a high position. Zichun saluted and said, Zichun greets the lord. You also seem to be in a high position, but you don't look like the city lord of Huping City. Oh, tell me the reason, City Lord Lu Guang asked with a smile. You seem to be less carefree, less casual, and less natural than our city lord, Zichun explained. Although the 2 of them both had the aura of a city lord, Mu Feng appeared to be more calm and casual because he was in his own city. The naturalness in his movements was not something City Lord Lu Guang possessed. Oh, there's such a situation, City Lord Lu Guang said in astonishment. That's just one of the reasons. The other reason is that I don't know any of the people sitting beside the Lord. However, I know a few of the people sitting beside the City Lord. Naturally, everyone would subconsciously stay with people they are familiar with, Zichun said with a smile. Haha. The 2 city lords also laughed when they heard this. Lord Wu said with a smile, I've already said that he is very meticulous. This kind of test is meaningless. Between his smile, he was naturally very satisfied with Zichun. Wu Xie and the others besides Zichun also laughed. Only Manshur scratched his head and felt very complicated. He thought to himself, isn't it just 1 seat for each person? Why is there so much to pay attention to? Brother Lu, what do you think? Mu Feng said with a smile. City Lord Lu Guang praised, let's not talk about other things first. Just this meticulous thinking is already very impressive. Mu Feng gestured for him to sit down. At the same time, someone brought chairs over for Zichun and the others. Mu Feng smiled and said, This time, Zichun is our leader. His strongest point is not his intelligence, but his battle prowess. After praising Zichun for a while, Mu Feng suddenly remembered that he was too happy and forgot to introduce him. Thus, he introduced, Zichun, come and greet City Lord Lu Guang. Zichun knew who Lu Guang was. Obviously, he had also guessed the other party's identity. After he stood up with Wu Xie and the others, he also bowed in unison. Little friend Zichun, this time, I'm not only here to deliver the command medallion. I'm also here to represent the people of Lu Guang in forming an alliance with you. When your 2 sides meet, I hope that little friend will take care of the people of Lu Guang. City Lord Lu Guang said with a smile. Zichun stood up and asked, I wonder how many people from Lu Guang will be going this time. Is the possibility of our 2 sides meeting high? We only have 10 people. The possibility of meeting is very high. City Lord Lu Guang said with certainty. 10 people. Zichen frowned slightly when he heard this. How could there only be 10 people in one city? At the side, Lord Wu explained. This time, when the command medallions arrived at Lu Guang, there were only 12 of them left. If it was distributed normally, each city would have more than 1,000 command medallions. But now, there were only 12 command medallions in both cities. Zichen immediately guessed the crux of the matter. He asked, "It's the people of Embark Castle who are behind this?" Lord Wu nodded. Everyone's mood became gloomy. Zichen, however, smiled and promised, "It seems that the people of Embark Castle are really looking for trouble this time. Don't worry. If there's a chance, I promise that I won't let a single person from Embark Castle return alive." Hearing Zichen's promise, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. No other expression could be seen from their faces, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Was Zichen confident or arrogant when he said that? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.